in sunny Townsville in far north Queensland for the start of two historic one-day internationals between Papua New Guinea and Hong Kong. We're about 5 or 6 minutes away from the start of game one here this morning in what promises to be a truly exciting series and historic, as I say. The small island nation of Papua New Guinea has been accorded one-day international status after their performance at the ICC qualifying tournament in New Zealand earlier this year. They're truly excited as a nation and as a team to be playing their first ODI, and that will be against their great rivals Hong Kong in the first of two. Now, the coin toss was affected some moments ago. Let's find out what happened with the two captains earlier. And it's a chance. All right, well, Hong Kong winning the toss, decided to bat first, Jamie.
Yeah, it looks like a decent surface and a fantastic ground, so looking to use it first up, put a total on the board and try to restrict them.
It's a historic occasion out here, exciting for the Hong Kong team as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's fantastic. We've been given the opportunity to come play at such fantastic facilities and also to be a part of PNG's first ODI, so it's a great bit of history for us.
All right, bat well.
Thanks a lot.
Okay. All right, Jamie. We're having a bowl first, and first off, how exciting is this to have your first ODI?
Oh, it's really good actually. You know, playing on a really good surface like this in Townsville, and boys are really looking forward to it.
And the conditions look pretty good?
Yeah, they look really good. Don't think they'll change much during the day, so hopefully we bowl well, restrict Hong Kong and then chase it down.
All right, well, best of luck.
Thank you.
All right, well, there we go. Hong Kong winning the toss and electing to bat. Yes, indeed, and back in the commentary box we see the Papua New Guinea side onto the field. Some warm applause for their first ever one-day international appearance. As I said, it's a beautiful day in Townsville today. It never is anything but at this time of year. It's not the wet season at all. It's usually very warm and not overly hot, 33, 34 degrees today, which should suit both teams, particularly the Papua New Guineans, who are quite used to the tropical conditions, and pretty sure they'll enjoy bowling. We're having first use of this Tony Island oval pitch. So all's in readiness for a start. We see history about to be made here in Townsville. PNG about to send down its first ever ball in one-day international cricket. It's been a long time coming for the small island nation. Having the honours for PNG, Pipi Raho to hold their first ever over. He'd be a bit excited already. So will the whole 11 Papua New Guinean players. And we're underway. Straight away. Off the mark. Irfan Ahmed with the first run of the game. said, it's a terrific day here in Townsville. Could have asked for a better start to a cricketing weekend. The forecast is just as good for tomorrow for game 2, which is terrific. Perhaps a little bit breezy, but in the hot weather it's still pretty nice. A sign of nerves for the Papua New Guinea opening bowler, Pipi Raho. Onto a nice line and length, bring his first over. Been a nice toss to win by Jamie Atkinson, electing to bat first Hong Kong. The wicket looks like it's nice and flat. And a nice start too for PNG. It's 1 over negotiated, 1 over down, no wicket for 2 Hong Kong. That's a solid start. Taking a new ball from the southern end this morning. It's Willie Gavira. Down to third man, easy single there. A little bit of movement there for Willie Gavira. Ball moving with a bit of outswing, but too wide to interest the batsman. Better line. Yeah, so as I was saying, Papua New Guinea accorded ODI status after their wonderful performance at the ICC World Cup qualifying tournament early this year in New Zealand, where they finished a very creditable fourth. And there we go. The first ever wicket for Papua New Guinea. It's taken 9 balls. Fantastic delivery there from Willie Gavira, tempting the batsman out wide. And Wakas Barkat is on his way. Yes, a little bit of extra bounce in that delivery, inducing the outside edge, and perfectly taken by Jack Barre, the keeper.
Paul's just complaining because it's on the screen and the ball is running in, so we thought we should do something about that. Ali's going to speak to Graham. With distracting him with the bowler running in on the screen, maybe they don't do that.
Yeah, the perfect start for Papua New Guinea. An early wicket just in the second over.
So it should be blank from when the bowler gets to the top of his mark.
Greg Campbell. How are you, mate? Good.
An opportune time for Greg Campbell, who is the head of PNG Cricket.
Morning, Ben. How are you?
I'm very well. Well, what a start by PNG. An early wicket, just what you wanted.
Just what we wanted. Unfortunately, I was walking around the back of the stand and missed that one, mate. But yeah, just what we wanted for the boys to get on the roll, get into it. I know they had a few nerves this morning, but all settled down now.
Well, it didn't seem like it. They looked very composed as they came out, and they did their warm up and got into things, and it was just the wicket that they wanted, an early breakthrough, and their spirits are really up.
Yeah, they've been up for probably 2 weeks, 3 weeks now, mate, since we got the okay that we could play the game. I know the boys just finished the South Australian Premier League and went to club cricket, and all the hype's about being coming here. And I know when they arrived Thursday that Deepak spent a lot of time trying to calm them down and just tell them it's another game and enjoy it, but they've done well.
Willie Gavira taking that first wicket will go down in history, will he? He'll be a trivia question for years to come.
It will be. It's going to be a trivial question for the world, and who played the first ODI in Townsville. And
exactly.
Mate, there'll only probably be half a dozen blokes who remember that, and of course the cricket enthusiasts. But it's a great venue now, and I'm pretty sure Cricket Australia will schedule more games up here, and it wouldn't surprise me in 2 or 3 years, 4 years' time they have a test match, Zimbabwe or Bangladesh here. And I know we're going to come back and play another couple of games here where we've got 7 ODIs we have to get through in the next 18 months, and one of them has to be a neutral event, and we'll definitely come back to Townsville. They've been so supportive in the last month of putting the venue on and doing everything for us. It's been great. And Pipi Raho, he's still only 21, he's learning his trade as we see now.
Yep, starting the third over, Hong Kong 1 for 3. The early wicket, Barkat dismissed in the last over. The ground itself, I mean, it's beautifully appointed, isn't it? It's close to everything. It's tracks. Its pitch looks great. The centre area looks terrific. The weather's always nice. It's ideal, isn't it?
Yeah, it's ideal. That's what I said. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're going to get more games in the future. And if I could pick this up and take it to PNG right at the moment, we would. We're working very hard with the government up there to get a venue like this, and so cricket is now an international sport up there.
As we watch Pipi Rahu working a nice line. And Greg, yeah, cricket in Papua New Guinea, we're probably not overly au fait too much with what happens up there, but it's a burgeoning sport, and it's getting bigger all the time.
It is, Ben. We've got 170,000 children playing the game now, which is equivalent to Milo. I mean, at the halftime interval, BSB, a major sponsor of that, will have a clinic out here with some kids, and we've now got hardball competition going through the schools. We've had to build wickets, so it's an emerging sport, and with a couple of blokes now signed with the Melbourne Renegades, one in particular that's going to take off even more.
Yes, we'll hear about that later as the nice boundary there from
the Hong Kong opener. That was a bit in the air, but safe all the same in the first boundary of the morning for Hong Kong as they move on to 1 for 7.
Yeah, I think that's Irfan. He's not a bad player, Ahmed. I think he's had a couple of games in IPL in the lower team. So yeah, and it's a bit of a sparring match this against PNG and Hong Kong. We seem to play together or against each other quite a bit, and so the boys were pretty happy that their first ODI was against the Hong Kong. Their boys get on well off the field, but on the field there's always a bit of spirit.
Everyone's a bit wide down the leg side. Well taken there by the wicketkeeper Vare. Yeah, the traditional rivals have had some close games, particularly in T20 as well.
Well, yeah, they probably knocked us out of the T20 World Cup the big league where they beat us in the last game and they went through and we didn't. So, yeah, there's always that. But it's our boys, to be honest, probably weren't quite ready to take that next step. They need a couple of more years of hard cricket under their belt, of a good level cricket, and these boys are going, and our under-19s are doing well too. So it's all good for Cricket PNG at the moment.
Sure. And that's an agent that's dropped. Did that carry to the second slip?
From here, mate, a little Maru Dai made a good effort there.
Yeah.
They don't look too disappointed, so it might have bounced in front, but you might be right. From here, it looked like it carried.
It was a very hard chance there.
He hasn't got far to go, mate.
No, he hasn't.
5 foot, so yeah.
Mahura Dai, he looked like he just may have got a finger underneath that, but yeah, well, a let off perhaps there for the Hong Kong batsman. It was a nice ball that shaped away a bit like what you used to do in the days for Tassie back in the late 90s, Greg.
Oh, he's given him, yes.
There's a wicket.
There's a wicket. Yeah. You are going back a bit then, Ben.
I am.
90s, yeah.
Well, let's focus on this wicket. That was a pretty adjacent LBW decision, wasn't it? It did look out, and Steve Locker-Wilson didn't take a long time to adjudicate and say you're on your way.
Yeah, and Pippi's he's an in-swing bowler, and I think that one might have just decked back a little bit and trapped him in front. So Blocker took a bit of time to have a look at that, but luckily the decision gone in our favour.
Well, terrific. What a start, Greg. 2 for 8, Papua New Guinea.
Yeah, if we at the team meeting last night, if we'd taken that, the boys would have been happy. But as we know, mate, it's a funny game, and I know Deepak's. We've been in this situation before. Our new coach Deepak Patel's telling them there's 10 wickets to take, and don't rest on your laurels. And the guy coming in is a fair player. Jamie Atkinson is their captain, so he's scored some runs at the ODI before. So we need to keep the pressure on. But again, you take that start 10 out of 10 times.
My word, yes. No, Jamie Atkinson, the captain, who won the toss, deciding to bat, probably having second thoughts now.
Yeah,
the wicket's doing a bit, it looks.
Yeah, it looks like it's a new wicket with a new ball. To be honest, I think in modern day cricket, the captains like losing the toss now, don't they? Because they don't have to make that decision. So, and I think we were pretty happy to bowl. Gives the nerves out.
Yep.
You know, gets the boys time to run around the field and get used to the game. So yeah, it's a good decision in the end for us that he's decided to bat.
Yeah, 2 for 8 Hong Kong after winning the toss, and Pippi Raho about to come in and deliver his next ball. And another edge.
Yeah, and he advanced down the wicket first ball.
Yeah, he did too, and gee.
Good fielding by little Legacy Arca there. He's got a good little fella, but he covers the ground very quickly and got a strong arm. Might say that was a bit of a nervous start by Jamie.
Very much so, yeah. And an excellent over from Pippi Raho, got the edge, which may have carried an LBW next ball and another edge for his to end the over. So well bowled, Pippi Raho. There's a sprinkling of fans here today, Greg, to come and support.
Yeah,
watch a bit of history.
Yeah, a bit of history, a bit of PNG crowd here. There's a PNG community in Townsville. There's a bigger one in Cairns, and we did get a few emails saying people were going to come down and try to watch the game from people I hadn't heard of. But PNG people, wherever we go around the world, you go to Dubai, Ireland, they seem to turn up.
Yep.
They're everywhere. So they love their sport. They get right behind soccer, football, cricket, anything up in PNG. So it's good to see a couple of locals out.
Yep. As we come starting the 4th over. A bit of heat there. He's got a bit of pace on him.
Well, he has, yeah. He's learning his craft. He's still only quite young, 25, but the more Willie plays, the better he gets. But he has got a bit of a pace. He's probably one of the ones nowadays they say bowl a heavy ball. He doesn't look that fast coming in, but the ball gets onto the bat very quickly. He's a bit of a skidder, so he surprises a few.
Yep. Yeah, 3 slips, you don't see that often early days of a one-day game.
In a one-day game, no.
It forces him well back. The captain, Atkinson. Now he's an interesting story, isn't he, Jamie Atkinson? Can you tell us, Greg, a bit about Jamie Atkinson's pedigree?
To be honest, man, I don't know a lot, but I think he was born in Melbourne or was born in Australia. Might have been born in Hong Kong, but lived in thing, and now he's playing for. He's played a few county games.
He has, yes.
Yeah. So he's been a well-travelled cricketer, and he's done well for Hong Kong. I know since the last 4 or 5 years I've been around. So he's played county, and he's played. I think he might have played Melbourne somewhere. Or
yep.
Well bowled again by Willie, just outside off stump. Good carry there, like you said.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he's played a lot of second 11 cricket in England and been on the cusp. Played great cricket as well down in Melbourne. So he's thereabouts and captaining his country, which is always an honour.
Yeah,
you can put that on the CV.
It is, and he's a bit of a character like Geraint Jones for us. You know, born in Jimbu, way up in the Highlands of PNG. Played cricket in Australia and ended up playing Test cricket for England. So, you know, cricket's a funny game, takes you around the world.
Dead right.
Remember talking to Geraint last night when we did a cap presentation just with their numbers so they could have a bit of nostalgic in years to come, and this is his 50th ODI, but he actually said he's as nervous, his first one for PNG, and he was as nervous now as he was when he played his first one for England, so it still means something, and like he said, it's a pinnacle of one-day cricket ODI, so for cricket PNG, all these boys go down in history.
Yes, we'll talk a bit more about Geraint over the weekend, but yes, he is... He's got a bit of age in him, but he's still keen, and it's
playing a miss. Yeah.
Playing a miss. He's still keen, Geraint, and still keen to contribute, isn't he?
Oh, most definitely. Every time we've got a game on, and I give him a phone call or an email, it's always a yes if he's not playing county cricket. And he's just signed a 2-year deal with a new county after being at Kent for all them years. He's going to captain Gloucestershire. So
right.
Yeah, they gave him a 2-year deal. So he's keeps rejuvenating himself. He's 38 now, and but he doesn't look at 38. He's quite fit still and running around. Giving the keeping away, mate. I think that helps.
Yeah, I think so.
It's another good over by Willie Gavira there.
Yeah, he's right on line, and it's a shaky start, to say the least, from Hong Kong. 2 for 9 as we finish the 4th over. And PNG, in their wildest dreams, they would take this every day of the week, wouldn't they, Greg, the start?
We'd take it now, and there's a long way to go in cricket. We've seen so many different things, but the boys will be fairly upbeat by now, and I know the captain Chris Amini and all the boys, the senior boys, will be just telling them to continue on their way and don't push too hard, but just let the game roll and make sure they're on top all the time doing them 1% things.
Yep. Oh, nice bit of work there from the keeper. He's very agile, very sprightly. And Geraint doesn't keep. He's got no desire to keep for PNG. Is there a reason behind that, Greg?
No. When we rang him 3 or 4 years ago to come, he said, look, if there's a keeper there that is good, I don't want to do it. And he's come out, and this is his 3rd year with us. He saw Jack Vare keep, and he said, I don't need to keep. This kid is, if not better than me now, so he gives him tips. But Jack's very sprightly, yeah. He's a very upbeat keeper.
He sets the tone for the fieldsman.
He does, mate. He's a typical keeper. I mean, I'm not saying they're a bad breed, but they're always upbeat. I mean, I played with Ian Healy and a few others, and they always had something to say, and they're always in the game. And Jack's the same. They've got to be in the game. They're there every ball, but he's upbeat. And the keeper sets the tempo of the field, like you said. If it goes quiet period, his job is to get the boys back up. And he's vice captain of the team, so he has extra responsibilities, and he's learning his trade very well.
A bit like Roger Woolley when you were at Tasmania.
Roger, way back then, and Richard Sewell.
Gee, that's going back, isn't it?
Yes.
We shouldn't be aging ourselves here, Greg. We should be we should be talking contemporary.
Well, when you went back to 90 about the outswingers, I forgot about that, mate. Yeah.
Well, it's lovely to have you here. We'll probably talk to you a bit later about how you ended up at PNG Cricket. It must have been somewhat of an odyssey, but we'll talk about that a bit later.
Yeah, it was an interesting story how I ended up there, and I'm now into 4 years, so I've enjoyed every bit of it. We got Pippi Raho again, and he's had a good 2 or 3 into his third over, so he's done very well, Pip.
Not tempting the batsman Rath there. Very cautious start, shall we say, from Hong Kong. Is that their modus operandi, Greg, when they play 50 over cricket? Is it usually a slow build up and then?
Yep, it's not really. They're actually Irfan Ahmed is a bit of a go. We haven't played a 50 over game against them for a while. It's mostly been T20s, and they go from ball one. But I know Irfan goes from ball one. But I think the bowling, I'm probably not giving enough credit to our bowlers. They've probably bowled a good length and line, and they've put them under pressure with 2 wickets. So you got as a batsman, there's Pippi again.
That's worked down to fine leg and
Legasiaka.
A couple of runs there.
Yeah, a couple of wickets always slow the stem of runs, but they're a dangerous side. That we still, probably now you'll be looking at get through to the 15th over and probably have them maybe 3 for 50, and that'll be the target for the boys now. They actually break it down into overs. When I first went there, it was just 50 overs, and we'll just go from ball one to the 50 over, and they didn't think too much about the game, but they're learning about the game now, which is good.
Slight misfield. Another single for Hong Kong.
Barney Varga misfield that. I don't think the coach or himself will be very happy about that on this outfield. It's a great outfield, so a little bit of lapse of concentration there.
Would they be used to this sort of lush, velvety type outfield, Greg, the Papua New Guinean players? I mean, there's no sort of undulations or bumps. I mean, do we see that in Moresby cricket and PNG?
On our main ground, it's not like this, of course, because of the weather, and we just put irrigation in up there so they can do it. But it's a lot better. But you go around to a couple of club games, and they're fairly rough, and the boys they're not used to it, but they thrive on this, and we pride ourselves as one of the better fielding sides in the associate, if not in some of the test playing countries. Here's Willie Gavira again. It's probably a wide ball.
And it is.
So they're not, but they're actually, in a way, it's good upbringing. They play on some rough outfield, so they're actually used to watching the ball very closely, and there's not that many fumbles sometimes when they get on these good outfields because they're used to the ball bobbling around. So it's probably a good upbringing in a way. It's a bit back for me when I played at the old Mowbray Cricket Club grounds, and some of them were a bit upset. You had to watch the ball very closely, and in a way, it's probably an asset we underestimate over there.
And that's why your nephew, of course, the great Ricky Ponting, was such a good fielder. Growing up in Mowbray, I suppose, would have had to cope with all sorts of conditions, and it turned out pretty well for him.
Surprises me he actually became a great fieldsman, mate, because when I used to play with him in the backyard, he batted all the time. He didn't spend a lot of time in the field, but no, he was a great fielder. But he worked at it. We all got to work at it. You read his autobiography now, and he used to make sure he hit the stumps 9 out of 10 at practice and warm-ups, and not 5 out of 10. And that's what made him such a good player, that he did hit the stumps, and he was a great fielder, and it turned into one of the better players we've produced.
Bit of fielding there.
Tony Ora.
Yeah, they look lively in the field, the Barramundis, don't they? They doesn't look like too much will get past them.
No, they're very athletic. They pride themselves, like I said before, on their fielding, and they do get a bit down when they do miss a catch or a bit of fumble, and that's something we have to work on. They've got to concentrate on the next ball. But fielding's a big part of the cricket now. It's gone to the days, probably even back when I played, that number 11 didn't have to be, you went to fine leg and just most around there, but now you've got to be in the game full time.
They're joined in the commentary box by PNG cricket chief Greg Campbell, former Australian cricketer, went on the historic 1989 Ashes tour. A bolt from the blue he was when he was selected, but now running PNG cricket. And just, of course, the uncle of Ricky Ponting, and being family, you must get posed a lot of questions from the PNG players about Ricky. And I see in every profile of the PNG players, Ricky's their idol.
He is their idol, yeah. They're on to me every day about getting him up there to PNG. Hopefully one day, while I'm still there, we'll get him up, and I'm quite sure that the public will go mad, but he's an idol to everyone. You watch some of them, they try to do the little, we go back about his fielding, some of them try to copy him in the field with the thing, but they have a few idols around the world. I know our keeper is Kumo Sangakkara is his idol, and Jack calls himself Kumar, so yeah, in a way where they are 16th in the world, Ben, they're still sometimes kids at heart. They still have their idols, and even when they play against them, they get overawed and they want their autograph, so it's good to see. It keeps them level-headed. They haven't got above themselves at the moment, and that's why they're improving up the ranks.
Yeah, well said. Nice shot. Nicely fielded by the bowler. It was well timed, but only a single.
Yeah, Jamie Atkinson again. I mean, he'd be the wicket they'd be looking to get out quite cheaply. He's capable of scoring big runs, so the boys will keep the pressure on him.
He does look like there's a bit of size with him, and he could hit the ball a country mile.
He does, yeah. He's coming back from a nasty thumb injury. I think he was keeping, and he fractured his thumb in the World Cup T20, and I think he's given that away, and I think his actually batting's improved since he's been given that away, and he is a good player. He's got a big size, and he's played enough cricket to understand the game now too.
Anshuman Ruff on strike, and it's tickled away down to fine leg. A couple of runs.
Looking for two, no.
Just the one boundary so far, Greg. After into the 7th over, or the 6th over rather, and gee, they'd
2 for 16, yeah. It's 2 wickets, like I said, wickets are always thing up. We get caught up in the T20 game sometimes, Ben, don't we?
We do.
You see boundaries 2 or 3 and over, and the 50 over game seems so long now, you know, compared to a T20 game, and we're comparing it 6 overs, 1 boundary. But, you know, if they keep wickets in hand, you'll see that boundary go up. But we're used to that T20 where there's 2 or 3 boundaries and over sometimes.
There's action happening every ball.
Yeah. And I see Australia got up last night.
They did. They restricted South Africa. Cameron Boyce, the Queensland Bulls leg spinner, did very well, taking some wickets there. And the ladies as well won their match earlier in the day, which was terrific.
I missed that, yeah, we're at the ground. Someone said they were the ball to spare.
Yeah, on the last ball. So well done to the Australian teams. It's odd feeling watching any sort of cricket so early in the season. I mean, not so early in the season, but T20 cricket, one-day cricket. So we're used to in Brisbane, particularly where I'm from, you know, Melbourne Cup week, you're sort of getting ready for the first test, but that's not going to happen until the first week of December when the Indians arrive in Australia. But for now, we're watching history in Townsville.
That's a good shot, but straight to the fielder. Yeah, it is history, and we said before early on in conversations it will be a great trivia question, and it'll come up in years who is the 2 teams that played their first ODI in Townsville, and like I said, I think it'll be a cross on a lot of people's trivia sheet, but it is good. Hopefully we play a few more here, and hopefully one day PNG can play Australia here or in PNG, and that'll be good. Even if it's an Australia A team, it'll be a great
Wouldn't that
great
be
setup.
something?
Yeah.
That's nicely timed.
This
by the left-hander. He looks like he's got...
this will stretch Mr. Jones's arm. Current, used to keeping, but...
3 easy in the end. Yes, just on that, Greg, I mean, you talk about the development of PNG as a cricket nation down the track. We see in the Queensland Cup, the local rugby league competition in Queensland, the PNG Hunters came in during the past winter and did exceptionally well. I mean, is there scope for a PNG side in a domestic competition, whether it be through either the Big Bash or perhaps Sheffield Shield or the Matador One Day Cup? Is that a possibility down the track as natural improvement happens with the PNG Barramundis?
Yeah, most definitely. We'll just watch this ball from Pippi Rojo again. He's on Jamie Atkinson. Well, it's a good straight hit, that. There's one of your boundaries, Ben.
Yeah, we could see that coming.
Yeah.
He was looking for the ball that was right up in the slot, and that was gone straight down the ground for 4. So breaking the shackles there, Jamie Atkinson.
Going back to your question, most definitely. I think we're all realists. We've got to get some runs on the board, and this is part of it, playing some ODIs. But yeah, the Big Bash League, that's probably a little bit way down the track. I mean, they've got their side set up now, but I think Futures League is the way we got to step into and put a case to that we can be competitive. Pippi again to Jamie Atkinson. missed a single to final leg. Futures league is where we've got to look at, playing some second 11 games against the Shield teams and getting some guys. But getting some guys in the Big Bash, like I said, Legis Yarka with Melbourne Renegades this year, hopefully he gets a game. I've always said since I've been to PNG, we have great brochures, but if I had a brochure of a phone and showed you, Ben, you'd say, yeah, can I have a look at the phone? And then we don't have that yet, where rugby had Marcus Bai and Will Genia in rugby union, so we need that person to play.
A torchbearer.
Yes, it's a good shot again. It's a bit short from Pippi. I think that'll be the third boundary.
It is. Outfield's very quick here at the Tony Island Oval, and that's 4 runs to Anshuman Ruth.
Yeah, so we need to get that person on board, the torchbearer. Futures League is our way to go. A lot of water to go under the bridge with Cricket Australia and talk to them how we can do that. But that's our next step to do that, yeah.
We have to crawl before we can walk. That's an old adage, and it's quite true.
Exactly, yeah. We're not. We have a mission statement that we just restructured to 2020 where we want to go, and part of that is Futures League.
And the support that you get from the ICC and the governing bodies is terrific, isn't it? And the development that we see through the East Asia Pacific region is wonderful.
Yeah, and it's getting better. They had a meeting in ICC tomorrow, so hopefully there's some good news next week. What's going to happen there? But yeah, Cricket Australia now, with the relationship I've had with them, with they're coming on board. We had Wally Edwards up there only a month ago to see some local cricket. Willie Gavira again to Jamie Atkinson here. So we'll build them relationships, build them bridges, and the ICC give us a lot of support, but it's a corporate support we get out of PNG. At the moment, it's 80-20, 20% ICC and 80% corporate funding we get. So all our sponsors, they're seeing the improvement of cricket. It's changing the life of our people up there. Our contracts, our players now on full-time contracts. We have 16, which is the first time in history. That only kicked off 1st of September. So now their job is just to train and play cricket. They don't have to worry about working. They can support their family while they're away. So all that makes a difference. They're becoming a bit more semi-professional, if you like to call it. But the support we get out of PNG corporate people is magnificent.
Terrific.
We couldn't have gone where we hadn't if only for them. So it's been great.
Two for 29 here at the Tony Island Oval. Hong Kong recovering after a rather shaky start, losing the first 2 wickets in the opening overs.
Yeah, and we just seen 2 wides from Willie, and Pippi's last over went for 2 boundaries. So I think you'll see some bowling changes fairly shortly, just to keep the pressure on. And they're both into only their 4th overs, but I think it could be time the captain might have to make some changes here.
And have you spent much time in Townsville in the lead up to the game? Were you up here nice and early?
Yeah, I'll come in on Wednesday, just to make sure little things happening, all them 1%ers. But Townsville Council and the stadium manager, Ben Payne's been magnificent. So the team come in Thursday afternoon, but I come in the day before just to make sure there. I was up probably 5 weeks ago for a couple of days having a look before they got it rated. But I spent a little bit of time in Townsville. I played our Masters game here, ACA Masters, about 5-6 years ago against the Townsville rep side. So.
You pull up okay?
After about a week, yeah. I actually wasn't the worst. I think we had Terry Alderman in the team, so Terry always took a long time to pull up, even when he was fit and playing in the Ashes tour. So.
That's another teammate from that famous '89 tour.
Yeah.
Gee, you must be wanted on the speaking circuit, Greg, talking about, of course, that was the famous David Boone trip.
David Boone trip, yeah.
Flight from, was it Melbourne or Sydney to London?
Yes, it was. Melbourne, Sydney, London, yeah.
Melbourne, Sydney, London.
Yeah. We're playing
Flash outside.
Yeah. It was a good trip, and the late Tony Gregg,
yes.
God bless him, said we were the worst team ever to go when we won 5-0, when we probably could have won 6-0, except the only time it rained was the last test match at the Oval where Dean Jones scored 100 and we lost about 2 hours play. Other than that, it could have been a 6-0, but it was it was a great team, it was a great squad, and Alan Border after having 2 Ashes defeats, 81-85, was a very relieved man. And I know AB does limited speaking, but when he talks about it, it was one of the best tours he's been on. Yeah.
25 years ago, can you believe that?
Yeah.
That's the generation as that ball is skied out to...
It's nearly gone for 6.
It
It's
did.
a good shot. Yeah. It's a bit short though for Willie. He needs to be hit that length still.
Yeah, that the point boundaries here aren't that long at the Island Oval, so yeah, some sixes could be on the offing, but that looked more like an edge, didn't it? Or was that a deliberate shot, Greg?
It'll be a deliberate shot, but up and under. He's probably not meant to hit it so square, but it might be lucky he has, because there's a third man sort of square down there. But it's the bats now, Ben. Aren't they good bats now? I picked one up, one of the boys in the change room the other day, and the edges was the size of one of mine I used to have. And I didn't use it very well, but I thought facing was a mackerel. I wish I had this bat instead of the one we had.
Exactly. Waka Yunus.
Yeah.
A wide stance there from Ruth, isn't it?
It is,
very
yes.
open.
Another short one. It's a play and miss, yeah.
2 for 35 Hong Kong. 8 overs gone. A little bit of a recovery after an early stutter.
And you said there wasn't many boundaries, Ben. Since you said that, I think there's been 4.
I have.
There?
The floodgates have opened.
This is where our the cricket PNG boys have to learn just to be a bit more patient. They do get a bit lose their patience and lose what they're there for. So that's where they're all learning the game to still stay in. And dot balls are very important even in this form of cricket.
Yep. Not to lose your shape and your line, and you know, it's not the fact that you're bowling just 2 overs. It's not T20. You've got to keep that focus for 8 or 10 overs. And
we have a bowling change now. We have the captain, Chris Amini. Right arm medium pace. He does a little bit with it, Chris. There's a few change-up balls, so hopefully he can tighten the screws just a little bit, peg them back. Batting out of his crease, Jamie Atkinson here.
that's a nice start for Chris Amini. A little bit of drift away from the batsman. Probably using that breeze. It's quite a nice cross breeze. We're feeling it here. We're high up in the commentary box. We're exposed, actually. We're not inside, and it's a nice breeze that comes through the oval. It's not like the Fremantle Doctor, but you can do something with it.
It is nice, yeah. Yeah, it'll be interesting. The white ball always doesn't swing as much as the red, but it'll be interesting watching a red ball game here. They should be able to bowl, should be able to swing it with that breeze.
That's a whitish ball from Amini, but no damage done.
We hate talking about our days, Ben, but I just watched Jamie Atkinson there. He's batting out of his crease, but then he goes back. So sometimes I think they better, watch the Tendulkars of the great players. They didn't change much. They stayed in that thing and they used it. But Jamie's, he's back in his crease now. I think he's probably learnt that he's going back anyhow, so I'll stay there.
So pitched up, and nice bit of fielding there.
By the former keeper, Garen Jones.
Yes. Showing every one of his 38 years.
Years, yeah.
Gee, I mean, you're only 12 years older than Jared, and he signed another 2-year deal. Could you still be playing cricket at that age? It's a fair effort, isn't it, to sign until you're 40?
It's a magnificent effort, yeah. And I think Gloucester are in the 2nd division, but it's still a lot of cricket. I think he was saying that there's 30 games he's going to play. They played all these funny games, 35 over games. So yeah, 38. It's a great effort. Well, bowl Chris today.
Yeah, pretty compact defence there from the opener Ruth. And the Hong Kong side, as we look at their scorecard and look at a lot of their players, very much an East Asian influence there, with a lot of Pakistanis and Bangladeshi heritage names there. A lot of the expats have lived over there and played for the side as well.
Yes, yeah. A lot of them are born there through their parents, and they go off. Here's Chris Amini again. Another dot ball. Well done, Chris. Yeah, they go off. They born in Hong Kong, just like Jamie. They go off to Pakistan and play club cricket, and they come back when Hong Kong's got official duties. But yeah, they're a great side. I mean, I think they actually beat Bangladesh in the T20 comp, so they've got some scalps under their belt. But Charlie Burke, their coach, was saying this is their 8th one day on. They haven't won one yet, so we hope we keep that run going for them.
Actually, I think they may have won one.
They won one?
Yeah, I think they've broken their duck. They've just won the one. I'll double check that, but yes, this is of course PNG's first ever ODI, and Hong Kong have just had a handful.
Yes.
And it's 15 versus 16th ranked in the world. Hong Kong is 15th, so very evenly matched the sides.
They are, and for people out there, it's they're probably saying, you know, what's that ranking? You have, of course, your Test top 10, you know, through whoever's won now, could be India or Australia, through to the number 10, it's either Zimbabwe and Bangladesh, and then you have your next top 6, and that's how they rate them. There's 98 affiliate and associate people in the world playing cricket, so the two teams are climbing the ranks quite quick. I think when I took over, Hong Kong were about 25th, 24th, and we were about 23rd, I think. So both teams have grown in the last 3 or 4 years to climb them ranks, and you know, there's been some good sides in the top 16. Netherlands, Canada, Kenya all played World Cups, and now they're outside that. So these two sides have really done well in the last 2 or 3 years.
And they have won a ODI. That was against Bangladesh at the actually that was a World T20 match that they would have won. Whether they've won a ODI,
yeah,
we'll double check that.
Double check that. If I'm wrong, I can have a little dig at Charlie, their coach. He should know that. So.
Well, I might be wrong. There's every chance of that, Greg.
We always say we learn something, Ben.
Yes, I once thought I was wrong, but in the end it turned out I was right.
Right. Kavira again, bowling to... Slight fumble there, but no run. So.
The ODI, when they were given ODI status, the PNGs. What was the lead up to that? And the announcement that you had been given that status, was that through the qualification at the qualifying World Cup stage in New Zealand this year?
In New Zealand in February, yeah.
So as soon as you finished top 4, that was it?
That was it, yeah. So we actually managed to scrape in there. Just let Kavira bowl again. Shot, another dot ball. Yeah, we went into the Super 6 stage there because there were 16 teams there on top. So we failed to win one of the last 3 games to get through to the 50 over World Cup. So we would have been actually playing in the World Cup in Australia, which was a goal. So we missed out on the 50 and the T20 earlier in 2013. So it's probably a little bit disappointing series that, but the bonus was, or the positive, we end up getting ODI status. So we went there to achieve 2 things, and we got 1 out of the 2. And
with the status, does extra funding come with that, and more development money, sponsorship money? I mean, the flow on for that must have been huge. It will be, yeah. It's not so much now. Of course, there was a little influx of money from the ICC, but more sponsors. We've got now more opportunity to get more sponsors, or bigger sponsors that they are. I hope they're listening in PNG to put in their pocket more money, because now we can actually bring sides into the country and be telecast, and that's what we haven't done. So ODI status it's there for 4 years, and we've got to capitalise, but we don't want to lose it either, like the Netherlands or the Kenyans have. So. Yep. He's brought his final leg up and he's a misfield, which you won't be happy with. Yeah, so the whole ball game changes now with ODI status. Like I said, we can ask a Zimbabwe to come, on their way to Australia and play some games there. So that's good, and it's just a statistic. There's a lot that goes with it, but at least these boys now have a first-class stat against their names. And when you finish your career, you always like looking back at that. So it's good for them. Oh, could be out in there. Oh, that was a great attempt, wasn't it?
Yeah, CJ Mooney's one of our better fielders there. Sloppy throw, but yeah.
He made some great ground to get to even the fall of the ball, and perhaps, as you say, not many fielders could have got that close. But I've just been confirmed too that Hong Kong is still to win.
Still
ODI,
to win?
so
Yes.
So whoever wins this match will be their
first one.
Will
so I'll have to say to Charlie he was right.
He was right. Well done, Charlie.
Yeah. Bouncer by Willie. It was wide ball.
It was
Blockers called it wide, yeah. Mate, you don't want the wind to get any stronger up here, man.
No, there's a bit to it, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's welcome, though, because it's quite warm. It's always warm up here.
It's warm down in the sun, yeah.
In November. It's 33, 34 degrees. little bit of cloud cover, which is nice.
Bit like home for the boys, the PNG boys. I know a couple are in Canberra playing club cricket, and when they arrived here, they were more than happy.
Indeed. Back to the Queensland Cup, I know a lot of the teams that went over and played in PNG in the early part of the season, they just couldn't believe how humid it was in the region. That's in March.
In March,
April.
Doesn't change.
Yeah.
That's the end of the over there. Hong Kong 2 for 42 off 11 overs, so there's a little bit of a recovery, but it's always hot in PNG. I mean, when I come back to Australia and you're back for 10 days and you go back to PNG and get off the plane, it's just that stifled heat. It doesn't change all year round. It's coming into their rainy season, and believe it or not, it gets warmer. Yeah.
And
so
there's rain.
There's rain, yeah. So really November through to about January, it's in the tropics, so it's torrential rain, yeah.
So you have a Moresby Christmas.
No, I'll be home for Christmas this year. Yeah, we always come home.
And what about the deck, Greg? What do you think? It's looking pretty good, pretty flat. Not
pretty flat.
A little
now.
bit of life, but yeah, it's evening out, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, each ball's only 5 overs old. There's 2 balls, but I think it's a 250, 260 deck. I think. They're starting to hit the middle of the bat now. The Hong Kong shine's probably just gone off the ball a little bit.
Yeah, 2 for 8 Hong Kong were after Irfan Ahmed was dismissed, and 43 for 2 now, so 35 runs put on by this pair. And interesting, one-day cricket has evolved over the last sort of 10 years, particularly since the advent of the T20. And we would expect 250, 280 when you played 20 odd years ago to be a good score now. That's subpar, isn't it?
There's probably 2 or 3 there. It's wide for fine leggies. Yeah. Oh, most definitely. I mean, back in my day, if the side scored 280, you just about won the game, didn't you? I mean, if you batted first and bowled, but that's just a par score. I can remember my first ODI was at the MCG on Boxing Day. The only time there wasn't a test. Yeah, we played Sri Lanka, and I think 210, and we won the game. Yeah. Not many people will remember that there wasn't a Boxing Day test.
That was...
it would have been after the Ashes, 90, yeah.
89, 90.
Yeah.
89.
Yep.
Where was the touring team that particular summer? That's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, we come back from Ashes, played a one-off test in New Zealand and some Rothmans Cup against India and that, and then we come back to Australia, and then I think the Windies tour was not long after that in February. That's when they went off to the Windies after the 89. So
you were injured by then?
I was. I'd done a knee in New Zealand. Yes, you got that. I had a few knee injuries. Yeah. Terry Orderman, I think Carl actually took my place and went to the Windies. Looking for 2 there, just beyond square. They should get that quite easily.
That score mounting up. 2 for 47 now, Hong Kong. I'd be happy with the recovery. As I said, they were 2 for 8.
No, they've done well. They've like Jamie Atkins, a very experienced cricketer. He sort of, apart from that first delivery phase where he walked down the wicket, he's looked quite composed. I think he's only played miss once, and there's a slight chance of that would have been a great catch, but he's probably steadied the ship here a little bit. Going back to that Windies tour, it probably wasn't a bad one to miss there. I can't remember the result, whether Australia won or not. But
I don't think they got smashed.
Yeah, Kirtley and
Courtney
and who else? I think Bishop was still around then.
Bishop.
Yeah, so and I think
Winston Benjamin.
Yeah, it turned into not a very good series for Australia then.
You know, though they didn't break their Caribbean duck while the West Indies were unbeaten. They came out here in 91, 92, and they luckily got over the line in the series against Australia, and we went over there. Mark Taylor took them there after Alan Border retired, and we won.
That's right, so yeah.
They were just still at their peak then in the West Indies, but the downward slide was not far away.
And it's a shame what's happened nowadays too with the Indian tour. That's yeah. I mean, we can't comment because we don't know the ins and outs of that, but from the person looking on the outside, it's hasn't left them in great shape. You wouldn't think. they need to probably do some soul searching on and off the field there.
We've got a change in the bowling at the freeway end.
Yeah, opening batsman Asad Vala, who's the modern day game has made everyone bat and bowl now, but he's a very good, accomplished our opening bat, probably our best performed. Was with the Brisbane Heat last year, and
Yes.
he's going to bowl some off spin. Yeah. Oh.
Around the wicket as well, and that's short, and that's punished. Should have been punished more, one would have thought, but straight to the man at deep mid wicket, and just the single.
Exactly right. That was more or less what we call a half tracker, and I think it was a very nervous start by us. I don't know whether himself he thought he would have been bowling this early in the first ODI. Yeah.
And not a lot of protection for him out in the deep as well. Just a man at deep square leg, and you've got a deep point as well. But we've got a player also going down to a long on. So there's a bit of protection now for the offie.
They've heard you, mate. They've done that. Yeah.
I think they've seen the size of this man's arms, and they know exactly how far he can hit it.
It's a better delivery by us.
Actually, when I was doing the toss with the captain, Jamie Atkinson, I thought he looked like a Welsh second rower. He's that big. It's a
very good description, doesn't he? It looks like yeah.
He's a solid man.
Yep. Another short one, and there should be two there. CJ Amini will cut that off right on the rope.
A nervous start here from the off spinner.
Yeah, very. Two sort of half trackers and a dot ball, so he needs to get back on concentration, just calm himself down. They're checking the boundary here. I think they think
the foot may have been,
on the rope
when the ball was touched.
I don't know if we got replays, have we?
No, we don't.
Oh,
but it's been given a boundary, so it obviously must have been touched.
Big Paul Wilson, the opening bowler. He's got good eyes from there to pick that up. Interesting character blocker, isn't it? To end up being a fast bowler, being an umpire. You know, you were renowned for not liking umpires, and then one to turn into a fast bowler, turn into an umpire.
I think he may have been a bit of a gentle giant though when his appeals towards the umpires. He may have threatened them just by his look, but he's a lovely fellow, isn't he?
He's a great fellow, blocker. Yeah, I first came across him when Tassie in South Australia, and I think he ended up in WA. Yeah, if anyone was going to turn into an umpire, it would have been him. You can imagine our mate Merv Hughes being an umpire.
Yeah,
Mervyn.
Paul Rifle as well has become an international.
Again, Pistol was a bit of a gentleman, wasn't he? Not saying Merv wasn't, but
yeah. And the good thing about Pistol, of course, is that he's a mad Richmond supporter in the AFL. For our overseas audience, of course, a very fine AFL club down in Melbourne.
They are. They have a lot of history, but I can't remember when they last played in a final. I mean, I shouldn't talk. I'm a Kangaroo supporter, so.
And do you get back down to Tassie a lot, Greg? Is your family still down there?
They're still there, yeah. My wife's family and my family. My parents have both passed away now, and Kimbra's father's passed away, but her mother's still alive. But we were actually down there this year. Had an ICC conference in Melbourne, so we managed to jump down there for a couple of days and realised that -3. I wasn't missing it that much, the weather, but no, it's a good place, and it's come on in leaps and bounds since I left. I left in '92, and you go around the wharfs there of Hobart now. It's a great place now.
And the cricketing history of your state, Tasmania, they entered the Shield in '77, '78, and it took them a while to win their first Shield victory, and when they did, they've made a bit of a habit of it, and they're a very successful side the last 10 years.
Yeah, and they've got great structures now and setups, and they've put them in place in the last 10 to 15 years, and here's Chris Amini again.
It just shows what you can accomplish. I mean, it's not a big infrastructure there, cricket-wise, is it? But a lot of dedicated people and terrific attention to detail.
Exactly, yeah. And like I said, they're improving their facilities even more. I mean, Bellerive was a bit like this when I first started. I mean, the grandstand of the little oval Clarence Cricket Club was the main sort of setup there, and they've done really well now. But yeah, they've got a great structure, great setup, and they've got some players coming through. And here's Chris Amini again.
picked the gap easily there.
I actually use the example of PNG to Tasmania. I go back, we're starting, well, probably where Tassie did. I mean, my first Shield game was, and you probably remember, at the LTCA ground up on the hill, and right under, well, not under the Mount Wellington, but it was close enough that it got cold. But I often see these boys where Tassie cricket back was the early 70s, that they're learning and they've got to do some hard yards to get there, and this is just the start. And Tassie now are probably one of the more successful Shield teams, and they have been for a long time in all forms of the game. And the game's changed now because you can swap states easily. That was a no-no when we were playing. You more or less had to play where you were born back then.
And that's hooked away backward of square and just a single.
Not a bad delivery from Chris because he's just a little mini pacer. I know Deepak's been working on him to get that bouncer in as a surprise delivery, and that one probably did catch Jamie a bit by surprise and top-edged it. Yeah, they've done well, and I think they're only going to do better. They've got great setups, and I know some of the other states are probably looking at their setups and where they're going, and you've got to keep improving in the game. You can't sit on your laurels, and they've done that.
As Chris Armini comes into Ruth, and that's chopped down.
Just for a single, I'd say.
Yep. Not a bad over from Armini. Now, Deepak Patel, of course, the coach of Papua New Guinea. Can you tell us how he was brought into the job? What were the circumstances there, Greg?
Yeah, well, we'll go back with Andy Bickle when I first got there as their coach, and did a great job. I mean, when Andy arrived, there was cement wickets and squatters and everything, and we've come a long way since then. And Bick did a great job as director of coaching to probably win World Cricket League 3 with them and get them into World Cricket League 2. Chris Amini to Jamie Atkinson again. A dot ball, it's well fielded by Varney, Hagi, Varaya. So Peter Anderson did it for two years, and that was his contract, and everyone sort of sat down and talked about where we were going, and we decided it was probably time to look for a new coach. Nothing against Peter, he did a great job, and he's moved on since. And we advertised, and we got a lot of people interested, and Deepak put his name in the ring, and he's been coaching in Auckland, and he just sort of, after 2 or 3 interviews, we interviewed about 3 people numerous times and flew them up to PNG to have a look, because it is a different place. And Deepak, sort of, his background suited PNG too. His mother is still living in India in a village, and he knew their cultures a bit, and so all that took place about fitting into the team.
Vala continuing here from the freeway end. It's a better start for Asad Vala after his shaky first over.
Yeah, so he understood the team, he understood their cultures, because it is a different culture. You've got to understand that, and some of the boys don't drive and they can't catch buses, and to get to training we've got to pick them all up. So Vala again, it's another dot ball. It's a better over so far than his first. So yeah, he fitted the bill, and his presentation to the board and myself was very thorough, and he just understood the game as what we thought we needed to go to the next step and continue to improve.
It's hit away straight to mid-on.
You see the pressure building here. It's just 3 dot balls. That was a little bit of a slog by the batter, so if Assad can just finish the over off, he might set it up for his partner at the other end, Chris Amini here.
You've called it. There's a wicket.
Yeah.
Build up the pressure. Rath rocked back, hit it straight to the man at short mid-wicket. And another wicket for PNG. Hong Kong now 3 for 55. Well played, Greg.
Yeah, you could just see by his last shot, it was before he got out, he was just getting a little bit impatient, and that's where our boys have to seize that moment. It probably wasn't the best delivery, but he's probably tried to hit it a little bit hard and just hit it straight to the fielder at mid-wicket.
Nice catch too, because he was close in there at short mid-wicket, wasn't he?
Yeah, it went quite fast. I couldn't see who that was. It might have been Marahu Dai caught that, but it's just what we wanted. Cricket PNG wanted to put the pressure back on them, and hopefully we can pick up another one there.
Since Anshuman Rath, he's out for 21. And Hong Kong now, as we said, 3 for 55. So a 47-run partnership broken there by the off-spinner.
Yeah, I'm quite sure Assad Vala would have been surprised to bowl this early, because he's probably not in the team to bowl. He's our opening bat. Had a stint with, a couple of stints in Brisbane with the Brisbane Heat, so he's learnt that. So you've got to give credit to Chris Amini for maybe surprising Hong Kong. They probably wouldn't have thought he would have bowled that early either.
And a pretty good field placing too as well, because he was looking to get back onto the back foot and hit through that area and mistimed a pull and straight to the man at short mid wicket. The new batsman for Hong Kong, Baba Hayat.
Bit of turn there for the lofter. And this bloke can hit a ball, Baba Hayat. Yeah, we've seen him hit some massive sixes in the T20. He's another big boy, isn't he? If you look at him. So he can hit a ball, yeah.
He's sort of got that stance too, Greg, that, you know, come at me.
If you look at him, mate, he looks a little bit like Inzamam al-Haq in his stance. He's got a little bit of a trait like that. And I think he runs between the wickets a bit like that too, Baba. So.
All right, well, that was a wicket taking over for PNG. Their third. Hong Kong 3 for 55. We're through 14 overs. Yeah, so Deepak Patel, the coach, should be pretty happy. We'll have Deepak up in the box with us a little bit later during the day and talk a bit about New Zealand cricket and the PNG cricket program and give us a bit more insight into a lot of the cricketers coming through.
It's a good delivery for Chris Amini. That a little bit of outswing and actually carried very well to the keeper. So yeah, he's an interesting character. We'll have to ask him about his opening bowling spell for New Zealand.
Yes.
He said he thinks, well, he tries to convince me that it was a team tactic, but I told him because he was the fastest bowler in the team at that time, that day. That's why he had to bowl it. And he said Danny Morrison wouldn't have taken too kindly to my comment, but no, they was probably the one to open with an off spinner, wasn't it?
Martin Crowe.
Yeah,
Martin Crowe brought him on in that World Cup back in 92, 93, I think.
Yep. And again, New Zealand cricket. We had a conversation in the meal one night with Deepak in there, and again, I'm not pointing fingers. Probably in all their World Cups, they've probably been a bit disappointing. They've got to the finals or the semi-finals, and not quite made it, and they've played some very good cricket. So they've done that a lot over the last 10 or 15 years. Oh, is it a pill? But Blocker says no. The boys looked. Well, the keeper looked more excited than the bowler there.
The keeper did look much more excited than the bowler, the captain, who didn't really go up for that, but obviously not really an edge. And there's no referral system here, Greg, of course, because of the technology is not being utilised.
Yeah, it's an ODI, but it's sort of not in the top bracket of one. I mean, yeah, so. But the boys will get on with the game there. It's straight back.
Comes back and push down to short mid wicket.
Charlie Burke there having a talk to his team. There's a little bit of concerned look on his face with his assistant coach, but Charlie, very experienced coach too, coming from WA, and he's been in Hong Kong a while now, so he'll know what it's expected of the boys, and he'll be calming them down. But Charlie will probably not too happy with 3 for 55 off 15 at the moment.
Hong Kong strengths, Greg, is it? It's well pitched up, but played down the ground, well fielded.
Here he is again, the 38-year-old. Kieran Jones.
Putting us to shame. The Hong Kong strengths, is it their batting or is it their fielding and bowling?
I think there's a few missing. There's a little Mark Chapman who plays with them. He plays a bit of cricket in New Zealand, so he probably lessens their batting a bit. But their bowling, I was pretty impressed with what I saw in New Zealand. Their opening bowlers probably bowled a very good line and length and dot balls, and they play a bit of cricket in Pakistan. So all in all, they're a pretty rounded side. I think there's a few missing, but I'd say their bowling is probably their strength in the 2 days. Charlie might disagree, nothing away from the batters, but I think they have a couple of the batters out of this game. End of the over by Chris Amini. It's a good over to follow up Asar Vala's over there, so only one run off.
Just the one run, 3 for 56. As the scoreboard, and as we have a look at the scoreboard, evidently it's just a month old, and more than $1 million was the cost of the technology there. It's pretty good. It's very impressive, isn't it? I mean,
it's great.
Clear.
Oh, it's great. Yeah, you can
get a shot of the. I mean, for the patrons and the fans here, and even the players, it's
It's got all the information you want on it. Yeah, the two teams up there. Anyone coming into the ground first time and knows what's going on straight away. It's a pretty impressive scoreboard. I'm still an old-fashioned boy. I like the old Adelaide Oval where you can
That's
come
still
in.
there.
Yeah, it's still there. It's probably the only one left, isn't it?
It's funny, they spent $200 million redeveloping the Adelaide Oval, and they kept the scoreboard. I think they would have righted if they brought that scoreboard down.
Yeah. I'm more than happy they've kept it. I think it's the only one in all the states now still to survive all that. You know, they put big screens either side of their new stands, but to keep that old scoreboard.
And the old Manuka Oval MCG scoreboard, I believe, is still there.
It is, yes. So they've put that in there. And I think the Sydney one went to North Sydney, didn't it?
Did it indeed.
Yeah, so there's still a couple around the country, yeah. Bala again to Atkinson, no run.
Nice conditions to bowl now, Greg. It's a little bit cooler. That wind's come up and there's a bit more cloud cover, and there's some nice drift available for the spinners.
There is. It's just drifted down leg side. There'll be just a quick single there off the pad, I'd say. Yeah, leg by. Yeah, it's probably a great time to bowl now with that breeze. I mean, I don't know, Assad's enjoying it that much. He seems to be bowling into it, and spinners always want to bowl with it, and they think they should be bowling like the paceman, but it's a good breeze to bowl. Well, fielder's hit that very hard, but straight to the fielder, Tony Ura.
As we see the breeze and the strength of it there on those flags, it's getting up at the moment. Nice bit of fielding.
Yeah, it's the 38-year-old again, Geraint Jones, coming in there. I was just about to say before that ball, Ben, I think there could be a bit of confusion and run out here. They're both big boys and they don't look that agile, and we nearly saw that.
That's a wicket. That's a great catch.
That's a great catch. That is a great catch. That is. Can't see at the moment. Little Marudai, at first slip. He's only 5 foot thing, but he's made a metre there to catch that. That's a great catch. That's another great wicket for PNG.
It certainly is, and that outside edge flew quickly to the man at first slip, and Dai stuck out the left hand. It went straight in there. It never looked like coming out, and Hong Kong in real trouble here. 4 down for 57.
Yeah, and their big hitting, I gave him a rap. I think it's Barber Hyatt, is it?
Barber Hyatt's on his way.
Out for a nought, so yeah, it's a great start. 4 for 57 off 16, and that's the drink break, I think, coming out on the trolley. So, Cricket PNG, Hebu Barramundi's way on top of them.
Oh, my word, they'd be delighted with the start. 4 for 57 Hong Kong. They were 2 for 8. They recovered, but they've lost 2 wickets in 2 runs, and they couldn't have wished for a better first hour and a half or hour and 10 minutes cricket and starting their ODI career.
And our part-time off-spinner, that's our Vala Tufa.
Yeah, well done.
Well done.
Right. Well, Greg, you're going to leave us now?
I will. I'll come back later. I've been
told
to get out of the box by the boss of Kieran McMillan, so I'll leave you.
All right. Well, thanks very much, Greg, and we'll have you back up here later in the day, and enjoy.
No worries. Thanks.
As we continue the drinks break here at the Tony Island Oval, as we see the score 4 for 57 Hong Kong after electing to bat. We might cross down very shortly to a man on the spot to have a chat. Adam Cassidy from the ICC has got a special guest during the drinks break. Adam, down to you.
Here with the Hong Kong coach Charlie Burke. Charlie, how would you make of the start?
A bit disappointing. Certainly don't want to be 4 down at drinks break, the first drinks break. We're probably 1 too many down. Good partnership from Anchi and Jamie, and shows it's a good wicket out there. So certainly don't want to be 4 down, but we've got good batters to come, so we've just got to build that next to the 16 overs is really important for us.
And how much did it hurt losing the early wicket of Irfan?
Yeah, a lot. I mean, he's in really good form at the moment as well. I mean, he's been doing very well in club cricket back in Hong Kong, and he's just come off a series in Dubai as well, and he's hitting the ball very well. So so is Jamie, and so is Ansherman. So Jamie's still out there at the moment, so it's important that he bats for the at least the next 15-20 overs.
And what do you see as a good total from here?
I think looking at the under-19 World Cup scores and stuff that were played at this venue as well, I think anything over first ODI and stuff like that. Should be a good score.
Thanks, Charlie. Best luck.
Thanks,
Back to you, Ben.
Okay, thanks very much, Adam. Yeah, thank you for that, and interesting insight there as the drinks break concludes. We'll be crossing down to Adam during the 2 days and catching up with some special guests during play as Hong Kong attempt to get out of this hole. And just a reminder, of course, you can follow us on Facebook here on www.facebook.com/ICCE app. On Facebook you can find us, and I'm pretty sure there's also a Twitter hashtag if you want to communicate and converse with us through social media. There it is, at @ICC_EAP, hashtag PNGVHKG. So hit social media and tell us what you're thinking and how you're enjoying. If you're a PNG fan, you must be delighted. Not so much if you're a Hong Kong cricket follower who are in a bit of trouble. 4 for 57 after Jamie Atkinson won the toss, elected to bat. We're into the 16th over. We've got 1 ball left to complete after that wicket was taken and we had that drinks break. And some nice applause there for Asad Valla. And we're joined in the box by Richard Doan, the ICC High Performance Manager. Richard, thank you very much for coming up.
Cheers, Ben, thank you.
We'll just see your microphone is working. Try it now. Can you hear us now?
Yeah, thanks, Ben.
That sounds a lot better. Well, it's quite an occasion here, isn't it? It's terrific. It's worked out well. It's a perfect day. The track's looking good. The bowling's been good. The batting not so. But it's all in all, it's a picture.
Yeah, look, I mean the ground's it's a great facility, isn't it? And to get its new.
We're just going to work out for it. Can you hear us now, Richard? Can you talk?
Yeah, I was talking about the facility itself is in really good nick, and for Cricket Australia to get involved in accrediting another ODI ground in the country is a great move by them to advance the game, particularly to give these two sides the opportunity to play an ODI in Australian soil.
We'll just see if we can turn you up there, Richard. We're not hearing your voice. If we can.
Might be very good for some people, eh?
Oh, I think I'm hearing you right now. That's a lovely shot there from the captain. That was smashed through 4 to square, and very much needed boundary there for Hong Kong. Now, Richard, we've got you. Can you hear us? Yes.
Yeah, that sounds
all good.
Good.
Yes, and as you say, it's if you can just sort of repeat those comments about the day and the start and a new era of cricket in East Asia.
Yeah, and as I was saying, I'm in Townsville. This facility was used during the Under-19 World Cup last year, and it was in great condition then. But for Cricket Australia to get involved in accrediting the ground and turning it into an ODI venue, in particular for these two sides, PNG and Hong Kong, for PNG their first ODI, for Hong Kong their 7th. It's a great opportunity for them to play on Australian soil.
Yes, the facilities here are terrific, aren't they? And the practice wickets and the outfield and all the amenities are top class.
Yeah, it's a beautiful ground, as you said. It's a perfect day. There's a nice breeze blowing, and you couldn't ask for more.
Kinshit Shah is the new batsman for Hong Kong. Their second left-hander of the innings. There's a leggy on as well, Richard.
Yeah, well, I'm in the middle of the innings. It's a good opportunity. PNG have made some breakthroughs, to get spin on and to challenge the new player, who's going to have to get the pace on the ball rather than have the ball coming onto him. That's a good positive move by PNG.
Some nice flight and loop there from the leggy.
Yeah, he's been around for a a little bit of time now in the PNG side, and you know, a good solid cricketer, a good all-round cricketer.
So we saw him bowl a bit of medium pace and bowl a bit of leg spin. That's not unusual for the captain to do that.
Well, the two brothers are obviously different guys there. So Chris is the.
That was Charlie Amini,
yeah.
wasn't it? The leggy. They do look similar, don't they?
There they go.
I saw them at the toss and I couldn't recognise them.
That'd
so
be
thank
why
you
they're
for
brothers,
that.
I'd say.
Yeah, very close.
But yeah, I mean, you know, he's a good leggy. He's a confident man, and you know, quite a lot of experience under his belt, as I said now. So you know, he'll flight it up and he'll encourage the you know, the two batsmen who, you know, Atkinson's got to sort of take a lead role and the new batsman in to see if they can get Hong Kong back in the game, which is going to be difficult at this stage with the score as it is.
Back with the offer, who's been a surprise packet. Vala with 2 wickets so far, so that bowling change worked well for PNG. Doesn't look like he's doing too much with the ball, but he's causing a bit of mischief.
He's landed it pretty well. I mean, in these, as I said, I mean, the situation of the game, really, they just have to bowl, you know, bowl straight, keep it tight, and you know, it's Hong Kong who have to take the running at this point in time to try to get back into it.
You know much about Kinship, Chark? What can you tell us about Kinship?
Not a lot, to be honest. The two sides, Hong Kong and PNG, have just joined the high performance program at the ICC, which I look after. So sort of 2014, with the World Cup coming up next year, there's a lot of concentration in the program on the 4 countries coming to Australia and New Zealand for the World Cup. So really a sort of a foundation year for both PNG and Hong Kong, and part of the reason why this series is on is to encourage them to start playing a little bit more, you know, cricket against each other, as well as the 5th and 6th ODI sides.
Tell us, Richard, the high performance manager, what does that entail as far as your day-to-day duties go?
It varies a little bit. I mean, there's an overarching part of the role to try to develop, I guess, the performance system of those countries, you know, over time. So, you know, we look at the underpinning competitions. There's been a big push over the last 4 years to sort of make sure their domestic cricket's in better shape. We did a review after the 2011 World Cup, which indicated that although we'd spent a fair bit of time concentrating on the top sides, that, you know, the main national team, there wasn't quite enough work being done underneath to sort of provide that underpinning for that national team. So domestic cricket sort of became quite a big push, and that's part of the role in the sort of overall area, but specifically the roles also involves working closely with the coaches and the support staff of the sides that are going to the World Cup, and,
right,
and trying to make sure they're in the best possible condition when they arrive at the event.
Stabbed away, got a short fine leg. And the World Cup, it's going to be exciting, isn't it? We had the 100-day countdown to the World Cup next year, launched this week, and yeah, they're doing it well. Yeah,
and look, I mean, you know, the 4 associates are obviously pretty excited about being there. We've just completed tours of Australia and New Zealand with all 4 sides over the last sort of month and a half, and you know, they went pretty well. I think there was a degree of honest evaluation from those tours that they played a lot of cricket against either state squad sides or provincial squad sides in New Zealand. And you know, the cricket's pretty tough in Australia and New Zealand. There's a lot of players who take every opportunity to do well, and you know, so they found it tough going at times, but also at times they performed really well. And there were a couple of great wins. I know Afghanistan defeated Auckland, chasing 200, got them 1 down, and you know, Scotland almost got over the line against the New Zealand 11 just before they played their series against South Africa, just missing out by 1 run at the end of the game, and that had most of their New Zealand squad that played against South Africa. So, you know, some great opportunities for the associates over the last sort of month and a half to experience Australia and New Zealand conditions.
As the leggy continues, Charlie Amini. Got a bit of bounce in his step, the leggy, hasn't he? It looks like he likes to give it a bit of flight and a bit of air.
Yeah, he's got a nice, simple, repeatable action, which you know, you need as a spinner. You need to be able to land the ball consistently, and he looks to be quite relaxed at the moment. And as you say, giving it a nice amount of air. That one a little bit down leg side though.
Not too much spin, I don't think, in this pitch so far.
No, I think the pitch actually looks pretty good for one-day cricket. It's sort of got a nice, light sort of colour to it, and maybe a little bit slow perhaps, but certainly a good deck to be playing on.
A little bit of a hold up here as the ground staff attend to the side screen. Bit of movement down there. What about the Hong Kong cricket story? It's amazing. It keeps on keeping on, doesn't it? I remember going to Hong Kong back in the 70s, and cricket was pretty popular there still, and continues to be so.
Yeah, I mean, it's a popular sport. Obviously, the two big clubs, Kowloon Cricket Club and the Hong Kong Cricket Club, are the sort of the mainstay, and Kowloon's been the venue for the cricket sixes over there for quite a long time, and the Hong Kong Cricket Club obviously affiliated with both MCCs, Melbourne Cricket Club and Marylebone Cricket Club. So a lot of history, a lot of and a lot of interest in the game in Hong Kong.
Indeed. That's 18 overs gone. We're still in the 19th, and 4 for 69. Hong Kong still in some trouble. What do you think a par score for Hong Kong would be now, Richard? Do you think they'd be happy for?
Well, I think if they were getting anywhere over 220 at this point in time, they've done pretty well, I would have thought. But what they've got to do here is just not lose wickets and do the tough yards for the next sort of 20 odd overs, and get themselves in a position to actually push for a score at the end.
Yeah. And that helps. A nice boundary from Kinshit Shah. Like down over mid-wicket. He looks like he's got some power in his play.
Yeah, I suppose if you get those balls halfway down there, you or I could probably whack one of them away, I'd suggest.
Yeah, it was a bit of fruit, wasn't it? It's a bit of
an interesting one-day battle now. I mean, one side's on top at the moment, but a chance for Hong Kong to display that they've got the ability to get back into the game. And this at the end of the day is what it's all about. Have these sides having ODI status and that sort of extra level of
lovely cover drive. Sorry, Richard. Yeah.
Yep.
And the stakes are high, aren't they? As we see the second 4 of the over run away to the boundary there from Kinshit Shah. I mean, the first ever ODI victory is up for grabs.
It is. Yeah, absolutely. Hong Kong have been lucky enough to play in the Asia Cup a couple of times, 2004 and 2008. So they've had a little bit of experience, but I don't know how many of these players actually were involved around those events. So very early on in the ODI sort of life of both countries.
Yeah, nicely timed. He's just come to the wicket, Shah, but he's not having any trouble finding the middle of the bat. Of Indian heritage is the batsman, Kinshit Shah. Actually born in India, like the majority of the team we see today from Hong Kong, either Bangladeshi, Pakistani or Indian. There's of course a lot of expats living in that area, and a lot of English as well.
Yeah, and look, in the way the global world of cricket works these days, I mean there's a lot more movement around the globe, people changing locations, and it's good to see the spread of the game in that regard. That we obviously like to see as many of the, I guess, indigenous population of the countries being involved in the game. But one way to grow it is you need to be having it played there. So that expat experience is good.
That's a quick single and well taken in the end. And what we're seeing today, technology as well, Richard, with this is being live streamed to anywhere in the world. If you wanted to watch it, you just hit up YouTube or the ICC website and you're watching it in HD colour, and it's there. I mean, what greater exposure can you have for that? I mean, 10 years ago, this was unthinkable.
Yeah, and we've been fortunate over the last 12 to 18 months in particular with our strategy with the development program of ICC that live streaming of games has become a much bigger part of our our program. So you know, it's great to see all the cricket that's around at the moment and to have people exposed to it.
Be around 8 o'clock in the morning, 8:30 in the morning in Hong Kong, and a very good morning to you watching in the region.
So both of these players look, you know, pretty capable. Obviously, Jamie Atkinson's had a bit of experience through county cricket in England, but you know, they're both displaying good technique at this point without trying to put the, you know, the bad word on any of them.
That's short and that swung away. One would think that he's the big wicket for PNG, Atkinson, isn't he? He said he's on 30. He's had a really good sighter so far. He's been in for a good hour. If he gets away, that could spell trouble for PNG.
And in reality, you know, as the sort of lead player or the senior player in the side, there's a lot of responsibility on his shoulders now.
That's short and that's hit away, not timed, and just the single in the end. That was short and that deserved to be hit to the boundary.
Well, we saw one of those earlier where a short ball got dispatched straight to mid-wicket's hands. So, you know, they might be a little bit tentative at this point about hitting the ball in the air.
And the 50-over game, it's almost something different, isn't it? The amount of T20s that we're exposed to now, and we're just about to hit the 20th over. There's still 30 overs to go. It seems like an eternity, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it does. And I mean, I know there's been a lot of talk over the years about, you know, several countries have looked at the 40-over version because they don't like that sort of dead space in the middle. But, you know, I'm a bit of a traditionalist, and, you know, I quite like the idea of the, you know, building an innings and you know, having to prove that you've got some cricket ability to get to the end of the 50 overs and put a target on the board. So, you know, I quite enjoy this part of the game, although for those who like a bit more of the bash and whack of the T20 game, it's probably not as appealing.
That's Generation Y, Richard. We don't worry about that.
There you go. Or earlier.
I think they're going to run out of the alphabet pretty soon. I mean, my goodness.
It'd be nice to be in Generation Y.
And that's hit down to deep mid-wicket, but there's a fielder there. Just the single to Atkinson.
But, you know, I think as a balance for the associate world, you know, we obviously play the Intercontinental Cup, which is 4-day cricket on the principle that it's there to grow the game and develop the skills of the game. But, you know, equally in one-day cricket, this period of the game, somewhere where you need good cricket skills and good acumen to be able to, you know, build the innings and, you know, and get be successful. So it's a good way to learn to play the game well.
Nice bit of drift there from the offer. That was well bowled, and a better over here from Valla. He'll probably bowl right through. He's into his 6th over this morning.
And Hong Kong just sort of building a little bit of a partnership here. I mean, they've got a long way to go. It's the 20th over. They probably need to bat, as I said before, till the 40th over. You know, even including the power play, and then give themselves a chance to push onto a big target.
Dropping a fielder back to long on, or long off for the left-hander. Toss this one up. A little bit of a stutter.
He might have been thinking about tossing it up. I've watched a little bit of Di bowl through the Cricket World Cup qualifier in New Zealand. He's got a nice repeatable, simple action, and you know, as a shorter bloke, he'll want to throw the ball up a little bit to get it above eye level. So yeah, that was a pretty steady over.
It was a very good first over by Mahurudai. I hope I'm getting the pronunciations correct. Had a bit of help through the Queensland Cup when the PNG Hunters began their life this year. That was quite an experience calling a lot of those players, but gee, they did well, and so enthusiastic. They do love their sport up in Papua New Guinea, don't they? It's if cricket became half as popular as rugby league is up there, you're on a winner, I'll tell you.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is a very popular sport, and I was fortunate enough to visit up there in earlier this year after they got their ODI status, and went around a couple of the villages, and I mean the cricket in the streets and all the rest of it is part of the fabric of of their life. So it's not something that's sort of new or introduced, which is a great part of the game for PNG.
Sure. The leggy continuing into the 21st over, Charlie Amini. That's hit very well. Or maybe not that well, Richard. That looked like it was travelling off the bat well, but not to be.
It's one of those things, isn't it? I mean, that's something gone in the air through cover, and you this point in the game, you don't want to be sort of taking that risk, such. But keeping lovely bowling.
The appeal no go, says umpire Blocker Wilson.
And that was a beautiful delivery. I mean, plenty of bounce, and you ripped that pretty hard. Yeah. So a good delivery. Where
we are in the box, we're side on to the plays. A lot of commentary boxes, behind the bowler's arm, but you can see the bounce and the flight that these bowlers get, and that was a beautiful ball that beat the bat, wasn't it?
Yeah, lovely ball. Went straight on, and the one after just then he managed to get a little bit of turn back into the left-hander. So. He's bowling with a bit of variety here.
It's a full toss. Should have been put away, but straight to the fielder at deep point.
As we know, that's one of the leg spinner's key weapons, is the full toss.
Gets a lot of wickets, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
More than it should have.
I can't repeat the proper saying, but no. It does get wickets. But again, he's bowling nicely today. I mean, he's got a good breeze to sort of work with, and help him get a little bit of drop.
The end of the 22nd over. So they're scoring what, four and over. What would you be looking at? What we talked to Greg Campbell earlier. He said from 2 for 8 to 4 for 50 odd. Maybe a pass score would be what, 220, 230.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying a bit earlier as well. I mean, I think. Look, it all depends really on this partnership. If they do happen to lose one, the ability to get through to the sort of 40 overs, no more than 5 down, and have something in reserve for the last 10. But if they were to get 4 and over from here on, that's around 200, 210. If they could push it up to 5, 5.5, they might get up to 240.
Die continuing the 24th over. Very economical run up to the wicket from the off spinner. He's not wasting a lot of energy, is he, Richard?
No, he's very relaxed, experienced, I think you would say.
Couple of paces. Turns the arm over. Nice little bit of turn.
Reminds me a bit of a right arm Bishan Beatty.
Ah, indeed, yes. Yes, he was very economical. That's an edge, and that's caught. That's slip. As the umpires look and the umpires agree that was a fair catch. That was a lovely piece of bowling there from the off spinner. Caught the edge, and Kinchachar is on his way.
Yeah, and I think the impressive part about both spinners at the moment is the air that they're actually giving it. They're prepared to toss it up, and they're both, they're not just throwing it up there. They're actually tossing it. They're spinning it hard, and they're getting good bounce and a little bit of grip. And the one in the last over from Amini we saw really bounce, and that one gripped and bounced a bit and turned away, and it was a there was a really good edge.
That was a nice catch too. It slipped. Some wonderful fielding from the PNG Barramundis today. They've held on to all their chances. It's been terrific.
Yeah, they've been really solid today. Some of the diving around in the field to save singles, and pretty impressive. At times the throwing has been enthusiastic, and you're not quite sure it's going to go in the right direction. But you can't argue with their commitment in the field and the effort they've been making. So, good reward for 2 or 3 overs of pretty solid spin bowling there from PNG. And as I said earlier, I mean, that was really an important partnership. And now 5 down, it keeps getting more important for Hong Kong to not lose wickets and get themselves in a situation. 27 overs to go.
5 for 87. Ankur Sharma is the new batsman for Hong Kong.
But it's also good, I think, around the associate world of cricket to have a look at the types of coaches we've got involved in the game now. Deepak Patel, obviously an former off spinner from New Zealand, who was one of the first to open the bowling as a spin bowler. His sort of experience at how to bowl in these situations will be invaluable for Dai at this point in time.
He'd be mightily pleased. 3 of the 5 wickets have come from the spinners. It's another ball bang on target there, just spinning into the batsman and doing a great job, the offie. Just his second over.
So at this point in time, it's pretty clear for the non-Atkinson batsman out there to be supporting Atkinson. I mean, they've got to be, really sort of being controlled and manage what they're doing and allow him to do some work because, increasing pressure on Atkinson. If he goes at this point in time, they're in, they are in dire straits.
Indeed, 5 for 87 that score, as we can see, after 23 overs. Or 24 overs, that should be. Very happy PNG box there, Richard.
Yeah, the coach and the general manager sitting together, Mr. Campbell and Patel. So, no doubt discussing in depth the game, I'd suggest.
Looking pretty cool too, Deepak, isn't he? Looks like he could still run out for the team.
Yeah, I'm sure he probably. I'm not sure he'd enjoy it that much at his age. No offence to Deepak, of course, but I think sitting in the coaching box, he's doing a good job so far. I was lucky enough to spend a little bit of time with him in Darwin a month ago, and the way he works his players and works the team, I think will really be good for PNG cricket.
How important is that to get seasoned coaches into these developing countries? It's pivotal, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I think there's. There are probably 2 types of coaches. You've got the very sort of experienced, sort of past players who have gone into coaching. You sometimes also have the younger guys, like Charlie Burke with Hong Kong, who obviously played the game, but not at the highest level. Who also can provide great value in the structure and the organisation they bring to things. But one of the keys for the associates is to try to get good experience around them. Past players, people who understand the game, and to try to add that sort of value to the depth of their knowledge about how to go about it. And coming into the World Cup, we've tried quite hard to do that with the 4 sides that are going to that event. That was an example. The 4 coaches, Phil Simmons with Ireland, obviously a great West Indian player. Andy Moles is now the coach of Afghanistan, and he played a lot of county cricket, 20 odd years with Warwickshire. We have Scotland, Grant Bradburn, who was a former Test player with New Zealand, and UAE we've got Akib Javed, who was a great sort of Pakistan fast bowler.
Yeah.
So, some really good experiences and people around who know the game inside out, and who can add value to our guys.
Certainly. And of course, you can see where it can lead. Jason Gillespie, of course, is a great example, who went to a then developing country, I suppose. And look what he's doing now. He's probably one of the world's best coaches.
Yeah, and look, Dizzy's been a fantastic player, and you know, despite what people say about fast bowlers and their level of, I suppose, let's say intelligence, but you know, I think there's some great contributors like that out there. You know, like Dizzy, who's obviously putting back into the game and doing a great job where he is.
Yeah, certainly. That was a very good over there from the leg spinner, just the one run. Hong Kong struggling 5 for 88 at the halfway mark.
And they've got the field pretty well set here too. I mean, you know, the way the breeze is blowing, there's a few gaps on the offside, but it's not that easy to get it there in the air, hitting against the spin.
That's cut and that's well fielded in the gully. The fielding's been very enthusiastic today, as we've said. They're bouncing around, keen of course. I mean, the first couple of overs they were like cats on hot tin roofs, weren't they? They were very excited.
Yeah, well, I suppose if you were playing your first ever ODI, it would be you'd hope that you were getting excited during the course of the game. But no, they've been very committed to their task and they've done well. I mean, it would have been very easy, I think, for PNG to come into this game quite nervous, being their first official ODI. But they've come out and they've played their game, and as you said, they've showed some enthusiasm. Both the spinners look quite relaxed about what they're doing.
Who would have been favourites heading into this match, Richard?
Well, they came 5th and 6th in the Cricket World Cup qualifier. PNG had a good first round of that event, and Hong Kong had the sort of better second round. You know, PNG actually were on top of the table going into the Super 6 of that and lost all 3 games. So, you know, I think it's pretty much even money, I think, at this point in time, from where I sit anyway. Mm-hmm. I'm not allowed to take sides because they're both in the program.
Exactly. That's flighted and that's used his feet, the batsman, but well fielded off his own bowling by Mahurua Dai.
Yeah, he's showing a lot of confidence now. I mean, in one of the balls in that over, I think about the 4th ball, he really floated up in the air, and you know, as the classic off-spinner's tale of, you know, higher and shorter and try to bring them down. He's quite prepared to take that risk, and you know, at 5 for 89, why not? Because another couple of wickets puts PNG in a great position.
Another good over there, just the 1 run off that. So 2 runs off the last 2 overs. They're really turning the screws, the Barramundis. Still 23 overs to bowl. A lot can happen. That's a edge, and that's wide of the first slipper.
That was a beautiful piece of bowling. The same as we were talking about earlier with Dai's bowling in the last over. He really gave that some air, and you know, it dropped and it spun a little bit, and it was enough to, I think, particularly also with the bounce he's getting to get the edge, and probably very unlucky that he didn't get a wicket there.
Yeah, Dai just moved a little bit late to his right, but was probably a bit too far away. But as you say, it's a beautiful ball.
I think the saving grace is probably the fact that he did go hard at it, and so it actually flew past slip at a reasonable rate. But you couldn't be anything but impressed with this, you know, this spell by Meany. He's been, you know, right on target in the majority of his deliveries.
That's short,
as you would expect.
That's whipped way down to fine leg. That's going to be 4 runs. A badly needed boundary.
It's amazing what a little bit of commentary pressure does, isn't it?
It does. I wish I need you to talk when I'm about to put a bit on the race. Make things happen. down to the man at bringing it from the boundary. Good over this for Hong Kong.
And really, at the end of the day, for Hong Kong, that's what they need to be doing, is getting the ball down the ground and picking up their 3 or 4 and over for the next 15 overs. A couple of bonus boundaries.
And again, you've struck again, Richard. That was a good delivery, but a very ordinary shot selection there from the batsman. Sharma, that was never going to happen if you don't move your feet to a leg spinner, was it?
Yeah, I think he actually pushed that through a bit. It might have been a bit of a slider and,
Caught him at the crease.
Yeah, caught him at the crease trying to play across the line. I guess I just said that they need to be hitting down the ground, not across it, and that's been the downfall. So, Hong Kong in deep trouble now.
All sorts 6 down now, and a well-deserved wicket for Charlie Amelia. That's his first wicket, and as you said, Richard, he's been terrific.
Yeah, they look really nice. I mean, maybe it was a set up ball the previous short one. Which he got away with, to go for a boundary, but I mean, you never know with these legs, but there's clever people. They'd look a beautiful piece of bowling again. He pushed it through, got into play across the line, and that's the
6 wicket down.
6 wicket down.
And all sorts, Hong Kong, that was the last thing they needed, the last of their recognised batsmen. Luckily for them, their captain, Jamie Atkinson, remains at the crease, but
again, there's a good lesson in this, Ben. I mean, if you look at that's the new player in who is playing that shot and probably not playing according to the plan that he needed to play for. I mean, it wasn't his job at this point in time to necessarily be the one creating the run, so he needed to be creating a partnership.
New batsman for Hong Kong, Mohammed Aziz Khan. Is it the non-strikers in?
Brings up his 50. .64 balls for Jamie Atkinson, including 5 fours. Gee, they needed this knock from the captain today. There'd be in all sorts of... if it wasn't forthcoming.
To be honest, they probably need him to double that to get a presentable target.
And that will only happen if partners stick around, which at this stage there's got to be a bit more application, hasn't there?
So again, in these middle overs with the spin attack on, and it's it's done the damage.
Yes, the build-up of pressure. I mean, through the probably the 11th over to the 25th over, not many runs came from the bat, and that build-up of pressure contributed to the in the end the errant shot making.
And sometimes I think I mentioned before, I mean, taking the pace off the ball and making the batsmen play their shots. It's a harder thing to do when the pace is coming on to the bat, and you can sort of get it down to third man, fine leg. You can use the pace of the ball to push it square or whatever. Sometimes it's easier to play against that sort of stuff than to have the spinners tossing it up and you have to use your feet, which we haven't seen too much of at this point in time. Players leaving the crease and trying to get to the pitch of the ball and hit down the ground. There's been wickets from players playing across the line and you're trying to force square of the wicket, and so when you're trying to create pace on the ball, that makes it that makes those shots even more risky.
Yes, the captaincy's been excellent from PNG. Joined in the box by Richard Doan, the ICC High Performance Manager, giving us his thoughts on the events so far. As pace comes back into the attack, and that's a full toss and should have been whipped away, but it was missed and beautifully taken there by the keeper. He's been very impressive so far, Jacques Varé.
Yeah, one of the more experienced players in their side. He's been sort of around, other squads and other teams around Australia over the last sort of year or so, him and Asad Vala. So you know, they've seen the game at a slightly different level, and hopefully are bringing that to the PNG group.
He'd have a pretty good coach too when the 38-year-old is out there with him.
You would have thought so.
Not too much panic in the Hong Kong sheds, Richard?
They might
what we saw?
They might just not show it well. But as a colleague of mine, Michael Caulfield, in England would say, if you're going to panic, you should panic slowly.
Exactly. Nice bit of fielding there, but no dramas.
You certainly hope that Paul Wilson, the umpire, gets into the right position at times, because he's I've known Blocker for quite a few years. He's a big man, and
takes him a while to move.
Well, I just think, you know, you wouldn't want to be throwing around him to get to the stumps.
So Pipi Raho back into the attack, and good call by the captain after the wicket taking over from the leggy prior.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting industry. I know we've been talking very positively about the ability of the spin attack to do the damage, and it has so far. But sometimes you just want to change it up a little bit or do something a little bit different, and I suppose time will tell. If he picks up a wicket in this over, we'll be saying it's
master stroke,
absolute master stroke.
Untroubled, Jamie Atkinson so far. I don't think he's played a false shot, or maybe the odd one, but it doesn't look like he's in any trouble at all, does he?
No, I mean, he's a good cricketer, Jamie. He's as I say, got a lot of experience, around the English scene, and he knows what the task is on shore. It's just getting the guys at the other end to stick around with him and see them through.
Another single. There's plenty of runs out there, isn't there? Plenty of gaps.
Yeah, I mean, I would have thought so. I mean, if it's almost sort of tip and run sort of stuff at the moment. I mean, if you drop the ball in the infield in most places, you're going to pick up an easy single. So discussion going on out in the middle. I don't know if we can predict what's happening, but I'd suggest that Atkinson's probably said, stick around with me, please.
Keep your head down. Good test of their maturity to see how far both sides have come, whether PNG can turn the screws and keep the pressure on, or can Hong Kong fight back and mount a score that they can give their bowlers a chance to defend. It's a good contest.
And just looking around, I mean, it is a beautiful setting, isn't it? This whole, I mean, the trees on the other side and the hills in the background. I mean, it's a beautiful place to watch cricket from.
Appeal for LBW off the pad, but going way down leg side. Yeah, the mountain, the Castle Mountain in the background, and the hills and the greenery and the trees. It's lovely, isn't it? It's sort of something almost sort of South African in a lot of the South African sort of regions, isn't it?
It is, very similar, and maybe Jamie Atkinson could be saying that. Look, it's nice out here. Why don't you stick around for a bit longer and enjoy the scenery?
Yes, not too much concrete jungle at the Turney Island Oval, and that's a good thing.
Exactly.
And you can feel the wind, and you can feel the breeze, and you can feel the elements. It's lovely. It's a lovely aspect, and the crowd.
And I'm sure that's played a big role so far. We've been talking about the spinners. I mean, the fact that the breeze does actually impact when you start getting into some of the big stadiums. It swirls more and all the rest of it. But there's a consistent breeze here, and that gives the spinners a chance to, play with their flight a little bit.
I'll tell you what, if there was 5 or 10,000 people here, the atmosphere would be terrific because you're so close, and you're just above. You've got seating areas where the grass is, and it's a very village green type atmosphere.
Yeah, and one of the things we're talking about my role with the countries is we talk about also facilities that they've got to play their own ODI cricket on, and the way to go about developing a ground or a home stadium. And I mean, this is a pretty good example of the type of thing you could do in stages. You might not necessarily have the big stand, but certainly the banking around the ground, which gives it a feel of a stadium. It's really nicely set up. There's a similar ground in Potchefstroom in South Africa where they've done that in stages. There's grandstands at the end of the ground, but it's got banks around the whole ground. It feels like a nice place to play cricket. It's a great way to think about developing that facility. You don't have to go for the big, absolute multi-million dollar, I'm sure this is multi-million dollar, but if you know what I mean, the big grandstands and all the bells and whistles. But if you've got a good facility to play cricket on, and you can plan the stages, then you've got a way of moving forward.
We've seen the oval up in Cairns used for some, and Darwin, of course, in regional Australia for some test matches. During the winter, Australia taking on Bangladesh up there some years ago. I mean, they're world-class facilities, aren't they, up there? And as we have here, really.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, this is you really couldn't ask for a much nicer venue than this, particularly, where you've got, two sort of lesser ODI countries playing the game. I mean, even though there's not a lot of people in, there's a few in the grandstand here. You still do have that atmosphere that it's an enclosed ground, and the feeling that you're out there playing in a serious game of cricket, which obviously it is as an ODI.
The Under-19 World Cup last year was a huge success up here. It was terrific. As Pipi Raho continues, wide outside the off stump, and a miss.
Again, I guess this is one of the times where people would say they don't like the one-day game, but there's a real cricket battle going on out there at the moment. PNG trying to put the game away, and Hong Kong battling to get something on the board.
Nice whip off his legs there, and that's a nice bit of fielding. I think he's unable to prevent that from going for four. So a boundary for the batsman Reyes Khan, and a much needed one too.
Yeah, and a normal cricket shot. I mean, he wasn't trying to do anything special. The ball was there to be played through the leg side, and he did that really well.
Using the pace of the bowler.
Probably just a little bit unlucky there. He didn't manage to get it either forward or backward of that fieldsman. Just trying to lay it off, but he managed to get it straight to the backward point.
That's the skipper, of course, Chris Amini. Nicely timed, but straight to the fieldsman at mid-on. That's the end of the over. Not a bad one for Hong Kong. A much-needed boundary there from Mohammed Khan. 6 for 114.
So continuation of the spell.
And he's bowled well too, hasn't he, Di? He's been wonderful. That's swept back down to deep square leg, just the single.
Yeah, and I mean the advantage he's got here with the score as it is once again he's tossed that up. He's invited the sweep. Obviously which Atkinson played and played quite well, but when you've got a side 115 for 6, you can be prepared to bowl like you would normally as an off spinner and try to get wickets through your flight and through variation. In some ways, they may well be just trying to see die off at this point in time and
rush him through.
Yeah, get him.
That's a wide ball. And, a misfield cost them 1 run. No sixes yet in the Hong Kong innings. We haven't seen one. We haven't seen the ball hit too hard and too far and too much in the air.
No, and I guess there's not really the scenario right at the moment for them to do too much of that.
Isn't it funny though, we've been spoiled by T20 cavalier cricket shot making, and if we don't see it, it's 32 overs into the innings and we haven't seen a 6, and we're going, something must be wrong. But it's not the case at all in 50 over cricket.
No, I mean I suppose 50 over cricket has changed quite a bit with the T20 game being around, and people sort of I think know their boundaries a little bit more about what they can do and what they can't do. I mean these days the last 10 overs of a one-day game you can confidently be thinking of 80, 90, 90 runs at times, particularly if you've got wickets in hand. Whereas even going back probably 5 years, I guess if you got 60, 70 off the last 10 overs, you said, well, we've done a pretty good job there. So I think T20's had the advantage of being able to expand parts of the 50 over game as well. The start as well during those early overs when the field's in and players are prepared to go.
That's short and that's hooked. Probably not as well as he would have liked, and a nice bit of fielding out in the deep. Limits it to 2 runs.
Yeah, good bit of teamwork there.
It's just on back to T20. That's it. I mean, you expect to see, Hail Marys being made from the first over, but you're just not going to get that in 50 over cricket.
No, and I think though the thing is that players have, when you look at players like Finch, for example, who hit the ball so strongly,
and the bats they use, Richard. This is it, isn't it?
Yeah, the bats they use, but I think what's interesting is that they're not. The early days of T20, there were a lot of very random shots being played, whereas now, I mean, they hit through the line. They know the zones they want to hit. They know where their strengths are. I remember talking to Gary Kirsten a few years ago, and he said that in the 50 over game, he spent a couple of years learning how to play what he called his release shot, which was to come down across to the offside and to hoik it back over mid-wicket. And he wasn't prepared to play it for a couple of years in a match. Whereas these days, I think players are practicing that a lot more. They're learning a lot quicker about where their strengths are. So consequently, that's sort of coming into the 50 over game at various stages as well.
Couple to the captain, and that's a product too of coaching and analysis and video analysis. It's another level, isn't it, from when you and I would have played all those years ago with the high tech. It was just something that you wouldn't even think about back then.
Yeah, I mean things like range hitting. I mean that's something that sort of feels like it's out of golf, doesn't it? But I mean they actually, there's requests now to get set up out in the middle of a ground and to be trying to hit balls into zones and into areas. So, Lance Klusner was probably one of the first who did that. He used to spend hours in the nets at his hometown in Durban trying to learn how to hit Yorkers. out of the ground. And if you recall the way that Lance Klusner played, he was very, very good at that.
And Richard, your job, where are you based? Are you in Dubai as well, or do you sort of represent the ICC High Performance Unit in Australia?
I actually lived in Dubai for 5.5 years, but moved back to Australia in November 11. So I'm based in Brisbane now, but still doing the same job. So, looking after those countries that I mentioned before, of Ireland, Scotland, Afghanistan, UAE, Hong Kong, and PNG. Involves a little bit of travel from here. Probably in some sense a little bit easier from Dubai, which is a bit more central in getting to some places. But, the job's one where you're sort of out of home and away and travelling and working with the countries in country a lot. So, there was no real necessity to be based in Dubai as such.
And life in the Emirate was interesting?
Yeah, look, I found it, I really enjoyed my time in the UAE, and sometimes I actually, I do regret a little bit sort of moving back to Australia in some ways because, it's probably a fairly straightforward life there. I mean, you get all your documents signed,
That's a great wicket for Hong Kong. The captain is out. Sorry, Richard, we'll get back to that in a minute, but a huge wicket for PNG. Jamie Atkinson bowled by the off-spinner. That was a ball that just cut back. I think it may be an inside edge.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Hong Kong. That's
a big blow.
That is a big blow for them. They probably need Atkinson to go all the way through, and now the question is, how do these two guys play? Do they take the punt and try to get some runs, or do they do the hard yards? There's 16 overs to go, and number 9's at the crease.
They've just got to bat out as many overs as they can, as you said.
That's the principle, isn't it? But at the end of the day, it's not just batting the overs. They do need some runs on the board.
And the spinner again.
Yep. Yeah, I mean,
they've kept him on, and it's reaped dividends, hasn't it?
Yeah, and look, again, doing the bowler at the other end, who's come back on. I mean, I think they'd snuck away. They were just sort of getting runs reasonably easily off him. There were a couple of boundaries there with the pace coming on to the bat a bit more, and once again the damage has been done by Dye, the spinner, and they may be very tempted now to bring in. I'm not sure if Amini, I think he's got a couple of overs left, but to bring him back on.
A good knock there from Atkinson as well.
Yeah, very steady, and obviously under a bit of pressure with wickets falling around him. He'll be very disappointed that he hasn't sort of finished the job off now.
First up. That's how to start an innings.
Yeah, well, that might...
Did you do that when you were batting for Suffolk all those years ago, Richard?
Suffolk?
In the minor counties back in the late 70s?
No, I don't recall doing that.
First ball, bang.
That was, he signals intention. I mean, that doesn't look like a bloke who's going to bat for the next 16, but we'll see. Might be one of the numbers players, and it's odd numbers for him.
This is Hasib Amjad. Lets that one go.
Quite a bit of turn on that one from out wide too.
Just repeating, Atkinson out for 60. He's knocked 80 balls, 5 fours. So he's basically scored half of Hong Kong's innings. It's a nicely timed shot down to deep mid-on.
Yeah, and he took that from just outside off stump, so dragged it across down towards mid-on.
And that ends the over from Maharu Dai. The big wicket of Hong Kong captain Jamie Atkinson. 7 for 127. I tell you what, they'd be happy to get anywhere near 200 now, wouldn't they?
Yeah, the 220 would be a huge bonus at this point in time. You know, I mean, the new batsman's come in and actually struck the ball quite nicely. It's just a matter of, it's the old adage, you can't score runs if you're not in the middle. So, you know, they have to spend some time out there.
And full credit to Papua New Guinea. I mean, they could have been blown away and overawed by the occasion and the build-up and everything else there. I suppose it's more of a home match for them than it is for Hong Kong, so the pressure's on them, and they've done exceedingly well.
Yeah, and look, you know, again, this is one of these things about, you know, you look at the coaching staff and you think, well, you know, the experience of Dipak, you know, he's probably been through similar situations, New Zealand going into big games, and, you know, who knows what, you know, what contribution he's been able to make towards the way they've gone about their business today. But they've certainly been steady. They've done all the things they have to do. They've bowled pretty good areas. They've fielded aggressively at times, and you know they had a lot of energy early on. They've reaped the rewards. You know, it's great to see they've got a slip in. You know, so they're clearly trying. They're not just thinking about restricting this, you know, Hong Kong side now. They're thinking about knocking them over, getting 10 wickets.
And they're in for the kill.
Yep.
Very nearly an outside edge off Pipi Raho, who's been super impressive for PNG this afternoon or this morning. A little bit expensive, but vital early wicket. 1 for 35. And it's an edge and just in front of first slip of Dye. My apologies, Amini. The skipper's back into the attack.
So
I was too busy looking at your record for the minor counties at Suffolk, Richard, on the ESPN Cricket Info.
Yeah, I don't know why you're wasting time like that.
It's shy at the stumps, but never going to be out. No, you were a fair cricketer in your day back in the 80s?
Good heavens. Well, I suppose, you know, I had a few moments here and there. You know, I was lucky enough to play in a couple of different places. I you know, played some games for New South Wales at a time where, you know, there were a lot of great players around from you know, almost 2 generations. I sort of started with the Walters and those guys, and was lucky enough to finish the end of my career sort of with a couple of the, you know, the wars coming through early. So, you know, from that point of view, it was a great experience playing around that time. You know, a couple of years in minor counties cricket or a season and a half. I came back injured halfway through the second after about 5 seasons straight of cricket. But no, I enjoyed my time in Suffolk, and we had a couple of games against Sussex down at Hove in the Gillette Cup, as it was then, playing against people like Garth LaRue and Imran Khan and those sorts of players. So yeah, all very enjoyable.
There's some names there, Richard. They were 2 of the greats.
Yeah, and you know, like. Obviously, you know, a lot of players were going to England to play their cricket. For me, the minor counties sort of suited what I wanted to do. I wasn't interested in bowling, you know, a heap of overs, if you like. I was interested in experimenting a bit and trying to learn a bit about, you know, what the ball did and, you know, how you could improve from that point of view. So it was a little bit less sort of low pressure than perhaps turning up in a full county side if you got the opportunity and, you know, having to trundle in, day out.
Sorry, Richard, the power play is being taken.
So this will be interesting. Traditionally, the power play is a wicket-taking time for the bowling side. Players seem to think that hitting the ball in the air is the only way to get runs in a power play.
7 for 128. And your post-cricket career, was it always in administration and coaching? And
yeah, I went straight into coaching after I finished playing, or at the same time as I finished playing. Actually, I was injured.
As you correctly predicted, and that's a 6.
There you go. You got your wish.
It was lovely, lovely strike there from the batsman. Hamja, that was beautifully struck. Just wide of mid-on, used his feet. First 6 of the innings. Better late than never, though.
There you go. I mean, it's the power play.
7 for 134, Hong Kong. Yeah, you would have moved into the coaching ranks, I suppose, mid-80s, when not many coaches were, cricket coaches weren't the norm.
Yeah, look, I was lucky to get an opportunity. Brian Tabor, who was the national coaching director when I was injured, he rang up and said, look, the Australian under-19 side's going across to New Zealand 1987, and he said, would you be interested in, I was working as a coaching director in ACT cricket at the time, he said, would you be interested in being involved?
The lap shot there, we see that often in T20 cricket, and nets a couple of runs for Amjad. Add 1 to that, that's 3, so 9 off the last 2 balls, very badly needed for Hong Kong. And so you looked after the 19s?
Yeah, a side that had people like Stuart Law and Adrian Tucker, Wayne Holdsworth, Scott Prestwich.
Yep.
And for those AFL people around, Peter Sumich was the left-arm spinner.
Oh, right.
So, that was a great experience and probably, gave me some opportunities. I then went and worked at the Cricket Academy in Adelaide for 10 years with Rod Marsh, and around a really exciting time, and a lot of players coming through from the Pontings, McGraths, and all those sort of guys are coming through that era. So a really exciting time to be involved in the game, and a lot of change, I think, at that time around the way things were done. Fitness became quite a big part of the game, and I guess some people regret that, but
that was sort of the start of the professional era, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so, in essence, and a lot of the state programs.
As Amjad goes again, the ball is going to fall short to the man out in the deep, and just the 1 run.
Yeah, a lot of the state programs started picking up on, having strength and conditioners and having support services around their players, and certainly changed the environment, and only just pre, if you like, real sort of professionalism in terms of player contracts and all that sort of stuff was all happening around the same time. So,
well, you've certainly seen some changes in the way cricket's administered and coached and played in 30 odd years since retiring.
It was certainly different 30 years ago, I think. But
it's just as exciting, isn't it?
Absolutely. The game changes. Hopefully, the fabric of the game's essentially the same. We do it for the same reasons. We play because we love it, and it's just that the T20 and things like that have changed the people to watch. The great hope, I suppose, is that T20 is the vehicle that brings long-term livelihood to the game without sort of destroying the other elements of it, and that is probably the big discussion. Is what do you do with Test cricket? What do you do with one-day cricket? What's the relevance and all the rest of it? And the people who run the game certainly ask those questions, and try to make sure that they get the balance right. To me, I think all three have a really important part in the future of the game.
All right, well, we better cross back down to the boundary as we have another drinks break. The score here, 7 for 140 Hong Kong, and we're going to catch up with our man on the ground in the ICC's Adam Cassidy, who I believe has another special guest with us. Take it away, Adam.
Thanks, Ben. So I'm here with Rarua Dekana, the assistant coach of PNG and arguably the greatest player the nation's ever produced. How are you, Riggy?
Very well, thank you. Adam, how are you?
I'm superb. Now, you must be ecstatic with how well your boys have started so far.
Yeah, it's been a good start with the boys, taking a couple more wickets than we thought, and we are nicely positioned on the match. Hopefully we finish the job in the next few overs.
And tell me about today. It's a huge moment for cricket in Papua New Guinea. How does it make you feel after all these years?
Oh yeah, it has been a big day coming. All past and present cricketers have been been living for, and we've got the day now, and hopefully we get a win as a result.
And there's a few PNG people in the crowd as well. That must be good.
Yeah, good to see the Papua New Guinea community coming out to support the boys. It creates a bit of environment, and it's a historic event, and for them to witness it is a big thing. Especially, it will be highly appreciated by the boys.
And what sort of total would you like to restrict Hong Kong to, do you think?
They've got 130 odd at the moment, so they bet deep. Hopefully we knock them off for a total less than 200. That'd be good. We are safely poised at that situation, so hopefully the boys finish it off.
Beautiful. Thank you, mate. Best of luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Back to you, Ben.
Yeah, thanks very much, Adam. And yeah, they would be delighted with the way things are going as far as PNG is concerned. Hong Kong 7 for 140 with 13 overs remaining in their first ever one-day international, and into the box now a man I suppose is not overly delighted with the way things are going, Javed Akbar, who is the assistant coach of the Hong Kong team. Javed, thank you very much for coming up.
You're welcome. Good afternoon, everyone.
What do you think? I mean, 740. Can you post a reasonable total?
Yeah, we're looking for 220 almost. After 50 overs, we batted 50 overs, and we easily scored 220.
All right. Well, you've got a lot of confidence in your 8, 9, and 10.
We have a lot of all-rounders here who can bat and bowl. And yeah, very confident.
Okay. Well, let's hope you can do it to get that score above the 200 mark. There's plenty of overs left. Just the wickets are the problem. And
yeah, I think it's still 14 overs left.
yeah, they're into the 37th over, 141.
Yep.
So, 4 or 5 and over you can eke out. That's 60 or 70 runs.
Definitely, yeah. We can score easily 220 plus.
The pitch isn't doing much. It looks like a pretty good track for batting.
Looks like a very good track for batting, and maybe early on, little bit is swinging.
The PNG boys, they've bowled very well today, particularly their spinners.
Yeah,
Javed, they've been right on song.
yeah, they're putting the ball is right areas, and they bowl according to the web field.
And how excited were the Hong Kong boys to come over here and with a chance to win their first ever ODI?
Yeah, definitely. We played a lot of ODI before, and then we're very excited to play to win this today, the first game.
And make history.
Yeah, make history. Yes, definitely. Yeah.
You have one win in the T20 competition. That was against Bangladesh. Is that right?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we played very good cricket there, and we beat Bangladesh in Bangladesh.
My goodness.
Yeah, it's really good.
That was in Chittagong?
Chittagong, yes.
Gee, the celebrations must have gone far and wide,
Yes.
from Kowloon down to White Chan to everywhere in Hong Kong when you notched that victory.
Yeah, everyone is happy there.
They're a very strong side, Bangladesh, aren't they? They're no pushovers.
They had a good side, yeah, when during the World Cup, but they scored only 107, and then we easily score 107, yeah. But it's quite tight in the last few overs.
But you got there?
Yeah, we got there.
And Javed, can you tell us a bit more about the batsman on strike at the moment? This is Hasib.
Yeah, he's very aggressive batsman. He's a very good all-rounder. He played for Pakistan under 19 in Pakistan.
Yep. He didn't waste any time when he got to the pitch, when he got into the middle, did he? Throw off the first ball.
Yeah, he's playing his own within his strength. If there is a ball to hit, he's just go for hit. Yeah.
And of course, a lot of the Hong Kong players are. That's a short ball that may be a wide there from Amini. No, not called by Blocker Wilson. A lot of the Pakistani players are. A lot of the Hong Kong players are Pakistani heritage lads.
Yeah.
They all speak English.
They all speak English. Yeah, they study in Hong Kong.
Yep.
They all speak English there.
And then a lot of them are students.
Yeah, a lot of them students. Yeah, okay. They're born in Hong Kong. Yeah.
And they would speak. Would they speak Urdu to each other in the field?
Yeah, they have a good fun when they all get together.
Yep.
Yeah, fun, and then joke they all together.
And there's some Indian lads as well.
Yeah, 2 Indians here. I think it's 3 Indian. Yeah.
And everything's good. They're all mates. They all get together.
It's Indian and Pakistani language is same.
Yeah.
Yeah, speaking is same, but writing is different. Mm-hmm. But anyways, it's good fun among each other.
Yeah, sure.
As the off spinner continues, and that's tickled down to just quite a square leg, no run. Hasn't he bowled well, the off spinner?
Yeah, he's bowling very tight line. Yeah, as I say, is according to his field set.
And the batsman on strike is
Azaz Khan.
Azaz Khan, and he stepped down the wicket and smashed that down the ground, but just the one run. Bit of a misfield. Will they go for a second? No, they won't. Aziz Khan, he's another hard-hitting batsman?
Yeah, another hard-hitting batsman. He's division. I just remember it's Division 3, and we're playing against Italy.
Italy?
Yeah, he scored. Oh, he batted very well and win for Hong Kong. It's really very good win for Hong Kong. We need 12 runs per over, last few overs, and he did it.
Okay, so we can. He might be the man to steer you out of the mire here and get that score up towards 200. Let's hope so. Let's hit through the covers. Just the 2 runs. And Javed, tell us about your journey to Hong Kong cricket. Were you...
Yeah, I played for Hong Kong. My debut is 1993.
Yep.
And I was retired in 2010. So played for Hong Kong 17 years. Then I started my coaching. I did my level 1 is 2007, and then level 2 2008.
Okay.
Then level 3 2011.
So you would have played with the great Stuart Brew?
Yes, Stuart Brew, Pat Fordham.
Yes.
Yes.
Some great names of Hong Kong cricket back in the 90s.
They're very, very good players. Yeah.
Yep. A 17-year career, that's...
it's quite long.
That's quite long. How old were you when you retired?
2010.
You were 30?
Yeah, 30 around. Yeah, 30 plus actually.
30 plus. Well, Geraint Jones, the PNG veteran, is 38. He's just signed a 2-year deal with Gloucestershire.
He's
to
brilliant
take him through to 40.
He's a brilliant player.
We're not old at all.
Yeah.
A bit of heat there from Amini. He's bowls with a bit of pace, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's a lot. His bowling is a little bit short of length, and then it's good carry to the keeper.
What about the batsmen? Would they rather be facing the slow bowling, or they're quite comfortable against the medium pace?
They're comfortable both, medium pace and spinners.
Willie Guevara bowls, and it's a run through the gully. Every run is like gold for Hong Kong.
Very important for Hong Kong, definitely.
And tell us, Hong Kong cricket, Javed, is it as popular now as it was when you first started?
Yeah, it's popular now. It's before we not very famous in Hong Kong, but nowadays we have ODI status, and then lot of youngsters start playing cricket.
Yep.
And then they focus to play for Hong Kong. And then they're doing well now.
Are there a lot of Hong Kong Chinese Hong Kong players coming through, or is it mainly the expats and the Asians and the expat Australians and English that comprise the Hong Kong cricket?
In school level, primary school, we have a lot of Chinese start cricket. We have a lot of Chinese school. Now we got 3 teams who they playing in Saturday League, all Chinese.
Yep.
So we're starting well now. Hope we continue.
And they enjoy it?
They enjoy it a lot. They enjoy it a lot, definitely. They're looking for they're thinking it's a long version game. They always go for football, like 1 hour, finish the game.
The 5-day cricket isn't really
really
their
hard
bag.
for them. Yeah, even ODI also. They say long.
Guevara bowls, and that's it to the man at point.
No run. And when did the lads fly into Townsville to prepare for this weekend's double header?
Yeah.
When was that? How long have they been in Townsville?
We've been here 2 days ago.
2 days?
Yeah, 2 days ago here. And then we have one training session yesterday, which is very good. It's quite hot there, very warm here.
They're finding it a bit tough, the heat?
Oh no, they get used to now because we usually go to Malaysia, Bangladesh, UAE. It's always hot there, so they get used to now.
That's the end of the over from Willie Gavira. There's 11 overs left to be bowled. Javid, there's 146 on the board. 54 runs to get to that 200 mark, which psychologically gives you...
If we keep wickets in hand, then we can score easily. Last 3 or 4 overs we can smack.
You can move into T20 mode.
Yeah, definitely. Main thing is if we have wickets in hand.
Exactly. You've got to be out there. You can't make runs if you're back in the pavilion.
Yeah.
You were with the Hong Kong team when they went oh so close for World Cup qualifying back in New Zealand.
That's yeah, I was there also.
Is that going to be 6? That's going to be 6 clearing the 2 men and the fielders. At a deep mid-wicket, that was a lovely time shot there from
Hasim
Manjad.
Yeah.
It's just the second 6 of the innings. That must have been an exciting tournament for Hong Kong cricket.
Yeah, definitely.
Back in New Zealand.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Yeah, we played a lot of very good cricket in Australia, New Zealand. We beat Scotland there. The first game, we started well and then we continued. And then the last game against PNG, they scored 269, and then we need to qualify for the World Cup in 35 overs. We did that. We scored 35 overs, 269 something runs.
My goodness. Who was the star that afternoon?
A lot of good batsmen. It's Nazakat Khan, one of them.
This is not your strongest team that you could put on the park here this weekend? You've got players that are back home.
We're missing one guy, Nazakat Khan. He was injured now.
Yep.
And then we miss him. Actually, he's very good middle order batsman and very good leg spinner.
Yep. But this is the strongest side you can put out on the park.
Yeah.
It's good over there for Hong Kong. Helped by that 6. 156 for 7. 10 overs to go. Leggy's back into the leg spinners back into the attack. This could be interesting.
Yeah, very interesting.
He's been given a lot of loop and flight.
Yeah.
But he's taken some wickets too.
Yeah.
That's short.
He's bowling so many short balls.
It's short and that's hammered down. They'll pick up 2 runs.
This wicket is not spinning a lot.
No.
Just skid through.
And the rivalry, Javid, between these two teams, it's pretty intense.
Yeah, both the team is very excited.
They like to beat each other.
Yeah, definitely.
That's a lovely shot through the on offside. Just the one run. Squeeze down.
Next batsman.
There they are. There's the next batsman in.
He's a very good hitter also.
He's looking like he wants to get out there.
Yeah.
So Javid, none of these low order batsmen are bunnies by any stretch of the imagination. They've all been T20 acclimatised. They can all bat right down.
They all can bat, all can both. He's a very good all-rounder we have.
That's the end of the over from the leg spinner Amini. That's another nice over for Hong Kong. Couple of decent overs there.
Yeah.
161 for 7.
If they continue to rotate the strike and looking for 1 and 2s and then bat ball just put it away, easily still can score to 120.
Yeah, still plenty of overs to go. 60 balls in fact.
Yeah.
Or 9 overs, 54 balls rather. And there's a bowling change from the freeway end. Coming on for PNG is the captain Chris Amini, coming up from a different end to where he bowled earlier today. You look around here, Javid, and you see all this open expanse. You wouldn't be used to this in Hong Kong, would you? Either on the island or in Kowloon on the New Territory side, would you?
It's lovely place here. We don't have a like this place in Hong Kong. We have all the big buildings there around us, so it's good to see it's all greens and mountains around us here.
Yes, the just the space. It's totally different.
It's a big space in Australia.
The Hong Kong Super Sixes is still very popular. That gets the crowds in, and
a lot of good players. Lara was play there. Richie Richardson, Richards, Wasim Akram, Waqar Yunus, all good players there. Tendulkar. They all players there, but missing last year also and this year also. We don't have a good sponsor now. We're still looking. I hope we can continue with the sixes.
It was very popular on the television.
Very popular. It's very good entertainment for 2 days. Lovely. Lucky not fast.
That's a handy edge. It will go for 4, and it will. You'll take that, Javid?
Yeah.
Very nice. That's
very nice. It's good for Hong Kong.
A welcome boundary for Hong Kong. Does the Hong Kong team have a nickname? We've got the PNG Barramundis. Do Hong Kong call themselves anything?
No, we don't have nickname. Maybe we look forward.
You should get one.
Yeah.
Perhaps on our website or our Facebook page.
Okay.
Or our Twitter address, #PNGVHKG, if you could perhaps give us a suggestion for a Hong Kong nickname. Maybe the Hong Kong
spotter, maybe can they choose?
The Dragons, or something.
Yeah, we have it. We got Dragon logo here, so we can maybe call Dragon.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
You're getting a lot of social media attention through our hashtag on Twitter. Javed. That's a whoosh outside off stump. Hashtag PNGVHKG.
Very good.
You've hit up Twitter for that?
No, not yet, no.
Not yet?
Not yet.
You should be.
Okay. Definitely. Because no time. We're always in the ground.
Where does the team go after they finish their commitments this weekend?
We fly back Hong Kong on 14 and then we fly again 15 to Sri Lanka.
Yep.
We got 2020s against Nepal and Sri Lanka A. And some ODI and some 3 days games there coming up. So we have 18, 19 days there. There's a lot of cricket is coming up for Hong Kong.
But that's a good thing.
Very good thing.
It's well hit. Straight to the fieldsman who's done well there to his right. Fielding's been very good from the Mondays today. They've held on to their catches. Some sharp chances have been held.
PNG very good in fielding also. I still remember we went there 2010. Their ground is not very good. It's uneven, but they're still sliding, diving around. They're very good.
Very athletic.
Very athletic.
Very handy partnership this for the 8th wicket. 122 when the captain Jamie Atkinson went out, so it's now 169, so 47. Pretty good time.
Really good partnership for Hong Kong. We had Jamie Atkinson and Anshman Rath, 40 plus partnership, and also this one also 40 plus now. Hope to continue now. Have you been to Hong Kong?
I've been to Hong Kong many times.
Oh, good.
Mostly business and pleasure.
Very good. Which area you
well, both the island and Kowloon.
Like Hong Kong?
I love Hong Kong. Yeah. I love it very much.
Very busy country.
I like the bustle.
Oh.
I like the hustle and bustle.
Very good.
I love the food. I like the people.
What do you eat? Especially Chinese?
Oh yes, duck's feet. Hot pot.
Very good, yeah. Good restaurants around there.
Yeah, no, it's a culinary delight to be in Hong Kong. I mean, you can have a different cuisine every day you're there, and the shopping's terrific.
Oh, very good.
The racing's wonderful at Sha Tin and Happy Valley.
Did you bet?
The rugby sevens is there. I've been there for that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yes, of course. It's a lofted shop, but Javed takes a deep breath and says that's okay. I've never seen a match of cricket though in Hong Kong. I've seen the ovals and I've always wondered how they can, how much the land must be worth to the cricket clubs.
We still looking. We still contact to the government. At least we have one own ground.
That's in Hong Kong Island?
Anywhere they can give us.
Yeah.
We look forward.
So does the Hong Kong Cricket Club actually own land there?
Yeah, they have own cricket club. Kowloon Cricket Club.
That
they
should
have
be
own.
out if you hit the stumps. No. That was a suicidal run, which should have been out if the field had managed to hit the stumps, but they survive. Yeah, sorry, Kowloon Cricket Club. That's
belong to Kowloon Cricket.
Yep.
It's a lovely ground, but it's a little bit short. Short boundary.
There's a wicket, Javed. That's just not what you wanted. But the Barramundis from PNG are delighted to have broken that partnership, which in the end netted 50 valuable runs for Hong Kong, but it's come to an end.
Yeah, he's well batted. Unfortunately, he got out. He's got outside edge.
That's Hasib Amjad. Has to be on his way. But he batted well.
He's very good all-rounder also. He can hit the ball out of the park.
8 for 172. Sorry, Javid. And this is a pretty important partnership as well. The last 2 wickets. This is Tanvar Afzal.
Yeah, Tanvir Afzal is the next batsman.
And can you tell us some about Tanvar?
Yeah, he also played for Pakistan under 19, and he moved to Malaysia. And then I remember one time we've been to Malaysia. Then he played against us. Then we show him the way he's playing. He's very good all-rounder. Then one of the Pakistan club, they contacted him to come to Hong Kong and play for Pakistan Association. Then he got 4 years now, and then he's available for Hong Kong now.
And he hits the ball hard like...
he's played sixes also, two sixes he played. He played very well.
But a vital breakthrough there from Amini to break that partnership, which was worth 50 in the end. And if the total that Hong Kong make is 190 odd 200, you're pretty confident you can defend that total?
Yeah, we got a good bowling side. We got left arm spinners, and then we got pace bowler Irfan Ahmad, and Tanvir Afzal is medium pacer. We got a good bowling side.
They're very impressive, the Papua New Guinean side, aren't they? They've done everything right that they've had to do today.
Yeah, so far they did very good job here. They're bowling according to the line, set the field, and yeah, they bowl well.
I've got a feeling this is going to be a close game.
Very close game. Should be a close game.
And the rivalry that we've heard so much about between these two nations,
yeah.
two fledgling nations, is pretty strong, eh?
Yeah, very strong.
Charlie Amini continuing with his leg breaks. He's hard to get away, this leggy, isn't he? He's not getting a lot of purchase, but he's bowling a good line.
Yeah, his line length is very good, but he's not spinning the ball. But maybe our guys is there playing maybe spin. That's why they couldn't hit him.
That should have been
go for 4.
Put over the fence, shouldn't have, that one, but batting like a lower order batsman on that occasion. His eyes looked like I think he'd had it spent before it was there.
Looking for keep the wickets in hand, and the last 2-3 overs maybe just go for more runs.
Inside edge there. This won't go for 4, but some handy runs for Hong Kong. Cricket down the leg side. 2 more valuable runs. Leg buys.
Everything is important for Hong Kong now. Whatever is come.
45 overs down, Javid. 8 for 177 the score. And your life before Hong Kong cricket, obviously Pakistani?
Yeah, Pakistan, yeah.
You grew up in
Yeah, I grew up in Pakistan.
What part?
Study in Pakistan in near Lahore. Maybe you know, called city called Sialkot.
Sialkot, yep.
Yeah, it's near to Lahore. It's 2 hours drive from Lahore to there.
And you played underage Pakistani
Yeah,
cricket?
I played my school level cricket in Sialkot. Yeah.
Yeah, and after that, did you get under 19s or?
No, I didn't play for under 19 Pakistan or something, but just played Guru cricket in my city. Then I moved to Hong Kong, then played
for study.
Studied 2 years in Hong Kong, and then I saw that the cricket is on there. Then I continued my cricket.
Terrific. That's a lot of the pathway that a lot of young Asian kids have taken, going to study and end up playing cricket.
Yeah. We got a very good pathway. We got under 11, under 13, under 15, under 17, and we got good pathways in Hong Kong. Mostly we got Indian, Pakistan more.
Yep. And a lot of the sport, is that played all year round cricket, or is it just during the summer months? A bit too hot, one would think, in Hong Kong. It's very humid.
We got season from September to April.
That's a big hit. That could be out. Going back, and he's dropped it. But a pretty good effort there out in the deep. All the same, it was a very hard chance. The ball was in the air for a while.
Very good effort.
Ligasiaka made a great attempt. Just bobbled out at the end, but some handy runs there for Hong Kong. Lucky in the end. Do they play cricket during the winter there or summer?
Summer we have only they just playing social. Then our guys in summer we send them to UK and send them to Australia, Sri Lanka to play continue. We got 8 to 9 contract players, so they continue their cricket.
And the dream, no doubt, for all the emerging countries is a World Cup. I mean, now it's a 10-nation tournament as opposed to a 14. It's going to be a lot harder for those countries to move in, but you've got to give it a go, haven't you?
Yeah.
You've got to give it a go.
We have to keep working hard and then just continue.
It's well timed. He hits the ball quite nicely, Aziz Khan, doesn't he?
He's a very good all-rounder. He's playing full face of the bat all the time, and he's connected well.
He's moved on to 28. 8 for 183.
So what else do you like in Hong Kong?
Oh, I like lots of things.
Well,
my goodness, everything.
You went
I was there once. I was there a very nice time of year, just before Christmas, and the weather was beautiful.
Oh, very nice view.
Like it was early December, and it was a bit cool. It was really nice, and it was crisp. And I've been there when it's been really hot. That's not very comfortable at all.
But it's not so hot in Hong Kong. It's
humid.
The humid is
it's
more.
Very
yeah,
humid.
It's like 100% humid sometimes.
Yeah, thick.
Yeah.
I just like the fact that it's alive. You go outside, particularly in Kowloon at 10 o'clock, 10:30 at night, and it's like, you never see those scenes anywhere else, particularly where I'm from, and down in Brisbane. You wouldn't see, it's like a ghost town. But I like that energy. It's got a lot of energy.
Hong Kong life is very good. It's like, if you go in the midnight also, the shops is open,
Yes.
go anywhere, and very safe.
I'm not too fond, because I'm an early person. I get up and do my stuff I have to do, and I want to go and get a coffee or do something, and the shops aren't open till 11.
All open. It's 24 hours.
No, some of them aren't. Some shopping centres don't open till about 10 o'clock, 11. I'm going, oh.
We got McDonald's is 24 hours, 7-Eleven 24 hours, so you can get everything there.
I'll tell you what, I remember going to Hong Kong as a young fellow, probably about 6 or 7,
Is it?
And we flew in there. So when the airport was on the island, and you're coming through the water. That was very scary for a 7-year-old looking
You're
out the
talking
window.
about the old airport, is it?
Yeah, the old airport. Not the new one out at
It's
the island.
very close to the sea.
Yeah. Oh.
And it's coming from the nearly buildings, very close to
I
the building.
remember it like it was yesterday, Javed. It
It's
was
not easy airport to land it.
As a 6-year-old, it was quite frightening. But I think the next time I went there, the airport had been moved to the island, far north, or on the. That was a lot better. The keeper may have hurt his hand there as he took that. Barre? No, he's okay. And you obviously love Hong Kong. The transportation is magnificent.
Transportation is very, very good and very easy. You can go anywhere.
Yep, it takes a little bit of getting used to with the train lines, but once you do, you don't need a motor car, do you?
No. It's very expensive. You keep the car is more expensive, and then you have to see where you can park. Sometimes if you just go around, you cannot get the parking.
Yeah.
Very difficult. Very busy.
And I tell you, you never see a service station there pumping gas.
No.
Very rare.
Very far.
They're usually on the island and they're up the hill.
Yeah.
Up the mountain. But you live in Mongkok?
I live in Hung Ham. In Kowloon. It's near Kowloon Cricket Club.
That's a nice edge. Past the keeper, that's 4 runs for the batsman. Tanvir Hafizal?
Yeah.
Am I pronouncing them correctly?
Sorry. It's Azaz Khan.
Oh, it was Azaz Khan?
Yeah.
Well, what hope have I got if you don't know who that
Both is standing in the middle. I thought he hit it.
Well, that score is pushing up towards 200, Javed. There's only a few runs to get.
It's good running.
I think they'd be pretty happy with how things have gone from 7 for 122 to 8 for 190.
Yeah, middle order is batted well, and the tail order also is low middle order. They batted well now. They don't want to miss the opportunity.
No. That was well played. He waited for that, Javed, and just caressed it past the keeper, past the vacant slip area.
Make me more happy. Whatever runs has come is good for Hong Kong.
194. Now, you must have been delighted with the way the Pakistanis beat Australia in the recent Test series in
They
Dubai.
beat Australia 2 Test matches, which is awesome.
But they didn't just beat them; they absolutely hammered them, didn't they?
Yeah, beat them by 1 inning and a lot of score runs.
It was one of Pakistan's biggest ever victories.
Yes, Yunus Khan's continuous score runs is 3 consecutive 100.
You're never too old, are you?
Yeah.
You had Yunus Khan score those hundreds. I mean, he's as old as you are.
Yeah, the captain also played brilliant inning.
He did.
Misbah-ul Haq.
Yeah, fastest ever 100 with Viv Richards. 50,
Yeah.
Was it 56,
Break the
7
record, yeah.
balls? Yeah. Yeah, that was something to watch. Although I don't think the bowling at that stage was flash, to say the least. That's well played again. Another valuable run. And they'll take an overthrow. Not sure Deepak Patel and the Barramanis would be happy with what's happened the last few overs. A little bit sloppy.
Yeah.
Three overs left, 18 balls, 196. They will keep their 2 wickets left until the last over.
18 balls, looking for 30 runs.
going to be out. That's skied to deep mid-off, or mid-off, and that's easily taken. Well taken in the end, because it was up there for a while.
Yeah, it's quite high, but easy catch.
So that's Townsville, who's gone. 9 down now for Hong Kong. Nadim Ahmed is coming into bat.
He's the youngest boy to play ODI.
Really?
Which is when he was just 15 years.
Younger than Shahid Afridi.
Yeah.
He was 15 when he played an ODI international.
When played 2004, he played ODI.
Really?
In Sri Lanka.
He was a child prodigy.
Yeah.
So he's 25 now.
Yeah, he's 25.
He's an old man.
Not
been playing for 10 years and he's only 25. I think the batsman would have crossed when that ball was in the air, so it's still Aziz Khan on strike.
We need to play all the overs. We don't want to waste any ball.
Every ball is important.
Very important for Hong Kong.
Well run.
Good running between the wicket. Just play defense and soft hand for 1 run.
Another thing I like about Hong Kong is the wireless on the mobiles you can get everywhere.
Everywhere is free.
And it is here in Townsville as well. The Townsville City Council have been very good. All the Wi-Fi is free. Terrific.
Very good, which is very good.
I'm sure all the players
are
enjoying it. They're on their mobiles and they're... do they watch the game or do they sit there on their phones like a lot of young people these days?
Now youngsters all on the phone all the time.
Must be something pretty exciting on those phones, I'll tell you. It's well run again. This is your first time to Australia? You've been here?
No, this is my second time. I've been to Sydney for pre-tour before we go for one of the tournament, and then we go for pre-tour in Sydney. It's lovely country.
Speaking to Javed Akbar, the assistant coach of the Hong Kong cricket team. And it's down the wicket and missed. Perhaps a slower ball there. He saw him coming.
It's good variation there.
Yep. It is a lovely country, isn't it?
Lovely countries. Main thing is you can see all green and mountains and breeze all the time.
Terrific.
We don't have in Hong Kong.
All this space, you just put a building up. Another one.
House is very small there. Very expensive country.
Very, yeah.
Very expensive.
But by the same token, the people who work there get well paid.
Yeah, it's
and,
good salary there also.
Taxes low and
very low taxes.
Lifestyles, food's cheap.
Yeah.
Good morning to all our friends back in Hong Kong. I'm sure they're watching via the ICC EAP TV stream, via YouTube or on the ICC website.
We sent them the links yesterday to all our fans, and then I hope they're watching everyone.
Yes, good morning to you all. It must be 3 hours behind. It's just past 2 hours.
2 hours
2 hours
behind.
now with daylight saving. It's just past 11 o'clock in the morning.
And today is Saturday. I hope is everyone no school, and then they're watching.
And they could be watching history later in the afternoon if Hong Kong can celebrate their first ever ODI victory.
Definitely, they're looking forward.
As the 200 is up for Hong Kong. A milestone you probably weren't overly confident about an hour ago, and that was 7 for 122.
Yeah.
It's a good effort, a good comeback.
Very good comeback. if you spend the time in the pitch, you score, runs will come definitely.
Just the 2 overs left. Actually, I believe this could be the last over.
So they're starting this.
It's in the air, but that's going to be safe.
So you update also the Twitter?
I'm sorry?
You also updated Twitter?
Yes.
Oh, so just continue. So very busy.
Very busy. There must be a chap here from ESPN Cricket Info who is updating the commentary on the website.
Yeah.
He's got everything right so far. That's hit high. Is it going to be out? The fielder's been a bit late to pick that up. He's underneath it. He catches the opportunity. That's a very good catch in the end there from the fielder, Charles Amini, out the deep. It was in the air for a long time, Javed.
Yeah, it's quite high.
And the wind.
And he's come under the ball is very good and taking a good catch.
That was a terrific catch from Charlie Amini out in the deep. So that's it.
All out.
202.
Yeah, 202 all out.
All out for 202. Hong Kong in the
still very good score.
50th over. It is a good score.
Yeah,
as we said, they were in trouble. They were 2 for 8. They were 4 for 20 odd. 7 for 122.
Yeah, it's good comeback. The bowlers need to believe themselves and then bowl according to fielding set and then bowling tight.
Yes, 202 is a pretty good score. And Java, thank you very much for joining us here.
And see you around.
I want you to come back perhaps tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely.
We'll have a chat and
definitely I will be
find
there.
out more about life in Hong Kong.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Nice
Thanks
to meet you. Good luck.
Thanks.
Well, there we go. Hong Kong all out in the final over for 202. And that is the end of Hong Kong's innings, so we'll be back in about 40 minutes to begin PNG's chase of 203 for victory. I hope you can join us in about 45 minutes.
Earlier this morning, a terrific effort in the end from Hong Kong to finish at 202 after being in all sorts of trouble at 7 for 122. And we're just about to see the PNG Barramundis begin their chase of 203 for victory. Joining me in the commentary box this afternoon is Jane Livesey, the Regional Development Officer, one of the Regional Development Officers from the ICC. Jane, welcome along. Thank you for coming up.
Thanks, Ben. It's great to be here.
Wow, it's the scene is set for what could be a historic afternoon for PNG cricket and, well, Hong Kong cricket, both searching for their first ever ODI victories.
Yeah, it's going to be a great afternoon and an interesting chase, I think, with this sort of total.
Yeah, I think so. And, well, we're a bit surprised that Hong Kong managed to get over 200. They looked like they were going to struggle at 7 for 122, but they eked out that 80 runs in the last 15 overs to get there. They were bowled out in the 49th over after a very shaky start. They lost 4 wickets for around 22 runs, but it's not going to be easy for PNG. They're perhaps pretty nervous chasing their victory target in their first ever ODI.
Yeah, hopefully they remember it's just another game of cricket and play like they normally do. It'll be interesting to see if the Hong Kong spinners have the same sort of impact that the PNG spinners did earlier.
All right, well, you're pretty well across the PNG cricket landscape. Can you tell us a bit more about the openers, what we can expect? Can we expect a T20 type start or a nice reserved, slow tempo building?
I suspect it might be on the quicker side, but see a single straight up.
Nice dab just at the point, yep.
We've got Tony Ura and Asad Vala out there, so Asad took the first ball there, but both of them have ability to go over the top early and really put the pressure on the openers, so hopefully they can get off to a good start here and keep that run rate up early.
All right, and Tanvir Afzal, who Javad Akib told us about, is quite a handy medium fast bowler, so it's his job to restrict the PNG batsmen early on, and yeah, we'll see how they go. It's going to be interesting. I've got a feeling, I haven't seen too much of PNG cricket, but I don't think they hang around too often to dig in, but I may be wrong.
They the Pacific style of cricket is definitely hard and fast most of the time, not just for PNG, but Vanuatu and Fiji, some of the other countries in our region. And
Calypso-like somewhat.
Very much so. Very entertaining. Very good fun to watch. And when they go, it's beautiful cricket, really.
Indeed. Well, we'll look forward to seeing a pretty good afternoon run chase here. 203 is the target for PNG. Nice sedate start so far in the first over.
Yes, probably just looking for a few singles to work it around early on and get a feel of the pitch and the way the ball's coming onto the bat.
In the field they did brilliantly, didn't they? I was just talking to Greg Campbell during the lunch break, and he's very impressed with their fielding in their bowling innings, and they dropped one chance, but all of it they held on to it and they bowled well, and they took their chances.
Yeah, I thought they looked really sharp in the field, and we've had a couple of players down in Melbourne playing Premier Grade cricket. Nice push for 2 there. And you know, almost before they were starting to score runs, there was a lot of buzz around the cricket, around their fielding, that natural athleticism and good hands, good arms.
And their spinners, they did very well.
Yeah, I thought the young leg spinner CJ Amini bowled particularly well with really nice flight. It was dropping in on the batters there quite well. Breeze probably helped him a bit.
Yep. Yeah, both the Aminis bowled really well this morning.
They
nice
did.
Compact forward defensive there.
Very nice.
They've obviously got some wonderful coaching structures up in PNG, and all the basics are and the fundamentals are tantamount to what we're seeing here.
Definitely, I think with Dipak joining them earlier this year, that's very important step forward for them to have someone with that test playing experience come in and working with their own coaches that they've been developing over the last few years, so Rarua Dakana and John Ovia.
That's an edge, and that's
gone.
That is out. That was a fine catch there from the wicketkeeper for Hong Kong. That was not the start that PNG wanted, sadly.
No.
Yeah, that was the captain, Jamie Atkinson, diving away to his left and taking a catch that removes the PNG opener.
Tony Ura leaving us, and we have Lega Siaka coming in.
Oh, that's a big bloke. Tony Ura's one of their big hitters?
Definitely.
All
He's
right.
key batter for them. Lega, who's joining them, has been playing Premier Cricket down in Melbourne as well with Essendon Cricket Club.
Yep. Well, that was just the start that Hong Kong wanted as well.
It was, mind you, PNG got a couple of early wickets as well, and Hong Kong were able to bounce back and build a good partnership. So hopefully Assad and Lega can put something together here, see off the openers.
And there was that experience from the captain. That was a very well judged catch, wasn't it? It was a thick edge, but it moved nicely to his right and took it low down and one down Papua New Guinea. And don't forget, if you want to tweet us through social media, hashtag PNGVHKG. You'd be into that, wouldn't you, Jane? The social media aspect, Facebook and Twitter and Instagram and everything else?
Absolutely. In this day and age, it's a bit hard to stay off it.
Dead right. So it's pretty easy. PNG, it's on the screen there. Hashtag PNGVHKG. Give us your comments and tell us who's bowling well, who's going to win, and who'll be celebrating at the end of the day.
There's been fantastic messages of support coming in from all over the world for these games on social media.
Isn't that wonderful? This is reaching anywhere in the world through internet streaming via the ICC webpage and ICC EAP TV through YouTube. Fantastic.
It is. Particularly, I think, with the cricket that all the associates are starting to play now. It's nice to see them supporting each other, and messages coming in from Ireland and the Asian Cricket Council and some of the other countries involved.
Wind's really come up, Jane. We're going to get blown out of this commentary area. But it's nice because it's quite a warm day, but it's a pretty cooling breeze.
It sure is. I went for a run along the river this morning and it was like running through a swimming pool.
How long was the run?
About 4K, I think.
Really?
Yeah.
In about 20 minutes, was it?
Yeah, actually, thereabouts.
Oh.
Plenty of other people out there with me this morning. Adam from our office did the local park run.
Oh, he did he?
Yeah.
He's looking pretty fit down there. He's been doing the drinks interviews and doing a sterling job.
He has.
I told him he looks like Adam Gilchrist. I think he enjoyed that.
He'd love that comparison. Solid defensive shot from Lega.
And your association with PNG cricket through the position you have at the ICC, you've obviously spent a lot of time up there and with the team and the officials. You must get quite close to them.
Yeah, I haven't spent as much time up there yet as I'd like, but definitely in and around the team through my involvement with our regional high performance programs.
You must have sensed a big change in the last few years.
I think so. I was previously involved in Indonesian cricket years ago, so I've been in and around the region for about 5 or 6 years now, and I think PNG's rise over the last couple of years has happened quite quickly and very pleasingly. It's exciting for the region to have a country at the level that they're at, setting the standard for everyone else, something for everyone to aspire to.
It's a lovely square drive.
It's a fantastic shot from Lega. First boundary for PNG.
Raced off the bat.
Beautiful ground, great outfield.
The Tony Island Oval or Stadium is one of the more picturesque grounds in Queensland, isn't it? It's a lot of greenery. You've got the mountains on the right-hand side of us here, the greeneries, the hills. Yeah, it's very green. Javed Akib, who was here from the assistant coach of Hong Kong, who obviously has spent all his life in Pakistan and Hong Kong, just can't quite believe how much space there is everywhere.
Yes, after coming from somewhere like Hong Kong, see greenery and open areas. There's a fantastic free swimming pool just down there on the river as well.
Yes, we passed it as we walked up to the stadium this morning. It looked very inviting. Do you know the name of that mountain there?
I can't say I do. I've never been to Townsville before.
You've never been. You've never run up that mountain.
No.
That would test you. I think that's probably about 4K, but
straight up.
Probably a bit tougher, yeah.
third over about to start. It's a well taken single.
Another single to Vala, just easing himself into his innings.
And were you with the PNG team when they were qualifying for the World Cup through qualification earlier this year?
Yeah, we were lucky enough to be over in New Zealand towards the end of that qualifying tournament. Very exciting for them to gain ODI status out of that, and unfortunately just missed out by one game on that World Cup and the T20, the World T20 as well.
And for them, do you believe it's only a matter of time?
Absolutely. When you look at the quality of players that they're producing now, the fact that they've got pretty much their whole squad out playing great competition in Australia over the summer, the opportunities they have through the South Australian Premier League, they're only going to get better and better from here. And once they get their facilities up in Port Moresby at Amini Park as well, to have an international standard of facilities at home, I think it's just the start for PNG cricket.
And as we said earlier, if they get the support and back at home that they do for their, say, rugby league, ooh, sky's the limit.
Absolutely. They're fanatical about the rugby league in PNG, so if we can build something like that around the Barras, that would be fantastic. They've got great support here today. The local crowd's been very vocal.
Now, they're known as the Barras, short for Barramundi?
That's correct, yep.
So the Barras, so the PNG Barras.
Yep, normally with the hashtag Go Barras.
Go Barras, okay. Hashtag Go Barras. Force back and play back to the bowler.
Hopefully this lot of current players can inspire the next generation as well to be role models and heroes for the kids. Back in Port Moresby, it was great to see the players out with the kids on the ground at the lunch break.
And I saw you facilitating that. That was fantastic of you. Well done.
Oh, thank you. It was Guyan Loku, their game development manager, who helped organise everything. So that's through their BSP game development program, which is their school program. All the kids look fantastic in their hat and lime green sunglasses.
Tidy over there from Tumwe Afzal, so PNG rather, 1 for 9. It's after 3 overs. Or is that 4 overs? That's 4 overs.
That's 4.
Gee, it's gone quickly. They're racing through already. It just must be your presence here. I'm
enjoying it.
Not focused on the cricket. Have you seen much of Hong Kong cricket?
I haven't seen a lot of them, I have to say. I saw a bit of them towards the end of last year and start of this year with the 2 qualifiers. But it's fantastic that there's more live streaming happening of matches like this.
That's cut away. And a third man, just the single.
There was a recent preparation tour for the 4 qualifiers for the World Cup to Australia and New Zealand, and Scotland actually almost managed to beat a New Zealand 11. They lost to them by 1 run.
Really?
It's a fantastic game and live streamed, so we're starting to build that exposure and awareness that there's a next generation of countries coming through in world cricket. Big swing there from Legger.
We won't die wondering.
Definitely not.
If it's up, it's gone.
And if he makes contact, it's gone.
And they seem happy-go-lucky young men, don't they? The PNG. I had a bit of a chat to them out in the middle before play, and they seem pretty excited and ready to go. Not too phased by much.
No, and I think Dipak's had a strong role in preparing them for these matches. And
nice shot there down to third man, just the single.
And ensuring that they still approach it as another game of cricket and still do their routines and their processes before they start. But they're also very, very proud players, and there was a lovely message actually from the dad of the Tuamini boys that was put up on social media this morning, saying, as he previously played for PNG, they're all part of this journey, all the previous players as well, to get to this point.
Sure. No ball called by umpire Blocker Wilson.
Sporting a fantastic moustache for Movember.
I see that. He looks menacing, doesn't he?
He does, although I think he has it all the time.
Yes. He didn't have it when he bowled for Australia.
No.
But I recall he used to bowl a lot of no balls. So he'd be used to calling them, I think. That big right foot. Oh, that's bowled him. But he wasn't obviously not ready for that, but well, that's right, it was a free hit. A no
Lucky.
ball after the first ball after the no ball, a free hit.
It's the right one to
Did
get
he
bowled on.
He looked like he may have pulled away from that, but he obviously went for the big shot and missed it completely. It's a waste of a free hit, wasn't it?
Yes, although if you're going to get bowled...
That's when you want to get bowled.
I was fortunate enough in a game once to get bowled, but the bail did not come off.
Ah, you remember that?
I do. Not something that happens often. Were you a cricketer yourself?
Oh, many years ago. Many years ago. Before all these silly rules came in, it was probably 8 ball overs when I played. Back in the 70s. What about yourself? Your knowledge of cricket is astonishing. You must have been a delight to your parents.
My father, not so
particularly
much
your
my
father.
mother. She's still wondering where she went wrong.
And you've played. You obviously played at a good level.
Yeah, I grew up in Canberra, so I was probably lucky to get some more opportunities there than I might have.
It's another no ball, another free hit.
Elsewhere. Let's see if they can make better use of this free hit. So yeah, grew up playing. And
What drew you to cricket as a young girl?
apparently my dad took me to a PM's 11 game when I was young, and I just loved it, and watched for many years, and then eventually started playing, and was fortunate enough to spend about 10 years playing with ACT at various age group and open women's levels, which is a fantastic opportunity. Get to travel around the world and
Sure.
make friends with people that you still know now.
Free hit coming up, and it's a wide. Well, I think that could have been a caught and bowled.
I believe it was.
It was a full toss, and probably should have been a wide. He sent it straight back to the bowler, but no result.
Wickets on both free hits.
It's like kissing your sister. It doesn't mean anything.
Interesting analogy.
Well, you don't see that very often, do you? In the space of 1 over, 2 free hits, 2 would-be wickets, would-be dismissals.
No, I don't think I've ever seen it.
And when did you cease playing cricket? When did you retire?
I'm actually still playing at the moment
Well.
when work allows me. I'm lucky enough to be involved with the Melbourne Cricket Club, which now into their 3rd year of having women's teams. So it's a great opportunity to work with some really young girls that are coming through, and perhaps not take my cricket quite so seriously, but work with them and build the club for the future.
And you still play? You competitively?
Occasionally.
That's a big hit.
That's it. Fantastic.
It's gone all the way. Just.
It's the first 6 for PNG.
That was a stand and deliver shot there. The right foot planted down.
It's one of Leggett's strength, straight down the ground.
Well, he can hit. You're quite right. You've seen this before. And he's not the biggest of men, is he? But
no, he's shorter than me.
I'll tell you what, there's a bit of power there because that's quite a long boundary straight down the ground.
It is, and he plays the short ball very well as well for someone who's quite short. He's learnt to adjust well. And
the short players play the short ball very well, mostly.
Mm.
You find in history that they play better than the taller players.
Yes, he's a very exciting prospect, Legger. He's been a recipient of one of our talent scholarships funded through our office for the last couple of years. So he spent time at the National Cricket Centre in Brisbane with Cricket Australia camps, and then playing and training down in Melbourne with Essendon and also with Cricket Victoria.
Has there been any approaches from any state teams to get him into their state programs?
There's definite interest. I think he's only in his 2nd full-time season down in Melbourne, so they want to have a good look at him before they push him too hard and give him a chance to establish himself in the Premier first grade down in Melbourne. He had a good first season, and I think he'll back it up this season as well. So I'm hoping there'll be interest in the future.
Gee, that would do something for the PNG cricket, wouldn't it, if they could get a player into on a Big Bash roster or into a Shield roster. It would be just the start of it.
Absolutely. To have a local homegrown hero playing on the first-class stage in Australia. We've seen what's happened with rugby league through their players getting involved in the NRL.
Nicely played. Yes, one of the great Melbourne Storm wingers, Marcus Bai, who is a very imposing figure playing for the Melbourne Storm in the NRL.
Yes, he's a fantastic player. And then, of course, on the rugby side of things, you've got Will Genia as well.
Will Genia, indeed.
It's a country with a good history of producing excellent sports people.
And how about Asavala? Can you give us a bit of information about Asa? What's his background?
So he well, at the moment he's playing in Canberra, but he's one of the few players in the PNG team who's not from Hanuabada village, which is where a lot of the national players come from.
It's nicely worked off his hip.
And actually last season he had a rookie contract with the Brisbane Heat in the BBL, so he got to spend some time training in and around with them. Probably went through a quieter patch for him, but has been scoring runs in Canberra the last couple of weekends, building himself into some form. Got a century in the South Australian Premier League about a month ago. Very powerful left-hander when he goes. He's been working on his off-spin too over the last 12 months.
And how have you found Townsville?
Delightful so far.
It is, isn't it? Weather's been nice. cricket's been good. It's a full toss.
That's a lovely
And
shot
hammered.
through the covers. 4 more runs.
Another 4 for Liga Siaka.
Who actually shares the same name with his father.
The Christian name?
It's Siaka Lega. They're both called Siaka Lega. His father's head groundsman back in PNG for Cricket PNG. Looks after all their grounds over there. He's extremely proud of his son.
Oh, I bet he is.
So it worked for 1, maybe 2. That's excellent running.
The over 26 for 1. Nice recovery after the loss of the early opener.
Yeah, good consolidation by these two.
You could sit and watch cricket for days, couldn't you?
I could. Luckily, I spend a lot of time in row roll doing it with our East Asia Pacific teams that we bring together for a couple of carnivals every year.
So that takes you all around the region?
Usually in Australia, so we put a team into the Australian Country Cricket Championships every year. We've been doing that for the last 8 or 9 years.
So you play Queensland Country, New South Wales Country, yeah.
That's right. Which is just a great opportunity for the guys, some of the guys from our region to play some high quality cricket, as we see Jack and Varney, or Jack and Willie.
And how do they fare when they take on the country teams?
It's an interesting experience. A lot of the country champs is 2-day cricket, which our guys don't play a lot of. So it's always a bit of an adjustment period once you bring the team together. But we've definitely.
That's a nice shot. Beautiful cut shot by Vala. Yeah, that score's moving along now. Jane, it's looking nice at this early stage for PNG.
Certainly is.
With the 7th over, 1 for 30. And they struggle with the 2-day cricket. They're more attuned to the 50-over T20 type. Let's get it over and done with.
Yeah, I think it's just that because they don't play it much, it's that understanding of the tempo and rhythm of a 2-day game, which is quite different from a 1-day game.
That could have been very close. Will they take an overthrow here? No, they won't.
We find that usually the second 2-day game is a much better performance. But again, it's that opportunity to play some longer cricket and
the experience.
Yeah, it's that, you know, the ability to bat for long periods of time or to bowl lots of overs and build that pressure on teams, which when you get up to the top level is so important. But over the years, you know, we've gone from not winning a game to having the respect of the states and territories from around Australia, and they look forward to playing us now. I think they understand that it'll be a good game and that there's some very good players out there from the region.
And what team does that call itself?
Call ourselves the East Asia Pacific team.
That was a lovely shot, whipped off the pads.
Love that flick for 4. Very Mark Waugh-like.
Actually, very sort of Aravinda de Silva-like.
I never saw as much of him, I have to say.
Sort of compact Sri Lankan right-hander, beautiful wristy player off the pads and square of the wicket. I'm showing my age again.
And I'm showing my youth. was always my favourite batter
He
to
was,
watch growing
yes.
up.
My word. He probably still would be if he was still playing.
Absolutely. He was so graceful when he batted.
Field on the covers, yeah, 1 run. You were spoiled as a supporter growing up. You would have gone through that halcyon era of Australian cricket.
I was very lucky. It was a fantastic period. I remember going to a Sydney Test match with my dad.
Yep.
And then one day we saw the War Brothers, one got 90 and one got 100, and then Darren Gough took a hat-trick at the end of the day.
Oh, really? That was the MCG?
SCG.
Oh, that was, yes, that's right. Yes, yes.
Yeah. Staying up to watch the that 99 World Cup in England with those fantastic games against South Africa.
Yes. Lance Klusner.
Oh, he was brilliant to watch.
The run out.
Oh, probably not his favourite moment in world cricket.
Well, I'm sure Deepak Patel and the PNG camp would be delighted with the start. Very promising after that early setback.
Definitely, they've just steadied themselves here and not panicked with an early wicket.
It's going to be interesting to see when the slow bowlers come on, how they approach them.
I think so. One thing I've noticed about the PNG players when I've been watching them is they're very good sweepers of the ball, particularly coming from Australia where we don't see players sweeping quite as much. Sligo works that for one.
And Javed was saying that their strength is their spinners, the way that they can tie up an end and keep the pressure on. So we'll see how they bowl this afternoon. They want to bowl well. There's a target of 203s. I mean, in one-day cricket these days, if you're not post 280, it's almost you're out of the game.
No, I would think Hong Kong felt they're probably a bit short of where they would have wanted to be.
There you go, that's a wicket that they badly needed, Hong Kong. The slash outside off stump. It's gone straight to second slip. And that's disappointing for Vala.
Certainly is after all that hard work.
Hamid Abjed with the breakthrough there. Vala the man out for 10. And that's 2 for 37. Just a reminder, our social media hashtag via Twitter, hashtag PNGVHKG. As we see a very familiar name to world cricket coming out. Geraint Jones. Can you give me the proper pronunciation of the Welsh Christian name, please?
I believe it's Geraint, but I wouldn't quote me on that.
He's never corrected you when you've said that to him?
No, I because he's mostly played with them in the global qualifiers. We haven't seen as much of him in our regional tournaments.
But his pedigree's wonderful, isn't it? 49 one-day games for England, numerous Test matches. Just signed a 2-year deal with Gloucestershire to continue his county English cricket career. Take him up to 40, and he's batting at number 4.
Yes, and to have someone of his experience in amongst these boys is invaluable to PNG, and I know he's very proud to be involved with them.
Yes, he lived born in PNG and was there for his first 6 years of life.
That's right.
And I don't think the Hong Kong bowlers would have bowled to too many players with a Test century under their belt.
No, although they would have had a few at the World T20 in Bangladesh earlier this year.
Off the mark. unorthodox looking hook shot. Can you explain that for us? Well, I think it may have ducked under it and kept his bat up.
I think it was a duck and a hook shot at the same time.
That ball was going somewhere if it connected. I'm just not sure where.
Potentially back over the keeper's head. Nicely worked by Lego. Excellent running for another 2.
There's Jaron Jones, born in Kundiawa, PNG.
Kundiawa.
That's you aware where that is? Maybe someone could tweet that to us and inform us where Jaron Jones was born in PNG, Kundiawa. Spent a lot of time growing up in southeast Queensland, Jones. Played in the Brisbane grade competition. Played, I think, in Toowoomba as well.
Soft hands there.
Well fielded too. Third man. Saved a couple of runs. Tell you what, he's pretty quick between the wickets too, Siaka, isn't he? He's don't think he gets run out too often.
No, although
pretty nippy.
I did see him on the weekend. He'd run himself out down in Melbourne. He was very unhappy with himself. Yes, he's one of the quickest and one of the fittest as well.
So when the lads are playing grade cricket down in Melbourne, you're there watching and keeping an eye on them?
Yeah, not getting along to every game. Melbourne. There's a few of them down there at the moment, but yeah, definitely keeping an eye on their progress and trying to catch up with them regularly.
You must be like a mother figure to them.
Hopefully.
You are Mother Jane.
Something like that, yes. But it starts to feel like family when you're involved in cricket in this region. Now, we've got our regional men's tournament coming up in a couple of weeks in Lismore, with the winner going through to the World T20 qualifier next year.
Where are the qualifiers being held?
They're in Ireland and Scotland in the middle of next year.
And the winners of that competition goes through to the top tier T20 World Cup?
Yes, I believe it was the top 4 or 6 last time.
And I'll tell you, you've seen it in the last few years, that those minnow countries, in inverted commas, in T20 cricket, a win over a higher ranked top tier country is very achievable.
Absolutely,
It's well played.
It's a lovely flick.
Just the 2 for Jones.
Definitely, it's been great to see the associates starting to get more regular wins against the full members. Hong Kong beat Bangladesh over in Bangladesh in the World T20 earlier this year. Ireland have started to pick up wins as well. Even seeing Scotland go down to a New Zealand 11 by 1 run in the tour last month. That was a very high quality New Zealand side. So the gap is definitely closing, and will continue to do so.
And for the countries that like to express their cricket, T20 is the ideal format for them, isn't it?
Absolutely. Provides so many opportunities.
A wide called by umpire Wilson.
Slightly more conventional duck from Lega.
Whoa, that's gone high in the air. It's coming down, it's going to be a catch. Oh, he's misjudged it. It's gone right through his hands. That was Nadim Ahmed running back with the flight of the ball. It looked like he was going to get it, but at the last minute, it bisected his hand straight through. And a let off there for Siaka.
Let's hope he can make full use of that second life. Maybe swirling around in the breeze out there. I saw them warming up with exactly those sorts of catches before Hong Kong went out to field.
Beautiful shot. Onto the back foot, straight through the covers.
Makes it look easy, doesn't it?
That's a shot of a man who's made 178 in a county cricket match. Lovely piece of cricket.
Forces the field change from Hong Kong.
And is cricket your number one love? Is it your passion? Do you live and breathe and eat cricket?
Most of the time, yes.
Really?
Yeah. I also a very big rugby fan coming from Canberra.
Yep. A Brumbies fan?
Absolutely. Grew up sitting in the freezing cold in Canberra winters.
Watching Stephen Larkham and the boys.
George Gregan and
the
back foot again.
Back foot guys bisected the fieldsman on the offside. Another boundary. For Jones. Takes him on to 14. 2 for 55 PNG.
Yes, I got into rugby when the Brumbies were in their golden age. Successive finals and a couple of titles. Works it onto the leg side now.
Boys would be delighted with the start. A couple of wickets down, but scoring rate healthy. And Geraint Jones looking very comfortable out in the middle.
Yeah, other than that chance from Siaka, he's looked very solid and positive in all his shots. 6 it away for another 2.
The runs keep coming.
It's a good over for PNG.
The rate this is going will be home by 4 o'clock. Well, maybe not. And so cricket and rugby.
Definitely. I play a lot of touch footy. So
Summer and winter, hey? You're full on.
when you grow up in Australia, spending time outside, it's,
Exactly.
with our beautiful summer weather. But I think cricket will always be my first love. It's now taken me all over the world. Lucky enough to spend a year and a half in Indonesia working with them on their cricket.
Was that in Jakarta?
Yes, yes.
And the Indonesian cricket structure, how is that placed?
It's there's actually quite good infrastructure over there for cricket. They've got quite a few grounds, mostly or all synthetic grounds. It's not really practical for them to have turf pitches over there. There's a very strong expat-based league in Jakarta that's got around 20 teams, but also starting to get a really good base amongst the local population, particularly in Bali, where they've spent a number of years building that up. They have the Prince of Ubud as their patron for cricket, and basically a fully Indonesian-run administration there now with government support. So it's really started to take a hold right down to the village level in Bali with school kids.
And that's under the Pacific banner?
Yeah, so that falls under our office as well. And there'll be another one of the teams joining us in Lismore for our regional qualifier in a couple of weeks.
Just over the head of the fieldsman. Just far enough. And they go for 2. Ooh. Might have been interesting if he hit the stumps on that return. Yeah, so the labour of love has taken you all around the world.
It has.
Fantastic.
Some pretty surreal moments when you're sitting in places like Japan watching cricket being played.
Now that would be interesting and different.
It definitely was. We were at a high school ground for our women's regional qualifier earlier this year and actually had quite a big crowd down there. There would have been 600-700 people, all Japanese. Games going on around the sideline and Japan in the final, so supporting the home team.
In women's cricket?
In women's cricket. So that was, again, our regional qualifier with the winner going through to the women's T20 qualifier, which is happening next year. PNG won a thriller of a game. So the men and women are both number 1 in our region now, along with their under-19s.
Yes, you think of Japan, you don't really think of women's cricket. But there you go.
No. They've got an excellent setup in a small town called Sano as well, where they get excellent support from the local council.
Those could be a run out here. Oh, the shy of the stumps just misses to the left. That would have been, I think that would have been the end of Siaka if that had hit. It was a cheeky single, certainly.
Just putting that pressure on those mid-on and mid-off fielders.
63 for 2. After 10 overs. Travelling along very nicely, PNG. The Barras.
Excellent start. So these two can hang around.
All right, now you're going to leave us?
I am. Been tapped on the shoulder.
All right, well, it's been lovely to have you up here. I hope we can have you up here perhaps for game 2 tomorrow.
Excellent, I'd love to.
We might be talking about a PNG double. You never know.
Fingers crossed.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. There she is. That's Jane Livesey from the ICC, the Regional Development Officer for the East Asia Pacific region. Wonderful to hear a lover of cricket talk so lovingly about her sport. And Greg Campbell, the boss of PNG Cricket's back. She is something else as far as her love of cricket goes. It's amazing, isn't it?
You're right there, mate. One good look and one out, one good look and one in.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Maybe one day. One day that was the truth. Exactly. No, she's very good for the AP region, Jane. She does a wonderful job going around all the islands and promoting cricket, and it's good to have an ex-women's cricketer doing that for the ladies.
Certainly. Well, the start's been pretty impressive by PNG. An early wicket lost in the opening overs, but...
it's always exciting, mate. Our batters, a couple of chances, but the boundary hitters and the little Legasiakas going on nicely at the moment, and he's got a senior part there, Geraint, so hopefully Geraint can keep having a little word with him and just make him be a bit more patient sometimes.
Yeah, this will be interesting. The slow bowlers have come on. We've got Nadeem Ahmed into the attack, left arm orthodox, and wants a field change. How will the batsmen approach the slower bowlers, Greg?
Well, not much different, mate. They'll still be attacking. They'll look to rotate the strike. I think it's where Geraint Jones will come in big time. You know, he's played a lot of these. Our boys probably a bit part of the game they're a bit not used to, or a bit new to them. Good quality spinners, and already the first ball had a bit of flight and bounce and turn there. So and there's another one that's he's dropped on a length straight away, Nadeem. But they'll still play exciting cricket, mate. That's the way they go. They're a bit of the Caribbean style about them. So, yeah, little legger or look to dominate still, but hopefully he can keep his head.
That's short, and that was attempted to be pulled away, but missed.
Probably missed a bit of a gift there, actually. He probably could have got a foot boundary there. So. Mate, the wind's picked up too since this morning. Yeah. Again, good bowling conditions really. They should be able to get a bit of drift away with that wind and turn it back into him. So.
And the turn off the pitch is slow, but there's a little bit there, but not too much.
No. Might be a bit different tomorrow after the 100 overs on it today. It might turn a little bit tomorrow, but it's a fairly good batting track. I think the 202 was probably a little bit below par, but the Ebu Barramundis probably bowled fairly well. I know the coach is thinking there's a room for improvement tomorrow, and there's a couple of little blemishes in the field, and like we said before when we were on air, they pride themselves with the fielding, so there's a couple of areas they might want to try to improve a little bit tomorrow.
Yeah, just a couple of drop catches, but the sharp chances that were offered were held, which is probably the difference in the end.
Yeah.
So much time just to rock onto the back foot, and
Geraint, it'll be interesting to look at his stat, how many actually first-class runs he's scored, and
well, I can tell you
how many games. You would have it on hand, mate.
I don't have it far away, I can assure you. He's
that's the end of the over there. PNG 2 for 65 off 11, chasing Hong Kong's 202.
34 tests for Geraint Jones, 1,172 runs, an average of just under 24, 106 50s, top score of 100. ODI, 815 runs, 24.5 his batting average, 450s. And first class, 8,500 runs, 1,500s. And an average of around 32. So yeah, look,
there's 10,000 runs in his career. Yeah, he's played a long time, but yeah, he's an accomplished player. Like we saw him most famous for the catch in the Ashes series.
Or was it a catch?
Was it a catch?
That was it. That was
Geraint tells me it definitely was.
That was the handle was on the bat. Was
Michael
it?
Kasperwich will take no. It wasn't. Was it? So
his hand was off it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's in the books.
It's in the books now, mate. Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
And wasn't Freddie Flintoff magnificent in that series?
Yes.
We go back there. And he signed with the Brisbane Heat this year. So,
he has.
Yeah.
It's a nice delivery. Well, it's almost a decade ago now. It doesn't seem that long ago, does it? 2005? My goodness.
Yeah, time goes quick. And 2005, if we look forward, what is it, 8 years, 9 years, and say PNG and Hong Kong will be playing an ODI, it's a funny game. It's a funny world. What can happen in years to come? But it's exciting for these countries, and I know the ICC are excited about these two countries where they've got to in the cricket and how they're pushing everyone else above them to.
Here we go. This could be out straight down the.
Yes, straight down.
Straight down number Hasim Amjad, a deep square leg. That was straight to him. He couldn't have moved. Couldn't have been hit any better to him, could it?
Certainly not. And again, it's a disappointing dismissal. I know Deepak Patel will be saying it's a soft dismissal. We probably could have hit that anywhere. And like we said, the fielder did not move 1 inch and took it above. So Lucas Siaka, it's part of his game he probably needs to work on. But that'll bring in Vani Vaga-Morea, who's again one of the senior players in the team, 29, and he's played some big innings in World Cup challenges for us. So it's an opportunity for him now to step up, and that's where I know Deepak's been talking to the boys that you've got to take responsibility now when you're out there and take control of the game.
3 for 66 now, PNG. This could be interesting. Don't forget our Twitter hashtag. Hashtag PNGVHKG. Keep those tweets coming in. You can also hit us up on Facebook. We'll have that Facebook address for you very shortly. But if you want to tweet, just use the hashtag PNGVHKG.
Coming the interesting stage of the game now, isn't it? That wicket's probably just brought it back to even tilt. I know the run rate's good, but there's 3 wickets down, and it's
three of your best batsmen.
Yes, the top 3. So yeah, a bit of consolidation now, and just take it ball by ball. Garrett's still there, and again we putting a lot of pressure on the IM, but he'll talk the batters through it hopefully, and know where to play. And
do you bat deep?
Yeah, we do. It's the next delivery.
As we saw with Hong Kong, 7 down, wasn't all out though. They managed to eke out another 70-odd runs because 9 and 10 could handle themselves.
Yeah, and it's a modern day game now that you've got to bat. I mean, even batting 11 fast bowlers have to work on their game. It's no different with our guys. They're all working. There could be a situation where they got to go in and hit the winning runs, and a goner, the Jimmy Higgses of our time, where you couldn't.
Bunnies.
Yeah.
Again for a second run. This could be close.
It was. I think Varney's all right, but I think Jonesy got a bit surprised there. The 38-year-old legs were racing down that non-striker.
Yeah, I think they got a bit quicker too as the urgency of the situation revealed itself.
It's the end of the over, the 12th over. PNG 3 for 68. And I think Garrett might be saying a little word to Varney. Remember how old I am, and I don't mind running, but just make it quite clear I can get there. So.
And Vani Morea is a character?
Yeah, he's probably one of the senior boys in the team. He's been around a while. He's probably one of the quieter ones, but he still has his own little traits of a character. He's quite sensible. He comes from the Hanabata village where most of our boys come from, so they all live in the one village. And yeah, he's a senior boy, but he's probably a little bit quieter. There's a few jokers in the side, but Marnie's one of the senior guys. Delivery there, I think that might have been the arm ball. It didn't spin.
No, it went straight on, didn't it?
Yeah. I think I know the Hong Kong boys got a few raps on the Nadeem, the left arm spinner. So we'll see over the next 10 overs what he can produce. It's not a bad crowd into that.
Greg, it's a good
huge,
crowd.
but a lot of PNG's support.
It's a beautiful day to come down just for a bit of international cricket.
There we are, there's some people on the hill. One thing about PNG spectators is that they only need to be 20 or 30 and they sound like there's a couple of hundred of them, so they love their sport.
Yep. Yes, I know the I don't mean to bring it back to rugby league all the time, but in the PM's 11, which 13, they head up to Moresby. I think Rubble, they may have played this particular match only a few weeks ago. There was a huge crowd for the Kummel's match against the Australian 13, the PM's 13.
Yeah, they love their rugby league up there, and
they get out there, don't they?
They get out there in droves, yeah. Sometimes it can be a bit of a problem when they can't get into the ground, when the ground is full. So they've done well in rugby league, and the SP Hunters have done really well too. So, sport, they love their sport up there, and they get behind any sport that's played. And we've got the South Pacific Games coming up in 2015, which is quite a huge an event for PNG. The last time they held it was back in 1991. So I think that brings in about 5,000 athletes from the area. So PNG will be on the show there, and they'll get plenty of spectators. They won't have to worry about that.
How far away, Greg, would you think the area or the city or maybe Rubble or wherever is best to play an international up there? How far away could they host a match? Yes.
Well, we're looking to host one in the next 12 months. I know the games are redoing all the facilities now, and that's the grounds and putting irrigation in and top dressing and new grass. So ICC will probably want us to hold one up there in the next 12 months. So, of course, it comes to that with some stadiums. So there's a lot of water to go on the bridge, and a lot of people to talk to. But once people get their idea and they give the go-ahead, they happen quite quickly up there. So we'll need to host one in the next 12 to maybe 14, 15 months.
It goes without saying the support would be immense.
Yeah, it'll be a great sight. There'll be thousands come out to watch the boys. Yeah, so. I know that's one thing we won't have to worry about, the support of the PNG people. I mean, when they put these events on, sometimes they worry about if people are going to come. That's one thing we can assure the ICC and PNG. There's no problem with getting the people. It's probably security-wise just stopping more getting in because they want to watch their local lads play. So, yeah.
Irfan Ahmed into the attack here from the freeway end.
Yeah, he'll be looking to take some wickets. He's their opening bat, and he failed today, and he's usually one of their better players as an all-rounder, so I know he'll want to make an impact with the ball. So the boys need to be on their toes here.
That's wide down the leg side. A wide called.
Looking for two here, Varney, but I don't think Garrett's going to come back there.
He wasn't interested, was he?
He wasn't interested at all.
He made that clear as he passed him mid-wicket, and he was taking it very slowly.
If we had mics in the stumps, so quite clearly we heard Garrett say one only. So. I was thinking at the break, Ben, we were talking, Blocker Wilson played first-class cricket in Australia, and I think Phil Jones played for New Zealand. Oh, not New Zealand, but he might play first class in New Zealand, yeah. So the game continues. When people give it away now, there's a career and lifestyle after cricket to become umpires now, and yeah, so it's good to see the guys coming out of cricket and staying in the game.
It's an edge, and that's caught behind.
Jones, yeah, there it is.
That's a big wicket for Hong Kong. A very important wicket. 4 down now of PNG. And the experienced Geraint Jones has to go.
Yeah, it was definitely a wicket that the Hebu Barramundis didn't need. Geraint Jones out, but here comes the little Mahurudai, the off spinner, and he's probably been, apart from, he's probably the oldest, not the oldest in age, but we played more games for PNG. He started when he was very young, so again he's a bit of a little powerful hitter, doesn't want to muck around, so the game will continue to roll here. I mean, they won't go down without a fight, and it's an interesting stage again. 4 for 71 off 14.
This innings is snaking the same way of what we saw with Hong Kong.
It is.
Some early wickets, another batch of wickets, a little partnership, and perhaps set for an exciting finish, Greg.
It is. It's got the same sort of graph there, isn't it? 2 for 8 Hong Kong, 4 for might have been 50, 60, and then they had a little partnership, and then the 8th wicket or 7th wicket got them out of it. So yeah, the game's going to go down to the wire. It's going to be in the balance, and hopefully the PNG boys will come out on top. But it's so far been very entertaining for the first ODI for both countries in Townsville, and I know the small crowd's been appreciative.
Indeed. Well, it seems I've reached the limit of my internet bandwidth today from the free Wi-Fi from Townsville City Council, so I'll just have to...
We're out, mate. We've lost all our information.
Oh, no, there's other avenues. Never fret.
A single down the fine leg for Maria off Ahmed. End of the over, PNG 4 for 73 off 14. So it was a good over for Hong Kong, claiming the wicket of the very experienced Geraint Jones.
Excellent over.
Back on, mate.
Back on.
Back on.
Back online with our a scorecard, and I can tell you that Jones was out for 20, faced 19 balls, hit 2 fours. Earlier, Levi Siaka made 32 off 44 balls. Euro, the opener, out for 2, and Vala made 10. 4 for 74, PNG.
Well bowled there by the left arm off spinner. Saw Varney Varghese coming down the wicket and just pulled it back a bit. Very well bowled. Got some loop and drop with that wind, so Varney will have to be careful there. Just make sure he picks the right ball to go down the wicket.
What about the nerves in the PNG Barrows room at the moment, Greg? What will they be feeling after that bright start has been blunted somewhat by those key wickets?
Yeah, no, the boys, one thing about them, they're pretty level-headed. It's the way they are in their natural life, you know, they just take each thing as it comes. So there'll be a few nerves there, but they know what the job is in hand. Deepak Patel would have ran over this situation last night in his team meetings and during the week. If we lose a couple of wickets, we've got to maintain consolidation and still play the game and get the singles and hit the bad ball. But they'll be fairly confident. We've batted quite deep, so I've full confidence in the boys sitting down there in the dugout that they'll be able to do the job.
And conversely, I suspect Hong Kong, with their experience, and they have had experience, they've got a T20 win under their belt, would be feeling a bit confident now.
Yeah, well, like I said, the game's in the balance, I think. It's fair, like I said, if we had a graph here, it'd probably be nearly the same as they were. So it's the next 30 to 45 minutes of play, I think it'll tell you the true story of the game. If PNG can get through and be 4 for 120, you think they'll be in good stead to go on and take the game. If Hong Kong, the old adage, they pick up another wicket or two before them, well, the game swings back in their favour. But it's going to be an intriguing game to watch in the next 20 or 30 overs. There's a single, Maru, no, Varney's gave him one only there. So. That's what they need to do for the next 4 or 5 hours. Just tick it up, get the singles, the occasional two, the bad ball, make sure they put the bad ball away and consolidate a bit and just take that momentum away from Hong Kong at the moment.
Well, still Atkinson's persevering with 2 slips. He doesn't have to, but it's a pretty attacking field and there's a lot of room in the outfield, isn't there? A lot of room.
Yeah, like you said,
on the leg side.
He's probably, apart from Garrett, the next experienced person on the park with what he's played, so he knows if they pick a wicket or two up, they're definitely in the box seat, so he's rolling the dice here. And he's probably a bit annoyed with Ahmed at the moment bowling leg side with his 2 slips, so he probably have a word to him to get him outside in that corridor of uncertainty and make the batsman make the decision.
When you were bowling, was there ever the corridor of uncertainty, or what do they call it then, Greg?
Oh, what did Damien Fleming call it now? He calls it numerous names now.
He
can't
does.
give up with the bowlologist. It was top of off. That's all weird. They try to hit the top of off.
That'll do.
Yeah, and I remember the great DK Lilly always said to me when I first was a kid, if you can hit the top of off most times, you'll do very well. So, but the terminology's come in, I think, since Damien gave the game away, hasn't it?
I think so, yes. I just call it a good line.
That's it. Good line and length the old days. I remember we played the West Indies in Hobart, just going reminiscing a bit back at Tassie, and Richie Richardson was batting at 3, and he was, I think Viv might have still been around but didn't play in that game, and Booney said to me, don't bowl short, don't bowl wide, and don't bowl full to him. And I looked at David and I said, well, where do you want me to bowl then? Because you've just taken the 3 areas out that we've got to bowl to him. So, and he was quite true. You bowl a little bit short, he pulled it. A little bit over length, he drove it through the thing, and any width, well, he just stood there and patted the wicket down, and he was one of the better players I ever bowled to.
He made plenty, I dare say, yeah, he was at the peak of his powers then, wasn't he?
And with the big floppy.
He was a brilliant batsman.
Yeah.
And another one down.
Another wicket. Short ball's working for Hong Kong, isn't it now?
It is.
Bouncing the little Maradai, and he's nicked that through to the keeper.
5 down, Irfan with his 2nd wicket. And that's another big scalp for Hong Kong. Just what PNG didn't need.
No, they didn't. That'll be the drinks break, and the next battery might be Jack Vare, our keeper, who can play. He's got 96 in, it's CJ Mooney by the look of it. Yeah, the young leg spinner. So, yeah, CJ's had a fairly good 6 months, so hopefully he can settle in.
So 2 wickets in 2 overs to Irfan Ahmed, who's really given Hong Kong the ascendancy here after the PNG Barracudas got away to a pretty bright start.
They did, mate. Yes, and I said he failed with the bat. He's a very talented Irfan, so he's making amends with the ball.
And how are you feeling as the head of PNG cricket? A bit, the butterflies kicking in?
No, not yet, mate. We've still got a bit of depth in that in the dugout, and it's a good character test. This is, this is what you play cricket for. The game doesn't always go your way, and I think you'll find better cricketers actually dig deep when they're in adversity. So yeah, there's a bit of batting depth there, and if they can just consolidate again, like I said, and get through, I still think we'll end up with 203.
Okay, as we continue our drinks break, that score again, 5 for 76, chasing 203. Let's cross down to Adam Cassidy from the ICC, who's got another special guest with him.
Okay, thanks Ben. I'm here with the captain of Papua New Guinea, Chris Harmini. Chris, probably not the start you wanted with the bat. How are you feeling about it at the moment?
Still positive, still got guys who can bat. The CJ's just gone out, and then got Jack and myself, so we're still positive that we can chase it down. Just need to get a partnership going, a lot of overs in hand, and get a partnership together with Barney and CJ, and hopefully we get us home.
So if you have to go out in the middle yourself, mate, you're confident you can get the job done?
Well, it may look like it, but hopefully, I told the boys I don't want to bat. Hopefully CJ and Vani can do the job from here.
And what about this crowd, mate? It's built up over the afternoon. There's a lot of PNG folk here.
Yeah, they're making some really good noise out here. It's good for the boys. It spurs the boys on, and hopefully they can keep hanging around, and we can do that job for them, I guess.
Absolutely. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Back to you, Ben.
Yeah, thanks very much for that, Adam. And he was pretty happy, wasn't he? The skipper, Greg, even though he was just watching the 5th wicket fall. Just before I get you back to talk about that, the Facebook social media page to hit us up on www.facebook.com/ICCEA app. So ICCEA app is our Facebook link, and of course our hashtag Twitter tag is hashtag PNGVHKG. Yeah, he's pretty happy. He seemed still pretty relaxed. Your skipper?
Yeah, that's what I said. They're very relaxed people. They'll have a few little nerves, or saying, but they're relaxed people. They'll know what the job is in hand. And like I said, Chris in the longer version of the game bats 3 for us, so he'll probably be coming in at maybe next or 8 or 9. We've still got our keeper Jack Barrow, who got 96 in New Zealand only 6 months ago in the 50 over qualifier. So yeah, there's a bit of batting depth. It's all learning curve for them. They'll still play the same way, and it'll be very entertaining. Though, I don't think the game will go 50 overs. Put it that way.
Okay.
We'll either have the runs in the 45th over or the other way around.
Well, here's the destroyer, Irfan Ahmed coming in. And that's another
That's a
ball
great
that beats the
delivery.
bat. Yeah, that just shaped away from the left-handers.
And that's that corridor of uncertainty we've been talking to. First ball, it's a great delivery to a new batsman. First ball, just dragging him forward, and the ball just going with the breeze away to the slips. So. And that's why our captain still got the slips in.
So the last batsman out, Raho, for 2, faced 6 balls. No 4s and no 6s, of course.
So what you say, Ben, I think Irfan's got the wickets, but I think Nadeem's done a great job too. He hasn't gone for many runs, and it's like, again, your batting partnerships, but you also got a bowling partnerships, and since the spinners come on, the momentum of the game's changed, and he has to, he's bowled very well, I think.
Yeah, he's into his 4th over, just 3 runs conceded from the left-arm orthodox spinner.
Pressure's built up from both ends, and Irfan's probably the one that's taken the wickets, but this guy's had a lot to do with it.
Certainly.
And you can sense something's going to happen. Barney's now starting to look a bit agitated. He's unhappy with himself there. He's got to keep his head in this situation.
Well fielded.
Another great over from Nadeem. What, only one off that one? Yeah.
Just the one.
Just the one.
That was his first 4 overs for 4. While the medium pacer Irfan Ahmed has picked up a couple of wickets for just 7. So the last 5 or 6 overs have been all Hong Kong.
Yeah. We've probably lost 2 for 7, 2 for 8 in that period. So yeah, it's all about bowling partnerships. They talk about batting partnerships, but bowling partnerships is huge in the game of cricket nowadays too.
Still the one slip in for the medium pacer. Probably doing him a disservice calling him a medium pacer, Greg. You'd be...
No, I think
that's about right.
That's
about
right.
your pace, was it?
No, I was a lot quicker than that, mate. Now's the opportunity to talk myself up.
Yeah.
No, medium pace is all right. I mean, yeah. He's not going to worry you too much with the bouncer. I mean, he bowls a good bouncer, but yeah, he's just a little bit above medium. But he's honest. He knows. He plays a lot of cricket around the world, so he knows where to bowl, and we've seen that today. He's
Certainly,
hit the corridors.
yes.
Yeah.
Now that would have been interesting if it hit the stumps.
I was just about to say that would have been interesting, and I think you would have found that would have been not out. They would have the umpires would have come together there, and so not deliberate, but the bowler got in his
line was taken.
Way, yeah.
Yep. As we see,
the old wise heads of
PNG,
Deepak Patel and Garen Jones having a word, see what the interesting. We had a mic down there, and what they were talking about. It's well bowled again, right in the block hole. Looking for two, and he's coming back, Barney Varghese, and he'll make it quite easy. Yeah. That's good cricket by PNG. They're just trying to take some pressure, back off themselves and put it onto Hong Kong, and just, that's 3 off this over, and it's probably our most productive over for 5 or 6 overs. So it's good cricket by the boys. Just knock it around, just keep the pressure ticking over.
Well, I mean, we look out. There's so much space out there for singles and twos. You've just got to knock it into the right place. The balls will come.
They will.
They've got to bat 20 overs.
When I was a batsman, I never saw them gaps you're talking about. They
were
always really small when I was out there. There's another single down the third man. Run Varney. It's good batting by Barney Varghese. Especially when Wasm Akram and blokes like that had the ball, there was never them big gaps that you were talking about. There must have been, because I looked behind me one day and he had 5 slips and 2 gullies, so there must have been some gaps in front of me. But
and Waka Yunus.
That
would have been fun.
Yeah, and don't forget Imran Khan. He got lots of wickets. He was a bit slower than the rest, but he could just do little things with the ball that the others probably couldn't do. So.
And how did you go against Ambrose and Co back in the late 80s, early 90s?
Luckily, he didn't have to face him too much, but here's Irfan again to CJ Meany. Driven that to mid-off. Yeah, the one time I did it was, you can guarantee to them guys that, you didn't have to worry about getting bowled. They weren't too interested. They was always the slips man, so you always knew it was going to be chest high. But my batting career at Test cricket wasn't that good, as people remind me. I think an average of 2.9 or something. But first class was a lot better. But I always said that we were number 9 position. Batting in Australian was always a bad position because the second new ball was always around then. So that was my excuse anyhow.
Yeah, a valid one.
Yeah. It's well played. He's used his feet there, just again rotating the strike. It's funny how you go through the season. I remember when the Dave Gilbert and Dirk Wellham come down to Tassie from New South Wales, the number 9 batting position for that whole season averaged 0. So whoever batted 9 got a duck. So between myself, Dave Gilbert and maybe Peter McPhee was there, we took it in turns, and you can guarantee whoever went out 9 didn't score. Number 9 was a bad position. I mean, I even remember Dave Gilbert going to sleep when we were 5 out one day, so we didn't have to bat 9.
81 the score. Missing a 1 there, but
yeah, I hope it's not that.
No, it's definitely not 5 for 8.
5 for 8, there it is. 5 for 81 off 19. Yeah.
As the spinner comes in again. And that is hit hard.
Yeah, that's a good shot by
handsome.
CJ Meany lofted drive straight over the bowler's head. It's the way the PNG Barramundis play. Even when they're thing, they still look to score, and you know they're going to try to take the pressure off themselves, and they play very entertaining cricket. So that's a good shot, pretty safe shot by CJ.
Well, there's no one out there. I mean,
that's them gaps you're talking about.
You've just got to get a bit of willow onto it, and it's 4.
And you can see they're trying to put Nadeem off his line every now and then. They're trying to get down the wicket to him, which is, remember Alan Border used to say the best way to play spinners is get down the wicket to him. So they're trying to knock him off his line, which is not a bad way to go.
And Charlie Amini, is he more an all-rounder, a bowler who can bat, or a batsman who can bowl?
Very good question, mate. I think CJ's still trying to work that out. He's only 20. He's only just turned 21. He spent a season with Sydney Sixers last year.
How invaluable would that have been? That would have been terrific.
He learned a lot, and the report back from Trevor Bayliss and the Sydney Sixers was he was a great talent, and then they'll probably look at him in the future when he sings. But yeah, he's very young, and I think going back to your question, he'll learn which is his best trade, and we all got to have one. All rounders usually do one thing better than the other, but at the moment I'm not sure if you ask him the question what he'd rather do best. But that'll come in with age and maturity, and I think he's a batter that can bowl quite handily. To be honest, I think he should. In years to come, he'll be batting a lot higher for PNG.
I thought he bowled quite well this afternoon.
He did. He bowled very well. It's probably the best he's bowled for a while. He had some loop and a couple of turned. I saw one ball especially was a ripper. I think the great Shane Warren would have been quite happy with that. Another single or two, Varney, or they might even go 2 here. Yep, they're coming back and they'll make that quite easy. Again, the momentum in the last couple of overs just not coming back to PNG, but they're just pushing the score along now, and they've probably scored more in the last 3 overs than they did in 5 or 6 overs before that when they were losing wickets. So it's good. It's a good way to go. These two boys, they're playing the game well so far.
Beautiful shot
off the hip,
just for one though, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it looked very elegant.
If we had that on camera again, then you could say that was a West Indian Caribbean shot.
It was like a Brian Lara right-handed shot, flick off the hip.
Flick off the hip, knee up in the air, flick off the hip. Just a quick picture of the dugout down there, mate. Like you said, there doesn't seem a lot of pressure or thing. They're very calm people.
No. And the boys, the team itself, and young kids, do they get exposed to much cricket up there through television coverage and what have you?
Well, it's up and under. That's down the third man. That could be
out.
That's
dropped.
Yeah. So that's a very bad miss for Hong Kong, and a let off for PNG. So I think CJ Meany will have to take stock there. That wasn't a good shot with the fielder down there, but
it was Anshuman Ruff, the opener, who the top order batsman, who completely misjudged that, didn't he?
And at this level, unfortunately, that's quite a simple catch at this level. So
he made good ground and looked like he had it, but at the end of the day, it just went straight through the fingers.
Yeah. Going back to your question, no, there's not a lot of cricket on TV. And like this is our first ODI, and when we go away, World Cup Cricket League challenges aren't shown back there. There's a lot of money to get the TV rights back there. So no, the public don't see them that much. That's a great shot for one off his legs. EMTV, the local station, have paid some money, the rights to get to the highlight package of this. So this will be shown probably next week on 7 o'clock after the news, they said. So it'll be the first time the PNG public will get to see, a proper game and our proper players on television. So they don't get exposed to a lot, and go back to what we spoke about this morning. We need that torchbearer, and hopefully that will come in the next 12 months where they can see someone playing in a big bash or a shield side in a game. So we're looking for that, and that's not far away, I don't think.
It's a nice, clever shot.
It's a clever shot.
Hitting it on the up.
You'd probably say that the third man fielder won't be feeling that happy now. He's just dropped him, and he's next 2 balls later he sees a boundary. But that's a better shot from CJ. I mean, he's probably learnt from the last one to hit it a bit squarer where the fielder wasn't. But yeah, it's a good shot.
The score already up to 94 after they were struggling. And that 5th wicket went down. It's 74. So nice little comeback here from the Barrows.
There'll be 1 there, or he might look for 2, but no, they're going to settle for 1. Shouldn't harp on the drop catches, Ben, but they're already, you know, just that last 3 balls of the over seemed a bit of energy going out of Hong Kong there. They, quite a simple catch, and the fielders never mean to drop them, but, you know, the next ball goes for 4, and then there was a little fumble in the misfield. It's, you know, the game can turn very quickly. They say the T20 game turns very quickly, but, you know, all sorts of games, Test cricket, Shield cricket, all turns very quickly in an over or 2. So they'll have to pick themselves back up. Jamie Atkinson will have a word to them probably about that, and but the PNGs have got a little comeback now. It's 5 for 77 or something.
5 for 74.
Yeah.
To 5 for 95.
Change of bowler, Wakas, I think he's an off spinner.
You've seen a bit of Wakas Bakat?
Well, I have seen a little bit, and believe it or not, when we started playing him 4 years ago, he was their keeper, I think.
Okay.
So he's turned himself to bowling now. A decent sized watch on there by the look of that.
It's something a diver would wear, isn't it? It's massive.
I don't know what that was, Ben. Was that a leg spinner, or was it? I don't know if it looks like a leg spinner, but it came out of the front of the hand. Might have been a wrong and first up.
Might have been the It's a very peculiar action, I know that much.
It looks like a leg spinner, but they're not coming out of the side of the hand like that. So, yeah.
Well, the back of the hand.
Yeah. Can't pick it up from there. But he's landed the first 2 balls on the spot, which is what you want as a spinner. It was a single off the second, but landed the first 2. It's almost like Mendes from Sri Lanka, I think.
Ajantha Mendes.
That's him, yeah. A little bit like that. They seem to come out of the front, don't they? Hasn't really got that Varney, but they'll pick up 2. A little bit short. Takes the score to 5 for 96. 5 for 98, sorry. Again, he's worked him into the gap, but there'll only be 1, I'd say. Yeah.
It's almost like a top spin offie, isn't it? It's
be interesting what he puts himself down at.
Yes.
Very well run too. It was close in the end, but they got back for 2. A better throw there, he might have been in strife. But at the end of the over, PNG bring up their 100, 5 for 101 off 20. So a little fight back.
RAB is what Wakas Bakat is abbreviated to, so that would be right arm bowler. Take your pick.
We're still none the wiser.
I mean, if it was orthodox, it'd be ROS or...
No, right arm off spin. Yep. Another bowling change. Irfan off. Can't quite see from here. It looks like their opening bowler.
That's Aziz Khan.
Aziz Khan.
Who
probably hasn't bowled yet.
No, he batted quite well in the innings. Made 42. Very handy runs for Hong Kong. And
at number 8, was it?
Yeah, about number 8.
Yeah.
It's a nice little partnership for PNG, Vari and Amini.
Yes,
CJ.
CJ and Vani Vagi.
Vani Vagi.
Moraya.
AKA CJ Charlie?
That's it.
What do they know? What do they call him? Charlie?
Charlie, what's CJ mostly? I think he's got a few names, nicknames. CJ. He's like I said, one of the younger boys in the team. He has that bit of flair about him, the diamond earrings and that. Like he got on when Dwayne Bravo was there a couple of seasons ago. They seemed to hit it off, him and Dwayne. And Dwayne is renowned for his flair around the cricket teams and outside that. So yeah, he's a good young talent, CJ. Wide ball down the leg side.
It's a handy run.
Everything's handy now, yeah. It's 100 to get off, plenty of overs, 28. So yeah, just got to keep it ticking over how they have been, and be right, occasional boundary.
You're feeling a lot more relaxed here as head of PNG cricket.
Yeah, you asked me that before. I know it's. You learn pretty quickly now.
Ebbs and flows.
You can't do too much sitting up here, and sometimes if you get excited, it rubs off on the boys down there. Or nervous. So you just got to play pretty calm. It's on the back foot, straight to cover. This is a situation, like I said, I know Deepak's been working hard with them, saying they've got to take control of the game. You know, when you're out there, you've got to do it. Don't look at the dugout and say there's 5 more batters there. This is where you stand up and take control and get your side home, and that's what makes good players and end up champion players do that. And we've seen that in times gone by. In the next level up, they take control of the game. That wind's got up quite strongly.
It has, hasn't it? Yeah. You can see the flags near the scoreboard billowing. It's probably the strongest it's been all day.
Yeah. All in the air a little bit, but safe. One bounce to cover point. Bit of the crowd relaxing there. A couple of the PNG people with the PNG shirts on. Flown over. We had a few fly over. Some of the borders flown over.
It's not a long flight, is it?
No, you go through Cairns. It's an hour and 20 to Cairns, and then probably 50 minutes down to here. Yeah, it's quite close. We're actually, when I was in Townsville when we were setting this up, like I said, 5 or 6 weeks ago, the president of Townsville Cricket said their closest city is Port Moresby.
Mm. Yeah. It's a big state.
Yeah. Bad luck. It's probably should have got that through, but it's well fielded too at the end.
That was the man that dropped the catch, Anshuman Rath.
Wouldn't be feeling that good now. But,
No, he's
easiest way is to redeem yourself and try to do something.
And again,
that's a
this
better
time
shot.
he
He's got it
pierces the
through,
field.
yeah.
And that runs away for a pretty handy boundary for the Barrows.
The lady up there is relaxing. She's laying down, having a little snooze. Siesta time.
As you do.
Yeah.
It's about that time, isn't it?
That's it.
Greg? 3:30.
Yep. After lunch, a little siesta. She'll be up in about in a half hour, shouting and singing.
And Jack Vare's a keeper batsman of the new millennium that I mean, they've really got to be a batsman that can keep now, can't they? I mean, that seems to be the trend.
It does. We went through that. I think our mate Adam Gilchrist changed that hugely, didn't he? But he was still a very good keeper in his own right. I mean, I think people overshadow that sometimes with his batting, heroics batting at 7 and averaging 59 for a long time there. He's gone to the sweep and missed. That's a wide. But he was still a very good keeper. But yeah, the keeper has to bat now.
And bat in a certain way, it seems, too, doesn't it?
Yeah, and again, we say Adam probably done that, didn't he? The way he played. I mean,
it's a full toss.
Driven down the ground for 1. And Jack's a very energetic guy. You'll see him when he comes out, he'll be hitting the ball to cover and wanting to run. Sometimes he confuses his teammates. They get a bit of annoyed, but he's got plenty of energy with the bat. He probably needs to control that a little when he's batting and just understand the game, but he's improving and he's an exciting talent. He's, like I said, he got 96 in New Zealand only 6 months ago, so he can play. Got 1 and it's pulled down to long on for a single.
The runs are coming freely now, Greg. That's seems like another game away where they were really struggling when they lost their 5th wicket.
We're sitting here 5-6 overs ago, yeah.
110 now the score for the loss of 5 wickets. So,
you know, I mean, the game doesn't change. When I was a kid playing, if you don't lose wickets, you score runs. It's simple. I mean, that's a silly statement in a way, but that's what's happened, isn't it? We lost wickets, didn't score any runs. You go through a period now where they're hitting singles and occasional boundary, and the momentum changes of the game, and you know, the batsmen have to take control, which they have, but they've got to keep going here. They've got to make sure that they're there at the end and they see their team home. Oh, it's a good delivery. I think it's probably gone with that breeze too, just swinging away. So.
and as we've said all afternoon, though, the history between these two sides has only been a struck match between them in a lot of the games. So you dare say it's going to happen again.
Yeah, that's a good shot there, CJ. They'll get 2 there. Dive, yep, come back for an easy 2, but he placed that well wide of third man. Yeah, you're exactly right. I don't think we've ever seen an easy game, or you know, a game where one side's won quite easy. They've all gone down to the wire. I think one time when I first went to PNG, I was coach and we played in Dubai. We needed 13 off the last over and we ended up getting them. And then the next day they needed 9 or 10 off the last over and got them. So yeah, it's always been a close rivalry. They're fairly evenly matched, and they enjoy playing each other.
Down the wicket, but straight to mid-off.
He looks a stylish player, CJ, doesn't he? He's got the shots. He's just got to learn his game and know where his strengths and weaknesses are. And that's the whole team, really. I mean, like I said, they haven't played a lot of high-level cricket, and we're starting to do that now, and they're starting to understand the game. They've got the natural talent, but they probably don't understand the game that well yet. But they've come a long way in the last 12 months by playing the level of cricket they have in the South Australian Premier League and in Sri Lanka tours. So they're getting better at that.
And the youngsters that come through the cricket programs, do you have to pinch them out of other sports, or are they leagueies, or do they like to play other sports? Is there a battle between sports?
Yes,
in the region?
I think that's around the world now. There's a battle between sports, and especially in PNG, they're, like I said, they're a sport nut nation. So I know some of our boys will finish playing cricket and go and play volleyball in the village, and we've probably got to put a little stop to that now because of the level they are. But they'll play any sport that's going around at the time. But pinching them from other sports, no, we haven't really looked at it yet. But again, down the track, we might have to look at that. You know, we might have to, and it happens all around the world. You know, at the other side of the island, they tell me down near Milne Bay or Trobian Islands, there's some bigger boys down there. If you have a look at our side at the moment, they're not that tall. Even our opening bowlers.
I couldn't see them playing for the Hunters.
No,
in the rugby league competition up here.
Yeah, that's right. They're quite, even height-wise and thing, they're quite small. So we need probably to unearth a big fast bowler, which everyone around the world likes to have one of them. But again, when the game gets on telly, we might unearth one of them. People around there see it and say, I want to have a go at that as a young boy. We got under 19 called Nozza Pakana now, who's probably the tallest. He'll be 6'2". He's a left armour. There's the spinner. Played in the last World Cup and got a couple of fifers against the under-19s, Canada, and one against Uganda, I think. So we got high hopes for him, and he's only just turned 17.
That's short from Wakas Burkhardt, and that's smashed away.
It's not going to go to the boundary. The wind out there.
Gee, that wind really held it up, a bit like your 7 irons there, Greg.
7 iron, mate, I'll be hitting a driver into that wind.
Would you?
Yeah.
Oh, but it was just a short pitch for you.
That's it, yeah. Looked off the bat like it was going to be the boundary. I don't think the fielder picked it up that easy either.
That wind is very strong. It's and he was hitting right into it, into the teeth. It's another full toss.
Full toss, and he's got that. There'll only be one there, I'd say. Yeah. No, he's going to push him and come back. He's going to make that quite easily, yeah.
Well, the target's reducing every over, Greg. 116 now the score, so that's 86 odd runs.
Yeah. 1 ball to go on this over, I think. So, yeah, it's coming down. They put a good little partnership on. We don't want to say too much because you always put the mock on them when you're commentating, but they've batted quite sensibly here. Except for CJ's third man shot, but other than that, they've got through quite sensibly.
40 runs so far for this stand.
Yeah, there'll be a couple more there, I'd say. The wind just kept taking that. It was like a lawn bowl, wasn't it, on this side of the ground. Just kept running away from the fielder.
That's 2 for the keeper, so this knock has been really important, up to 28 now for Vare.
It's the end of the over there. It's another good one for PNG. 5 for 118 off 25.
What will the boys do tonight if they have a win?
They'll be pretty calm. They know there's another game tomorrow. They'll go out for team dinner somewhere across the road in PNG. Deepak will have a briefing with them and go through where they probably let themselves down. But that'll be fairly calm. They got a long 10 days here. They get 1 day's rest on Monday, and then we've got a 3-day game against Hong Kong. Then they got a couple of days training. They'll sing their song if they do, and it's quite entertaining to look at the song at the end of the day if they get a win. But they'll enjoy it. They like winning, but they'll know there's another game tomorrow, and they've got to be an early start and get up and do that. They'll look after themselves tonight.
You know the words to the song?
Some of them, not all of them.
Aziz Khan about to continue. And that's hit. And hit pretty well. That's going to run away for 4. Sort of a thickish edge there, squirted out.
Yeah.
But you take that every day of the week.
Take that. These bats nowadays, they tell us, I don't have any, but they tell us these bats are a lot better than they were 10, 15, 20 years ago. So, yeah, that was definitely looked like the outside edge. PNG now 5 on 1-2-2 off into the 27th over, but again a very good partnership between these two. One of them must definitely be there at their end anyhow, and the other one close to as possible, but turned a little bit back to PNG's favour at the moment. Well bowled and well played, a little bit more effort in that ball, short of a length. Picture the dugout, mate, calm. Pippi, Raho there, Kilapala, Willie Gavira, there's a captain, Chris Amini, he's probably next in, looking very calm. Jack Vare up there with the cap on. He's the keeper, but again, can play. Well, the short ball pulled away into the gap by CJ Amini very well, but it's into that wind, man, so they'll only get 2. But again, coming back quite comfortably for that. And a no ball. So free hit. There's the 2 wides heads again. They look a bit not as stressed as we last saw them on camera there. Geraint Jones and Deepak Patel a bit more relaxed. Oh, it's full toss and he's hit that very well over the bowler's head. There's a couple of bounces into the fence for 4. It's a good shot by CJ Amini. That was a free hit too. So yeah,
it was a free hit. And it was a bit of fruit too from the bowler.
Yes, not a good ball.
A nice juicy full toss. You wouldn't call that a peach, would you?
No.
That was only going to go one way.
I think that's one thing PNG did quite well in that bowl. I don't think they bowled any no balls, and I think that could be the 3rd or 4th for Hong Kong. And it's probably the first one or second one we really put away. So.
And costly too with that 2 dismissals off the free hit no balls.
Yeah. Come back after that bad no ball, but outside off stump, well played by CJ Amini.
Vani Vaga.
Vani Vagi Maria is the batsman at the moment with CJ Amini. Single again to CJ Amini. That's a good over for PNG there. Which is not the over at the moment, is it? Yes, it is.
Vani Vaga Marais on 29. CJ Amini 26. The score 5 for 130 in pursuit of 203.
It's a lot better now than when I first sat down. Eh?
Well, it was 5 for 76. They were in all sorts of trouble.
Yeah.
This has been a tremendous partnership.
And again, it's like you said, it has a familiarity of the first one, of Hong Kong's. And the couple of batsmen got together and it's got 40s and a 30 and target goes up. And it's not a big target, so a little partnership or a bit bigger and you can get to that 202. But yeah, like I said, one of these has to be there at the end. That's what the coach will want. And the other one has to make sure he's close to that as possible.
It was a cheeky target.
Yeah.
That in-between score, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. I think if you talk to the PNG boys, there's a bowling change again from the end. Back us off. Is it Tahir? Can't see his jumper.
That could be
33.
Yeah, Tanwe Afzal.
Tanwe Afzal. Going back here, I think Deepak Patel will probably be a little bit disappointed they got 202, as I think most of the people were. He was surprised when they were 7 for 120. So. Got a feeling there could be another little twist and turn in the game yet. One more wicket and change a new batter in. It takes him time to get in. Hong Kong will be back on top, or not on top, but a bit more enthusiasm. I think they've probably died off a little bit in the last couple of overs. There doesn't seem a lot of talking or clapping. So. Off the edge, he'll probably only get one there, but I think Hong Kong need to bowl more deliveries in that spot, just to put a bit more pressure on the batter. Don't give him that loose ball to get away or get off strike. And we go back to when I first sat down, we said the 7 or 8 overs that the left arm spinner bowled, and when Irfan was bowling, there was no singles, a lot of dot balls. And like you said, the runs are coming a little bit freer now, so that Hong Kong have to probably now peg it back, step up again and say, right, let's stop the singles, let's put some pressure back on them. I must say, credit to the curator, mate. I think the wicket is a belter. I think it's probably worth more than 202. It's not the wicket that's done that. There's been some good fielding, good bowling, but the wicket has played very well up here.
It has. It's been even and pretty true.
Yeah. He's advanced him there and clipped him down a fine leg for a single. So.
Those runs are still coming, Greg.
Yeah, and they're still playing entertaining cricket. I'm not sure if he'd have missed that and got bowled, the coach would have been that happy at that situation, but that's the way they play, PNG. They're always looking to score and dominate and get on with the game, and it's the modern way now, isn't it?
Yeah. So this stand 56 after they were 5 for 76, PNG, and Hong Kong then very much on top, but the pendulum swung well and truly back to the Barras.
It's a lovely shot for no run. It's very well timed on the front foot by CJ Mooney to mid-off. I know the coach has high hopes for this kid, CJ Mooney. If he keeps learning his craft as a leg spinner and continues on, you know, he'll have a big say in where Cricket PNG go in the future, but also maybe, you know, getting one of them big bash contracts in a couple of years' time.
But he's just a 20-year-old, isn't he?
20-year-old, yeah.
That's very young for a cricketer these days when you see.
Yeah, and he's actually played 2 World Cups under 19, so he started very young. So he's been exposed to the level, and we got him in a couple of years ago to give him some experience, but he's forced his way in now, and he's a regular member. Mate, I think I've been tapped on the shoulder.
Oh, Greg, you've done a wonderful job, and we do appreciate so much you coming in and enlightening us as to the backgrounds of the PNG players and PNG cricket as a whole, and we hope to have you back during the call tomorrow for Game 2 of the ODI series.
Anytime, mate. It's been a pleasure.
Wonderful. Thank you, Greg. There he is, Greg Campbell, the Chief of PNG Cricket. We thank him very much for his time today. That score 5 for 132. Amini on 28 and Vani Vega Morea on 29. And we're joined at the microphone by Kieran McMillan from the ICC East Asia Pacific. I've got that title right, haven't I, Kieran? East Asia Pacific Conference. Is it the actual title or are you the...
Just stick with ICC.
ICC. I don't want to segment. Nice of you to come up and say hello.
No, nice to be here. It's been a great debut ODI for PNG, and it's been a great experience for us as sort of staff behind the scenes making it happen as well.
Did you think this day would come?
I did, but probably not this quickly.
Ducked under that bouncer there. And they've acquitted themselves really well, haven't they, both sides? It's been really entertaining cricket and of a high calibre.
Yeah, I think you've mentioned a number of times through the stream how often these guys have played in tight matches, and this again is going down to the wire. And I think when they were 5 for 70, it was looking pretty ominous for PNG, but they've come back with this fantastic partnership here. But we always need to keep pushing on.
Here we go. It's lofted. That's safe, and that's running away for 4. Another valuable boundary for PNG.
Well, I think we know it's probably not going to go the full 50 overs.
No, if it goes 50 overs, something's incredibly wrong, because this total will be gotten well before the 50 overs are up.
But yeah, this is a really important partnership because often when PNG lose wickets, they lose them in clumps. And so we could very easily be 7, 8 down, and then you're really struggling. That's good. Follows up a boundary with a quick single.
Yes, how vital was that drop catch that we saw down here off Amini when he was at the start of his innings? It was a simple catch in the end, and that could well prove to be the difference between the sides this afternoon.
It was. I picked that player up from the airport yesterday, and he'd come in from London, so he might be a bit tired.
Well, he might not get any sleep tonight either. We don't want to name names, Kieran, but that was Anshuman Rath.
Yes, Anshi. I picked him up, young 17-year-old.
Young fella,
goes to school at Harrow, and his headmaster had only released him to come to the series, provided that he brought his books to study for his exams.
Is that right?
Yep.
Oh, terrific. Well, that's very interesting. Well, we shouldn't be too hard on him then, should we, if he's just arrived in the country after that long flight. That's a very smart shot. Will they come back for two? No, they won't. And what is young Anchi studying at Harrow? What's he's doing his O-levels or whatever they call that, 17?
Final year of school, so he'll be looking to get the best results he can before he pushes on to university next year. And this actually is his debut ODI. He's played a few times for Hong Kong, but never in an official one-day international, so I'm sure he'll be looking to make amends in the rest of the day in the field and again tomorrow for game 2.
All right, well, still a lot of cricket to be played. 5 for 138 PNG. They're chasing 202, 203 to win. Plenty of overs left. Still we're just into the 30th over at the moment, so I don't, as Kieran said, I don't think the overs are a concern. 120 balls remaining. That's lovely timing down to mid-off. Yeah, Greg was saying, this young man Amani, he's got all the skills as a leggy and a left-arm batsman as well. Times it beautifully, and he's got big hopes for him down the track.
Yeah, he's a great dancer as well, CJ.
Well, that's important.
It is very important. He knows how to move.
That's good against the spinners. You've danced with him, Kieran.
I'm not the greatest of dancers. Nice, and again, just a cover drive to the fielder, but he is very technically correct, and he had a stint last year with the Sydney Sixers as their rookie, and really fitted well into that sort of Sydney culture. He's got a stud in one ear, and he likes a bit of the swagger, but he does match it out on the cricket field as well.
He looked good in red, in what's their colours? Hot pink, is it?
Hot pink or magenta. Magenta, that's
magenta. It's played lovely off the back foot. Timing quite exquisite there.
This is though when a couple of dot balls, 3 dot balls in a row we've had here, and this is when the pressure starts to mount and perhaps silly mistakes start to creep in. So I think this next ball, he just needs to look for a single, get himself off strike, feel that confidence of the scoreboard ticking along.
Full toss. Not taken care of, but...
what's that now? 4 dots in a row.
Slow ball. Well played. A nice over this from Tunware Afsal.
Very nice over, 5 in a row, and you can see there's a bit of energy lifting with the Hong Kong players. There's a covering of fielders on the offside, hunting for that, preventing that single. CJ will feel under a bit of pressure here. He likes to have the scoreboard ticking along. He likes to feel that momentum when he's batting. Get across for a leg by, so 1 from the over.
Indeed, that score 5 for 139. Now, Kieran, we've heard from two of your colleagues from the ICC, of course, Jane and Richard earlier today, and your path to the ICC, a young New Zealand lad like yourself. How did you get started into the International Cricket Council? Were you a former player? Did you play the game?
I did play, not to any great level. I played Premier Club cricket in Auckland and played age group stuff for Auckland as well. But I got myself into some coaching when I was going through school. So I was studying and earning $20 an hour doing some coaching down at the local club, and then that elevated into coaching some age group teams. And halfway through trying to finish a law degree, I ended up getting a full-time job with Auckland Cricket. And then 6 years later, that enabled me to apply for a job with the ICC and move across to Melbourne from Auckland. So that's where I am now, 3 years on in this role.
And you look after the Pacific region and the East Asia
That's
region.
correct,
Takes you around the region a lot.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Yeah.
The best part of the job is the meeting the different cultures and getting to see these very unique parts of the world. From Japan in the sort of northern part of East Asia down to Samoa. It's such variety. I'm actually learning Japanese once a week.
Well, that will stand you in good stead. That's a bouncer, but no harm done. That we heard from Jane, who told us that it was surreal to watch women's cricket in the part of Japan. I mean, it'd be the last place you would expect to see cricket, let alone women's cricket. It's becoming a truly global game, isn't it?
Oh, and that's definitely our aim, is that for cricket to be a global sport, and which it is. But we would love to have more competitive teams on the world stage. Everyone talks about the top 10, the 10 test playing nations. But as you can see here, we've got two very good sides, and I think everyone around the ground has been impressed, having probably a number of people never seen PNG or Hong Kong play cricket before. I'm impressed in the standard, and these guys are 5th and 6th when it comes to associates. You've got 4 above them that are taking part in next year's Cricket World Cup. So you've got Ireland, Afghanistan, UAE and Scotland, and Australia and New Zealand from February. Cricket's pinnacle event.
And these two sides are just on the cusp. That's just wide of the fielder there, hit a bit uppishly. So they're not far away.
They're not far away. They finished just beyond those top 4 in the Cricket World Cup qualifier in January earlier in the year. So they would have been close to picking up a spot and playing in next year's World Cup. Taking on the likes of Australia at the MCG.
How would that be for some young fellas from Port Moresby or some of the villages? That would be
absolutely fantastic.
Out of the blue, wouldn't it? Or even Hong Kong. I mean, a kid from Kowloon playing at the SCG on a World Cup.
Yep, and Hong Kong doing well again in this over. It's maiden so far, no runs, still 5 for 139.
The pressure's starting to build. You can feel it.
Well bowled again. That's great, Yorker. Oh, no ball.
Free hit.
Free hit. What do you do? Can't change the field. So he's got one back at deep backward square on the boundary, one at third man, and one at fine leg. So 3 back. The options, I'd say, would be to go straight or over cover.
My money is on a ball right in the block hole here. Just as we've seen the last over or so. There you go.
Picked it. Dot ball, straight to cover.
Yeah, that was a good outcome for Hong Kong.
They've bowled really well on these free hits, actually. There's been a few no balls, and I think between that first 5 overs there was a couple, and both led to wickets, but obviously you can't be out. But one was bowled and one was caught and bowled. And then again a dot ball. So although they've transgressed by crossing that white line and giving away a free hit, they haven't suffered as a result.
And no doubt, the surroundings and the facilities here at the Tony Island Stadium, very impressive.
Very impressive.
For a regional town, so to speak. I mean, It's 2,000 kilometres away from a capital city.
I think the options that this opens up for the far north Queensland to have international cricket, particularly through the off-season, to allow now Australia to play cricket 12 months of the year. There's some exciting opportunities in the years to come here.
Yes, we've seen Cairns and also in Darwin stadiums used TO and Kazales for cricket, but this is the first ever ODI in Townsville, so this is history being made in the northern Queensland city today. But yeah, perhaps not too far away, a test match. And this field looks tremendous.
Again, good lines from the Hong Kong bowlers. This is a good little patch for them. Nice and consistent. Got a good ring field around. They're not giving anything away. Score sort of stalling at 5 for 140. He's come down the wicket there and tried to change up the length, but the bowler's adjusted. Just rattles into the pads and no run. Another dot ball, more pressure built. Yeah, just going back to your earlier point there about Townsville, and it's been their first one-day international. So the venue was accredited just a couple of weeks ago by an ICC match referee, so that allows it to then host international cricket. This is the first one, but I think there's definitely eyes on Bangladesh are touring Australia in 2016-17 in the August-September period. So obviously you can't play that in the southern states. So you're really looking at these northern areas of Australia.
What does the ICC, another single there to PNG, does the ICC take into account when giving out test international status for stadia? What do they look at?
There's quite a rigorous set of criteria from the actual on-field cricket side of things. Is the pitch, the quality of the pitch, the quality of the outfield, the size of the field, sight screens, everything that goes on to actually a cricket match. Scoreboard. We've got a beautiful scoreboard here. Oh, he's got that through the gap nicely. Go away for a couple of runs and that'll ease some pressure.
And training facilities as well at the back, they look first class.
Absolutely. So yeah, all the cricket side of things, and definitely Townsville, meets those, and then all of the infrastructure that allows the back end stuff to happen. The fact that we can have a live stream here and that we're connected to a good internet connection, that there's a match referees room. There's and myself being involved in these putting these one-day internationals on, it's been a real eye-opener into what has to go on to put a cricket match together. You've got to have security, you've got to have the catering sorted, you've got to have there's a whole myriad of things that go on to putting a cricket match on that when you're just watching on the TV, you're just worried about the next ball being bowled.
And the provision for referrals and third umpires.
Yes, well that's something we don't have here today, but obviously when you go up a level and you've involved in a fully fledged international between test playing nations, then that is a requirement. It's a bit of a talking point in world cricket, isn't it, the DRS?
Very much so, yes. And will continue to be. Yes, you're right, Kieran, that score has stalled, hasn't it? 5 for 143 as we enter the 33rd over.
Change of bowler as well, Irfan Ahmed. He's one of Hong Kong superstars. Very, very quality player. Nice and quick as well, hits the deck hard, so I think they've got a few players set up for a bit of a trap on the leg side. Compulsive puller, perhaps. Here we go.
Well spotted. Played that well. Rock back on one leg in the air. There's a man out at deep mid-wicket. You saw earlier today one of the dismissals straight into his lap, wasn't it?
Siaka. He was well set as well on about 30. It's well played by Charles Armini there. Player down on the point boundary. He's just knocked it to him for a single. And that's what they need to keep doing, just to keep the score ticking along. There's no need to chase the boundary. Both players are well set. Charles on 32, Varney on 36. But it's been these kind of situations before where, you know, the concentration has just slipped from these players there.
It's a dangerous shot, but he got away with it. And 2 runs.
The ramp.
The ramp shot.
The ramp. Is if you were listening and you'd never watched cricket before, you'd wondering what on earth we're talking about.
Or the lap shot.
The lap, yeah. The dill scoop.
The dill scoop. Sounds like an ice cream.
This is a good over so far from PNG, 5 from it. Probably Hong Kong's best bowler in Irfan Ahmed. So they've made a change there and brought on their best bowler, maybe sensing it was time for a wicket. They'd built some pressure with dot balls, but this has worked in PNG's favour. A bit more pace on the ball and they've been able to nudge it behind square for some singles. And again. That'll do, 6 from the over so far.
The umpire just having a quick word to the bowler. So that's probably a quota of short balls this over. There's still a limit on those, isn't there?
Yes, 2.
2.
I better check that actually. I better approach our match referee. I think it's 1. You're allowed 1 between the shoulder and the head. Anything over the head's considered a wide. You can't play a normal cricket shot to that. And then if there's a second one over the shoulder, then that would be a no ball.
As we see a change of bat for one of the PNG batsmen.
I think when he got that short one, then he sort of fended off his shoulder. It might have got into the splice. They're nice pieces of wood these days.
They're thick, aren't they?
They are, and light though. Change of bowler again at the other end. Introduction of left arm spin. There was some of that quick foot movement I've seen on the dance floor from Charles before. Told you it was good. Just comes down the wicket and whips it away to mid-wicket for a single.
This is Nadeem Ahmed back into the attack. Wise bowling the spinners from the mountain end. If they want to hit over the onside, it's going to catch that breeze, isn't it? It's going to hold up. Or if they bowled from the freeway end, you'd be hitting with it. It's very strong at the moment.
Yeah, that's right. I don't know if you can see the block our viewers can see the block, but this wicket's quite close to the stadium side of the block, so this boundary is a lot shorter, and you'll see the deep backward square for the spinner to the right-hander was about 10 yards off the boundary, given that wind and also the size of that boundary on the far side.
And Kieran, probably the most important point today is your birthday. Happy birthday.
Thank you very much.
Nice way to spend a birthday.
Yeah, well planned. Birthday present is working towards Papua New Guinea's first ever one-day international.
I suspect you'd feel a lot of kinship and closeness with a lot of the players.
Yeah, I've been in the job 3 years now, and I've been up to Papua New Guinea 7 times. So each time I've been up there, I've felt more relaxed and more at home, and got to know a greater network of people. And you do start to really share their passion and enthusiasm for where the game can go. Until you get up there, you don't really get a sense of just how entrenched it is, particularly within Port Moresby. I mean, rugby league in Papua New Guinea is king. The state of origin over there is crazy. But then cricket's starting to become this mainstream sport within the sporting landscape in PNG, and the government's starting to get involved. The Prime Minister understands, the opportunities that cricket presents as a nation building exercise.
Sure. It breaks down barriers, doesn't it?
Absolutely. In fact, the Australian government, through its Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, recognises that, and they make quite a significant investment into Papua New Guinea cricket, seeing that sport is a vehicle to achieve some outcomes in social development. So through gender equality, through improving the health and physical activity of
education,
of people through education. Sure. Exactly. Yep.
That's Irfan's one for the over.
Yep.
Yep, as he signalled it above the shoulder.
He definitely bangs it in, Irfan. There's not too much which allows the batsman to get on the front foot.
What do you think he gets up to? About what, 130?
I'd say a little bit over 130, yeah.
That's kilometres for our friends overseas. If you're still talking about miles, it's not that quick. It's about probably 80 miles an hour.
Mm. It's a good length there, just hitting the top of the bat. He's only able to bunt it down to mid-off, and both mid-off and mid-on are up inside the circle. So if he wants to go straight, he's either going to have to find a gap, and there's not too many gaps on that offside, or he's going to have to go over the top.
Lovely stroke.
Is that going to go?
I think it will.
Yes, it does.
Beautiful off drive there from Vani Vagi.
Moves them up to 41. PNG up to 5 for 157.
This partnership is now worth 81.
And
5 for 76, sorry Kieran, they were. Now 5 for 157. It's another simple single. As we have drinks come onto the ground. And we'll cross down to Adam Cassidy shortly with another guest. done a sterling job with both the PNG Barras and the Hong Kong cricketers this afternoon. You should be very proud of what he's done, and the whole production we've had, Kieran, has been terrific.
It has.
The pictures and the no, not the commentary, I wasn't going to say that, but our co-commentators have come up and enlightened us and told us a bit more about these players that we don't really know too much about. It's been terrific. We've been very blessed. But as we have every drinks break, let's cross down to Adam Cassidy from the ICC with another special guest this drinks break.
Thanks, Ben. Joining me again is the coach of Hong Kong, Charlie Burke. Now, Charlie, I think it's fair to say you're in a slightly better position than you were probably last time we spoke earlier in the match, but still probably could use a wicket or two.
Yeah, certainly. I think the boys done well actually in the first sort of 20-odd overs, and these two boys have actually stuck it very well. I think Barney Varghese batted beautifully actually. He looks in really good nick at the moment, and well supported by Charles Amini as well. So yeah, we certainly have to bowl very well here in the last 15 overs when they only need 45.
And look, both sides have had probably opportunities to almost put the game away and failed to do so. Do you put that down to the evenness of the teams or something more than that?
Yeah, I think it's we're evenly matched sides, but also it's a pressure atmosphere as well, isn't it? Playing ODI cricket, neither of us have ever won an ODI match, so there's a lot at stake for that. So there's probably a bit of that. I mean, we dropped two crucial catches that we should take, particularly if we'd taken those, it'd probably be a bit of a different story right now.
And who's the key for your side from here, do you think?
Hasib Amjad's still got a few overs left. He's a great death bowler and has got great variation, so he's really important for us. I think Nadeem's got probably 1 or 2 overs left as well. Our left arm spinner, he's bowled very well today.
Awesome. Best of luck, mate.
Excellent. Cheers.
Thanks, Ben. Back to you.
Thanks very much, Adam. Well, he sounded pretty confident still with PNG getting back into the ascendancy, but it's been like that this match, hasn't it? There's been clumps of wickets, there's been pendulum swinging from either side, and as you say, just a wicket here, and we might see another one, and it's all back to being square, or perhaps back in Hong Kong's favour.
It is a very strange game. There's 45 runs to win, and you think on any day you just look at that number 45 and it's not too much. But in cricket it can just seem like a mile away.
Could seem like that mountain over there that we've seen today.
It is a beautiful outlook for a cricket ground. Hashtag Townsville Shines.
There it is. That's part of the mountain. If you want to join the conversation here on Twitter, at ICC_EAP, the hashtag caps PNGVHKG.
So I was told by a reliable source this morning that mountain has a number of trails for running. Ooh. So I might give them a go tomorrow morning.
You'll give them a crack? You give it a crack? It looks pretty steep there, Kieran.
Builds the quad muscles, it's good.
And the glutes.
Key to core strength, keep those glutes strong, that's right. So we're back underway after drinks. Left arm spinner, Nadeem from Hong Kong. He's bowling very flat. Starting it in, not giving Maria any room.
That's gone wide and high.
Is that long?
That's very long.
That's 6.
That's gone. It's cleared the boundary. Don't worry about the rope.
Biggest one you've seen today?
That's by far the biggest one, and sort of hitting it against the wind as well. So an even bigger hit, and that brings up 50. Ravani Vega Morea. Just the second 50 of the match, and what a way to bring it up.
That's a crucial innings for PNG. Come in at a very difficult time, and he's been involved in an 80+ run partnership with his good friend Charles Amini at the other end, and that was a big 6 into the wind, as you say. Well followed up from Nadine. A couple of dot balls to finish the over. 5 for 164. So 15 overs to go now. 38 runs to win. That's the equation. 5 wickets in hand for Papua New Guinea. Hong Kong looking for their first ODI win after 6 previous attempts. PNG, obviously, we've talked about this being their first ever ODI. Can they win on debut?
Another single. Runs coming all too freely for Hong Kong's liking. It must be said they've really got to take a wicket very shortly, or this game will be all but over. Particularly if Vani Vega and Amini keep.
Well, this is the man to do it, Irfan Ahmed.
Another beautifully timed.
Oh, he's sliced it.
Got it through. Just the 2. Probably could have got 3 there, but it looked for a moment it was going to go to the boundary. Got another 2 more runs. 167 for 5. That target 203. The 1 for the over. So that target whittling down, just 36 runs needed. Doesn't seem like a lot, does it?
Oh, no.
And there's a wicket, a very injudicious shot from Vani Vega. And that's a huge breakthrough for Hong Kong.
Well, I did pick it. I said at the start, if there was a man to get a wicket for Hong Kong, it was Irfan Ahmed. But geez, Vani Vagi-Morea had looked in such good touch. We'd seen that 6 from the previous over. He'd just played a lovely cover drive to pierce the offside field. And that just really wasn't necessary.
No, it wasn't. Seeing that runs and so many singles is what all they need at the moment are out there. There's no need for the windy whoosh outside off stump, but he's gone for 54. Lovely innings from Vani Vega-Morea. But Hong Kong back in this contest, 6 for 167, and we've said it all afternoon. We see 1 wicket fall, we see another one fall very shortly after. Hong Kong would love that to continue.
And Jack Vari, the Papua New Guinean keeper, coming out to bat number 8. He'd be very nervous. His first ever ODI, his team with a very good chance of winning, but very reliant on him playing good innings as soon as he comes in here. He's got a man well set at the other end, and Charles Armini on 36, and I really think that these two need to be the ones that see them through at the very end.
And the keeper, Vare, does he only know one way to bat?
I don't think so. He's a very sensible cricketer, and he'll push for singles when he starts. It could be a wide. It is. Jack has spent a lot of time in grade cricket in Melbourne, and he's received some very good coaching from the high performance staff at Cricket Victoria, and he's a bit of a student of the game as well. But like any keeper, he's quite fidgety. And I think I heard Greg talking earlier that he brings a lot of energy out to when he bats, but often when he starts that can be a lot of nervous energy, which can lead to mistakes.
There's no run there.
And that's sort of what I'm referring to. He's just knocked it straight to mid-wicket and
set off.
Set off.
Reminds me of Ian Healy when he used to start his innings. A bundle of energy. That's a lovely shot. Won't go for 4. Will they go for 3? Yes, they're coming back for 3. Nice way to get off the mark. 6 for 170. So that target now just 33 with 4 wickets in hand.
That'll help settle the nerves a bit for Jack. Just tucking it off the toes for a nice 3. He's very quick between wickets.
There's always something happening when keeper batsmen are at the crease.
They definitely love to be part of the action. They're part of the action in the field every ball, and as soon as they're out there with the bat,
it's never boring. So repeating that score, 6 for 171.
another change of bowling from Hong Kong's captain Jamie Atkinson, making another change. The left arm spinner coming off.
Hasib Amjad back into the attack from the Castle Mountain end. I believe that's what they call the mountain there, Castle. Peel foot, leg before, going down leg side. Not out.
Had a long look at that though, umpire Paul Blocker-Wilson. No, VAR can sometimes tend to fall across his stumps. And next batsman to come in is Chris Armini, number 10. He's the captain of the Papua New Guinean side. His brother on strike at the moment.
Just the 2. And a no ball. Or was it one short? No, he's...
No ball. Free hit. Free hit number 4. Let's see how they go this time. We've had 3 that have resulted in no runs at all. So, of course, a no ball, you can't be out unless you run out. And the field can't change. So it's an opportunity for the batsman to give it their all. And that's definitely what CJ will be trying here.
A good person to have on strike for PNG, I would imagine. As a dead ball is called.
You've got a bit more time to think about it. Have a look at the field, assess where his options are. Fine leg and third man are back. It's a deep backward square on the boundary. Well played.
That was a lovely shot straight down the ground, wasn't it?
It is. It was actually not a bad length ball from the bowler, but he's given himself a bit of room by stepping back in the crease and then leant back and just knocked that straight. A couple of bounces over the rope for 4 runs. So PNG moved to 179.
And how critical have the overstepping the mark been for Hong Kong this afternoon? A couple of wickets, even though they were free hits, but extra balls, extra opportunities for runs. That's short and that's gone in the air behind the keeper. It won't go for 4, I don't think, as the fieldsman Aziz Khan gets around. 2 more runs.
Might have snuck back for a third there, I think.
They did too. So the ball was travelling that slowly, but it bisected the field, didn't it? Right between the two fielders in the deep on the on and off side, and allowed them to go for 3. You're right there, Kieran. This has been a terrific over for the Barracudas.
That's well played from Varro. Big stride forward. You can see there's a bit of confidence there. He's got a good step in with that left foot and knocked it confidently back past the bowler. Good signs here. He's a confidence player, and it looks like he's feeling it well out there.
So we should see a shot of the Hong Kong dugout. The coach, he's looking a little bit nervous. Slower ball, well played by the keeper, dabbing it down past the gully.
Oh no, we've got another no ball.
And another one. This is not helping their cause at all.
So that's another free hit, plus because they've got a single that puts CJ Armini on strike, who with 46 runs under his name so far is in good form. He's seeing it well, and we just saw the previous free hit. He was able to give himself a bit of room in the crease and turn a Yorker length ball into a half volley and knock it straight back past the bowler over his head for 4 runs. They've now changed the field. They can do that because it was a change of strike with the batsman, and so mid-on and mid-off are both back, and the deep backward square is moving around to a mid-wicket. So fine leg and third man are up inside the circle.
That's a slower ball, and it's been hit pretty well in the end by the batsman, although 2 runs was the result. It probably could have been a better result, but I'll take that with just 17 odd runs needed to win. This has been a very expensive over by Hasib Amjad for Hong Kong.
Interesting approach actually by the mid-on. He's obviously hasn't come in to catch it, because if it was caught it was not out anyway.
So
but he probably could have saved a single there, because they might have not got the 2 runs. If he'd come in and taken the catch, would have gotten in a bit quicker.
That was beautifully timed. Straight down the ground. That's going to go for 4. Don't worry about that. Well, Kieran, this over is just about the one that's possibly given PNG one hand on their first ever ODI victory in their first ever ODI.
That's right, that was a beautiful strike.
And that's 50 for CJ Armani. So it was a very expensive over from Hasib Amjad.
I'll just pull you up a little bit there, Ben. CJ Armini, but he does probably wear Armani.
Armini.
And also it's the barramundis. I'm not big into my fishing, but I'm not sure. What are barracudas? They're fish as well.
They're fish as well, aren't they?
Yeah.
Barramundis, barracuda. Thank you for pulling me up. I would have said that all weekend. I'll just call them the barras.
Yes.
So the Barramundis just 11 runs from victory. Armini. 53 for Armini. Vare, the keeper, on 4. Another short ball. Just dropped down and an easy single.
I think those 2 balls just show the real advantage of having someone like a Jack Vare coming in, where he's got 2 short balls and he's just been able to tuck them off his hip, tuck them off his shoulder, and get 3 runs off the 2 balls. Just keep that score ticking along, get them closer and closer to that target of 203.
go for 4 as well. As the Barramundis race to victory. Just 3 needed now. That's the 200 up for PNG.
Well, that was a sign of a man in form, just rocking off the back foot.
It was beautifully timed, wasn't it?
Punching the ball between mid-off and cover, and it just raced away to the boundary.
And that's a full toss, and that could have been over then and there. But Amini, he'd love to be there at the end. Hitting those winning runs, I mean, that would be something to tell your kids about, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. The Armeni family, it's got a strong cricketing history in Papua New Guinea. Armeni Park is the home of cricket in PNG.
Amini. And that's edge, and that's going to go for 4 as well. Is that it? Well, the scoreboard here at the Jack Island, Tony Island Stadium rather says 6 for 201, but on another scoreboard we have it as 6 for 204, but we'll stay with the ground scoreboard for the moment. Six for 201, the official score, thank you. So there's still 2 runs to get for the Barramundis.
Well, that could be it. Again, just rocking off the back foot. He's punched it between mid-off and cover. They come back for 2.
There it is.
It's a historic occasion for Cricket PNG. Their first official ODI. And they've won it their first attempt.
That's a fair effort, Kieran. 4-wicket victory when they were 5 for 76, chasing 203, and they've got home by 4 wickets with plenty of overs to spare.
Stand up Charles Armeni and stand up Vani Vagi Morea. They had an almost a 90-run partnership there for the 6th wicket, and that's been the difference between these two sides today.
Bad luck Hong Kong. That 202 score in the end just wasn't enough, was it? It was about 30 or 40 short on a pretty flat track here at the Island Stadium, and in the end, the PNG Barras got the total pretty easily. So first up win for Papua New Guinea. They celebrate their first ever ODI with victory, a 4-wicket victory over Hong Kong, who have to wait perhaps at least another 24 hours for their first ever ODI victory. We'll see if they can come back tomorrow and achieve that, but for the moment it's all kudos to PNG and the way they went about the result today. I think there could be plenty of more wins in store for them as they continue their cricket education and journey. They look like they've got a lot of natural ability, and there wasn't any signs of panic either, was there, at 5 for 76 when they were chasing that total? And just a reminder, our next match, the second ODI, will be streamed by the Pepsi ICC Development Program web stream via YouTube and also the ICC website, ICC EAP TV. That's starting tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. PGT time, in Hong Kong 8 o'clock, and in Australia 10 a.m. as well. So we hope you can join us for tomorrow, but I'm pretty sure we're going to get an interview with our man of the moment, CJ Mini, as Ashley Cassidy grabs the hero of PNG cricket after their 4-wicket victory. Adam, down to you.
CJ, 1 ODI, 1 PNG win, and 1 half-century for you, mate. How do you feel?
Over the moon. I'm speechless, you know. After Vani got out, I told myself I have to pass the score. No one else is going to. And I'm proud of the achievement so far. That's one out of 2. So we'll have 1 more tomorrow.
Now, you and Varney, mate, that was some seriously good batting. Do you think you two will be able to walk through Vision City and Port Moresby ever again without getting mobbed?
Nah, it's going to be all right.
And obviously there's going to be a lot of emotion with your first win. Are you ready to back it up and make it 2 from 2 tomorrow?
Yeah, we have to prove that we're a quality side. Winning one is good, but if we back it up, it's even better.
And I guess even more pleasing that your top order probably didn't bat as well as you would have liked, but the middle order really came through.
It was actually the first time we struggled in Adelaide with our middle order. Our top order was doing the hard yards. Today showed that if we work really hard in the middle, we can always pass a good total.
Congratulations, mate. Outstanding innings. Well done. Thanks, Ben.
And thanks very much, Adam. Well, he was pretty happy, wasn't he? And I mean, you're pretty emotional about that victory. It's and imagine how the players feel after all the hard work they've gotten to becoming an ODI country.
They have put in a lot of hard work, and it's very tough for them because there's no home of cricket in PNG where they can play this level of cricket. They have to do a lot of travelling. So they've been in Australia for a long time. Most of their international cricket's played overseas, so they can't play it in front of their family and their home fans. Although I heard someone saying before that Port Moresby is probably the closest capital city to Townsville. So, and we just saw a number of Papua New Guineans in the crowd today that have come and live locally. So you can see the boys there singing their winning song. And unfortunately for Hong Kong, this is their 7th one-day international and still without a victory. So it's important that Papua New Guinea savour this moment because they've been able to get 1 from 1.
Indeed, they can. And Hong Kong will have their chance tomorrow to chalk up their first ever ODI victory. So we hope you can join us for Game 2 of this ODI weekend series from tomorrow, 10 a.m. Papua New Guinea time, 8 a.m. Hong Kong time, 10 o'clock in Australia. So we wish you could join us there. Thank you very much for your company today. I'm Ben Dobson, and on behalf of Kieran McMillan as well, thanks for your time, and we hope you enjoyed the live coverage.
Papua New Guinea, Papua New Guinea, our motherland, let us join our hands. Yes, we work together, united we shall stay. Papua